they recover from that? They've been playing a careless game. AHQ. Oh no, that's too many in a vehicle. That's too much damage. The car's on fire. They pull up, they stay alive. 3 still stand. 1 nade would do so much. T1, no. There is blood in the water, and they are looking vicious for this. Milk goes down. 1 man alive for now. The nades start to roll in. And Lee, there's nothing to be done here. T1 on the cleanup.
They do manage to get away with it as everybody's having to reload. Shadow just goes, nah, bro. This is our location, but the shots are coming in from the side of it. A lot of damage back over towards the Freaks, so they're just going to step back away on this, and Na'Vi might have a push that they can potentially make off of it, and Lambu has to run upstairs. He just looks back down for goes for spray onto one of them. Does manage to get it. Trying to look back for the flush onto it, but knows it's risky. Meanwhile, you can see Style playing around the side of this, trying to see if they can get a flank. Provide some form of support. Aduzi knows he's in a lot of trouble right now. The numbers favor everybody from the Freaks looking off on this. It's going to be Aduzi just trying to hold the angle on it, but it's so many pushes that are coming through. Gets the spray on one of them, but it's going to be sneaking up back behind it, and the Freaks do manage to take him down.
You can stand behind that thing. Takes a fair old amount of damage. Gives you another point of entry on this one. Longsker, most center, but he knows that once where he is, once he goes over this, he's exposed.
I think they might have seen Fuzzface. They've definitely seen that smoke coming out. It's going to be down to 2 teams. There he goes. But now what does Infantry do? Is it go time? Will they springboard off the back, or will they wait and be patient? It looks like they want to use that 2-man hit squad, but the first point of contact comes in. That's nice play from Infantry, and there's the first kill to follow. W-click now on the receiving end. Where's the trade back? It's only Rimo to fight back so far, and it's just down to him at this point, as you're going to see Infantry Clan desperate to make up for the performance they had.
Beautiful flank from ZGG to get that angle with the SKS and get the job done. The grenades will continue forward. 4 AM though, this is BC, Infantry and 4 AM, all potentially going at it. Summer, last man just lingering in the distance, looking at DJ Boy and saying, I'm sorry fam, I cannot help you out whatsoever. All 3 players of Infantry are making advancement here. ZGG reads the information, answers back.
That's a second!
What? How is he doing this? That's 2 back-to-back.
He's pushing it. He's going for the 3rd, and why not? The man is a god! Absolute beast play coming out from 4 AM.
That's an opening knockback over towards Ragnar. Harold's taking a lot of damage, so really it's just 2 members of W-Click. If either one of them goes for the res, they're putting themselves in such a disadvantaged position. Silzen goes down. It's going to be DJ Boy just pushing back over to the side. There's 4 members up for VC right now. They have so much control. They're just spraying down anything that they see. Playing inside the smoke, trying to spot him out. Gets another down, just spinning back around over toward, and it's just Rimbo up and alive. He takes a little bit of damage, but he's right at the feet of VC, and that's going to be VC Gaming.
Miramar is vast, open, deserted areas, long, empty roads, kind of a post-apocalyptic landscape, gives you this Badlands feeling.
서바이벌 패스 5에서는 어떤 것들을 보여드릴 수 있을지에 대해서 저희가 고민을 했었고요. 많은 플레이어분들이 미라마의 밸런싱에 대해서 피드백을 주셨어요. 그래서 미라마를 개선하기로 했습니다.
Season 5 title is Badlands, and it revolves around the Miramar.
제가 시즌 4에서 아쉬웠던 부분은 처음으로 PUBG의 이야기가 공개가 됐는데 게임 밖에서 이루어졌다는 부분이었어요. 이것이 게임 내에서 유저분들이 자기 게임 플레이와 혼합돼서 즐기실 수 있으면 더 강력한 즐거움이 될 거라고 생각을 했었거든요. 미라마가 흥미로운 점은 에란겔과 사이즈가 같지만 훨씬 더 커 보인다는 점이었어요. 따라서 미라마에서는 지나가고 탐색할 공간이 훨씬 더 많은 것처럼 느껴지거든요. 그래서 우리는 이 넓은 미라마에서 플레이를 할 때 숨은 물건 찾기 요소를 더하면 재밌을 것이라고 생각했습니다. 플레이 중에 디스크를 획득을 하게 되고 모은 디스크는 커뮤니티 미션에 쌓이게 됩니다. PC, 엑스박스, FPS 플레이어 모두가 모은 디스크는 한 군데에 쌓이고요. 그렇기 때문에 커뮤니티 미션도 동시에 진행이 됩니다. 디스크가 플랫폼에 구애받지 않는다는 것이에요.
The most important consideration was making sure that it is convenient to use, fun, fast, and responsive. Yeah, we wanted to make sure that the feature can be used in multiple situations, such as stealth approach to the enemy, to finish off opponents which are knocked down, or even use in drive-bys. Basically, have as much precision as possible by allowing you to throw weapons through the windows or tight gaps.
황무지에서는 총알을 찾기도 어려울 때가 있겠죠. 그럴 때는 바로 옆에 있는 근접 무기라도 써야 될 때가 생길 텐데요. 근접 무기라서 꼭 가까이에서만 공격할 수 있는 것이 아니라 멀리 있는 적을 맞추면 재밌을 거라고 생각을 했었고 황무지라는 컨셉과 잘 어울렸던 것 같아요.
I was improving our projectile code to fix bugs in grenade movement. At some point, this refactor made it possible to launch even big game objects with proper physics applied. Just for fun, I replaced grenades with frying pans. Then we've had a series of playtests to see how this feature would fit the game. And it was amazing, so we immediately turned this into an actual feature.
처음에 근접 무기 던지기 기능의 프로토타입 영상을 저한테 보여줬을 때 와 재밌겠다, 이건 꼭 미션으로 만들어야 돼 라는 생각이 들었었습니다. 그래서 시즌 미션 트랙으로 근접 무기 트랙을 만들었고요. 보상으로서 특수한 근접 무기 스킨을 얻을 수 있습니다.
You may find that melee throw range is too low to be used outdoors. In our early implementation, the range was higher, but it looked ridiculous and it was breaking immersion. A human being cannot throw a cast iron frying pan as far as an apple. So I added more complexity to ballistics, and then to get the right look and feel, I was tuning the 3 parameters: launch velocity, air drag force, and even gravity. As a result, frying pan travels so fast that it looks like it actually can kill someone.
In terms of item throwing, this is a feature directly related to our mission to improve the teamwork aspects of PUBG in duo and squad modes. The most important thing was to improve the quality of life of the players. We hope to help in those incidental situations where you would get locked up under fire and unable to move from your cover. This system basically helps you provide ammunition or medical items to those players who cannot otherwise move closer to you. Also, it makes you much more mobile and less locked down to a place.
시즌4에서 가장 즐거웠던 부분은 팬분들이 저희의 이야기를 가지고 확장시키고 추리하시고 새로운 이야기를 만드시고 저희의 의도를 간파하시고 그러한 것들이 굉장히 즐거웠어요. 이번 시즌에도 좀 더 재밌게 즐겨주셨으면 좋겠고요.
I think it will bring a lot of satisfaction, grab a kill or maybe even a chicken dinner, as it looks both funny and dramatic, and especially looking forward to seeing some amazing shots being pulled off during drive-bys or crazy jumps with nice weapon throw finish.
많은 피드백을 주시고 그것에 맞춰서 저희는 게임을 개발하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
These teams got to be careful. The more noise they make, the more attention they're going to attract. And oh my God, he saw his foot. He's going to get knocked. Vegas is going to find the head, and that is one laying down now for T1.
Look at the reaction come out from T1. They tried to defend instantly. That's going to be McCoy going down. Exchange going back over towards Helen. Going to force him back around the other side of this. T1 now starting to be a little bit more contained. A lot of flanks coming through, but that's going to be Vegas down. Now just Drassel. Remember, Ghost needs a big game, and they are now down to 1 alive. They have to be so careful.
This could be disaster. Ghost Gaming is
eliminated.
W-Click lose out on that position forever. Wants to show him how it's done. Shut down eventually, but that's a two-man pickup at SDV. It's not over yet.
Hang on, they're not flushing forever. They can't get him. He's round the corner of the wall. The grenades are in there. They're pushing lead. Levy's is outside of the back. That's 3, said GG. The man's on fire. 4AM continue to apply the pressure.
This could be rough here, and they also have Sun Sister and AHQ at the top of the mountain here in Stalbert. So this could end up being very, very sketchy fight on the very northern edge.
It could be Tempo Storm, though, who might find a knockdown or two here on the rotation for FaZe. They're slowing down as they reach the top here. 80 knocked down by Luke. Now spots Fuzzface as well. Zempa's up close. He gets the knockdown, and then the eliminations will follow. FaZe Clan are in some trouble, but Mexi finds a knockdown onto Zempa to maybe try and turn things around. No, he's not turning this ship around. FaZe Sunday.
Look at the southern swing. They're going to go on the push. There's the nade. Bye-bye, Leo. And it looks like the following push will happen. They picked up the pace. They found the players. Can they find Kane? Yes, they can. It's going to be clinical. Sweeping the south from QM, but there's AHQ. Finally say hello. They've now moved from the north to the south. They're holding the center point. And slap bang in the middle is GX. Sophia is just the last one standing, I think, at this point. Next to Milk here. No easy way out of this. They're just praying that now the other two teams fight. And there they go. We're down to 2, 7 alive. 3 in the north. It looks like maybe 3 in the south as one of them's knocked. Good shot from Wu Feng. Gonna find Milk as we're looking like this surely could be QM's victory. Back to back would be huge. And a shot like that, even bigger.
Still a little bit of utility available for FaZe as they are looking to come around.
Andy goes for the peek off to the side of it. That's going to go in position. Uber steps up, gets one, goes for the spray into the second one. There is just one Kennen alive right now, and FaZe knows it. They're starting to push back through this. Rusty Zero playing inside the smokes. The hunt is on. The spray comes through, and the EU Giants, FaZe Clan, walk away with a huge, massive 18-kill victory.
FaZe Clan shocking the world. 18 kills and a chicken dinner. I don't know if it's enough, but goddamn Matrim, they made a hell of a round.
I hope my boys weren't too hard on you. But I've been hearing some pretty disturbing rumors that you've been placing bids for my territory behind my back. Of course, they can't be true because you know Miramar belongs to me. I'd let you borrow it for your race, but that doesn't give you permission to make new deals on your own.
주인你们叫来的。저 촬영한다고 해서 아니에요. 아, 카메라 많으면 머리 하얘져요.
너무 편하게 좋다. 많이 하긴 했지만 아직 어색해. 就感觉就挺有意思的。我感觉很逗。
Feels really good being in the finals. We didn't get the greatest first two groups. It was kind of close at the end, so the fact that we made it, despite being only 13th, it feels pretty good. I don't know, it just feels good to qualify to the last game. The last game of the semifinals was just the beginning, so yeah, we'll be even stronger. Thanks for your support, it means a lot. Thanks up.
强对决的FaZe嘛，我感觉乌巴很强，我们两个人玩游戏的方式也一样。没有FaZe No.1。 OAM이 좀 많이 가지는 것 같아요. 제가 잘 안 움츠려 드리는데 OAM만 보면 살짝 움츠려 드리는.
The team that we're going to be focused on probably 4 a.m.
I think the most exciting team that we're gonna probably get into it with the most is probably 4 a.m.
我觉得能够进决赛的队伍都是实力非常强的队伍吧，然后每个队伍都是我们很直接的对手。Right, I swear, can we get like Google Translate so Rory can like say a Chinese quote? Ni hao? What does it mean? Hello.
Ni hao 4 a.m.
만나시면 유명해야 될 것 같습니다.
А и в финале, поэтому вы не выиграете.
결승전 때만큼은 내가 너 다 죽인다.
truly is an unparalleled feeling being on a stage like this, as we have a collective of teams looking to become a global champion here across the next 2 days. And with that 2 days, one team will be crowned a world champion. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the analysis desk. My name is Kyle Laris, and to my left-hand side, joining me here for the pre-show for the PGC, we have Toffees, we have Froz, and we have Avenger. Gentlemen, it's great to be here once again. We've had battles over the last 2 weeks, hell, over the entirety of the year, and it has culminated in this. One of these teams will become a world champion.
I mean, it's everything from overwhelming comeback stories like FaZe having the greatest game in perhaps PUBG history, to teams like Rumblers who are playing with house money from the moment they dropped and are here and have nothing to lose. I can't wait to see what these guys bring.
Ever since PGI, when it was announced that we're going to have a Pro League, this is what every player, every team has been working for, to be here at this grand stage right now.
The combination of 9 competitive regions, more than 700 players, more than 180 teams have put the 16 teams here. I'm extremely excited to get started, guys.
No, absolutely. There's a lot to talk about here in the pre-show to get things going, as well as eventually truly unveiling everything that is about to occur here over the next 2 days. Froz, by the way, I'm really liking your bow tie. Do appreciate that you put in some of the effort, liking that a lot. We're going to be talking about a few of these teams. We're going to be talking about the prize pool. We're going to talk about every little facet of this tournament as a whole here. But when you look at the scale of this and how we've come from 2 years ago, we were here, Avenger, on this stage, the same arena. 2 years ago is where PUBG Lands truly began in the Western world, and it's crazy how far we've come.
We've come extremely far, and also Frost is also here. I'm here 20 kilos heavier.
We're all here.
Frost is here 10 kilos heavier. We're all here. It's exciting.
All here, yeah.
And we have actually 7 players who was also here 2 years ago, so that's extremely exciting as well.
I mean, I think that's the reality of it is things have changed dramatically. You know, last time we were here in Oakland, it was a bunch of players in cubicles behind us. We were learning how to watch the game, how to play the game, and now we've perfected it.
Let's talk about how everything is broken down, because originally we did start with $2 million worth of prize pool for the tournament. However, since then, contributions via the Pick'em Challenge, the purchases in-game, have accrued at least an extra $1.5 million added to that prize pool. Therefore, first place is guaranteed at least $1.75 million. What? That's pretty good for us. It's a massive, massive thing that all of these players are fighting for.
I mean, the 1.5 add $1 million. It's all thanks to the guys that are here, everybody's that are here, everybody at home, buying the pick'ems and picking your teams. Who is going to win this?
And these are the 16 teams that are going to be representing. Again, bear in mind, across the last 2 weeks, we started with 32 teams. The trophy itself shows we started with those 32 teams, and we broke it down to the 16 pieces that is then crafted down to, and one of those teams is going to be able to hoist this trophy high. It's a world-class lineup across the board here, Toffees.
I mean, that's the reality of it. It's no longer negotiable who's the... Are they really the best, right? No one was invited. The best got here through a year of qualifications. They had to go through 3 stages to get their spot here. If you walk away the champions, I don't care what the rest of your year look like, you are inarguably the best team in the world, and that's huge.
Let's start talking about some of these teams. Froz, your dark horse. I'm not going to take it away from you. Your dark horse, GEX.
I get to keep them. I mean, GEX is a team a lot of people look down on, but they are here now. People put them for second place before the tournament even started, but they can show up big, and I mean, we just got to see what they can do.
OGN Enter's Force is one of the big heavy hitters from the South Korean region, Avenger. And when we looked at them throughout their performances in PKL, it was certainly very impressive. They were almost always the bridesmaid, but never the bride. And now here, they've got a lot to show on this final stage, because I think they think that they can do more from the semis, etc.
I surely hope so. I mean, they performed less than I expected them to in the group stages. We saw them dominate their own region in the PKL. So I'm expecting more from them here. I hope they have perfected their strategy and they're ready for this final stage here.
They got 57 of their 73 points on Miramar. They got to pick that up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely so. Let's move on briefly here to VC Gaming, as they have been able to play things out. I am going to say it. Me, in part, I didn't have much hope for VC Gaming. They qualified at the very beginning of the year, but then they came into this tournament and they really showed that they've been able to put the groundwork in and push it further.
I mean, I was on the same boat as you. I said there's no way. They qualified early. They've been struggling. PCL summer was disastrous for them, and yet they came out and they put it together. And I think this goes to show that in this game, it's about teamwork and dynamics. And yes, sometimes you're behind, but if you commit to the right positive mentality, they brought that here, you can thrive no matter how tough your year was was kind of leading into it.
You nearly counted them out.
I 100% counted them out.
They did go down to elimination round as well, but they did do something very special there. They kind of just steamrolled against everybody else. I think that was the start of them in this tournament to actually do something good.
Like, Red Cannons like Froz proved to be lactose intolerant.
Yeah, because milk destroyed him.
Sorry, Froz, we're just, divulging all of this information about you specifically.
Now everybody knows.
There you go, you're a lactose intolerant. Let's take a look at Tempo Storm as well here in the pre-show. I guess we can have a little fun, that's how this is going to go. Tempo Storm, we said it in the OGN Super Arena, Toffees. That was the house that Tempo Storm built. And now here, they're not necessarily in the house that they built, but they're still looking to try and push it further here for North America.
I mean, this is last time that we played an international event on American soil. They won. They did a great job there. So they do maybe have home field advantage, but they felt shaky.
Well, they did play here in IM Oakland as well, and they got the second place back then.
That's true.
One player is still remaining on that team, and that is Miluk, and he's still on that team playing here tonight.
And of course, towards the end of the semifinals, we had that magical moment for FaZe Clan, which it was a redemption moment for them, of course. They got themselves to 16th place after being dead last Avenger with that ridiculous game.
An absolutely historical moment. I'm happy that we had a week break before here because I lost my voice just screaming after that game. That was absolutely insane.
Yeah, let's take a look at how the leaderboard did shape up for the semi-finals. Do bear in mind, we lost 8 teams during this stage itself, and FaZe just barely squeaked in towards the very end, but it was absolutely historic the way they did do it. Now, Lazarus, of course, first place. That is massive for them and massive for North America.
Yeah, what region was that in the top of the leaderboard for us?
I don't know. Doesn't matter because that was the semifinals.
It does. That's the thing about Lazarus is we haven't talked about them, ad nauseum at this point. But the reality is, when we go back to London, the last time that all of the international teams were brought together, they finished in second place. These guys have a championship pedigree, a championship training system, and a brand new coach who has a totally time-minded system of just rotations, and I think it's working really, really well.
We're going to get a better opportunity to talk about them in a little bit's time here. We already talked about GEX just a smidge there, just whilst we were looking at that. And obviously, Lazarus getting first place and QM getting second place. I think some people were quite surprised that QM were able to take that second place for us there, but it was powerful in that last day.
Let's be honest, the first semifinal day they played, they got 26 points. But the second one, they got 71 because they were basically, they didn't care. They just knew that they needed to gather a lot of points and they wanted to get as much as possible. And they kind of went over what they normally do and just went for every fight they could get, more or less. And that's the key of success for them.
Some of the stories you heard as well was that when these guys played online, people didn't believe them. Then they came to LAN and dominated as well. Like, oh my God, these guys are amazing.
They were so good, people thought they were cheating. And then they were at LAN and they're like, oh, they are still really good. Damn it, I guess we're going to have to revere them quite highly. So that in itself is quite kind of the notion behind a team like that. And obviously, there's some big heavy hitters coming out of China, like 4AM, like VC, have proved themselves to be, but QM has to be up there as well.
I mean, they are, and everybody's been talking about 4AM's incredible day at 77, but like you said, QM got 71 in a spot. So that is 2 teams coming out of the same region that can just absolutely dominate here, especially if they have a good game 1.
It's time to focus on some of these teams that were able to really stand out for one reason or another. One of them absolutely, 100% categorically was Lazarus. And to some people, they feel like they were a little bit overshadowed by FaZe in the final moments of the semi-final. That's fair because of how that went down. But Lazarus shone throughout the semi-finals and fully deserved their first place spot.
I mean, if anything, they might tell you it was a good thing to a certain extent. Yes, they should have had a lot of hype after sort of finishing in first and surprising people. Purdy Curdy, who's also the shot caller, fragging out of his mind. The fact is, though, they're probably okay with FaZe getting the hype because it means no one looked at them. They can go on with their business. They can keep it low-key. They can train the way that they do. And I'll tell you what, if Luke 12 turns that knob from sort of 7 that he's been at up to 10, I think Lazarus is unstoppable.
I like that you mentioned Purdy there, actually, that he was fragging out. I think that was one of the key moments that made Lazarus so good during this tournament because we don't see Purdy actually fragging out that much. He's standing a little bit behind. He's the IGL. He will make the calls, but he won't be as greedy for the kills.
Let's take a look at 4AM as well here. This is a team that we watched through that first day of the semi-finals, absolutely smashed things. And they're a scary team to be reckoned with. They're a team that is very storied as well, Avenger, when it comes to even just a global stage, never mind their own regional stage.
Yeah, we saw Godby or Valus, who is he called here. He was at PGI last year, and now they performed extremely well. Actually, all the three Chinese teams, they performed extremely well, but they had a really good day, and then they had a slightly worse day. And if they fix that, and they have like 2 good days here, they're going to take everything home as the most favored team as well in the pick'ems.
Absolutely. They are the people's champ. We've dubbed them the people's champ throughout this, and it is completely fair to say. With how many votes, how many people are behind them, a lot of people are rooting for their success.
I mean, I think people are definitely rooting for their success, it's clear, but another team that everyone's rooting for is going to be Gen G. We got to see them sort of at PGI perform very well. PO joined the team recently, and he was a superstar in his region, but I'm going to be honest, since he got here over the last couple of weeks, I felt like he's not been himself. He hasn't turned on fully.
That's a very interesting thing, because as much as PNC, especially Froz, we saw PO as that guy that really did stand out. The rest of the team has had their moments of absolute brilliance here at the tournament.
The only time we actually saw PU fragging out was on one of the Sano games when he got 8 kills. Except for that, I feel like it's all about timing. It's all about Esther. It's all about Loki all the time. Loki and Esther in this situation, for example, fragging out, taking out Navi all by himself, it was just a wonderful play from them.
And from a stats perspective, he's actually one of the players that's have the most knock time. So he's been on his knees a lot, and I'm afraid that if he kind of goes away from the rest of the team instead of playing together, then it could end up badly for them.
And then the team that kind of broke the semi-finals, FaZe Clan, they were in dead last, and then they were able to rise up through 1 game alone with 18 kills to get themselves into 16th place. Now, we should mention that their semi-finals, Froz, was anything but spectacular. In fact, it was bad for FaZe Clan.
They didn't play for 11 games, but this is why FaZe Clan is one of the best teams in the world. They never give up. Down to the last kill, they knew that they had to have the greatest game ever. And, I mean, they just pulled it off, right? They took every fight, even if they were not in the upper hand there, they would still take it because they knew we need to get every kill to be able to qualify.
I mean, semifinals were an unmitigated trash can fire until that last one. We even saw an interview they released on their Twitter today that Fuzz said, I'll be honest, when that last game started, I was halfway to Sweden in my head. And the reality is, once they started to get that rhythm, once they got a kill, once they got pushed by tempo and, wiped them, I think that's the problem with FaZe, is you can't feed them. Once you start to give them that sort of, we can do this. Once their adrenaline starts pumping, they are 100% unstoppable. So if I'm everyone else, that's my main concern, is let FaZe start slow today, please.
What was surprising to me was that they managed to win every single fight all the time, just rolling back to back. The snowball effect was just too strong for them. And they ended up with 18 kills, breaking the record so far in PGC.
But that's how they win. I mean, if you go back to PGI Leicester, they almost qualified by not caring and just walking and sweeping the ground for kills.
And of course, some players did stand out throughout those semi-finals as well as the tournament as a whole. And Purdy Curdy is one of the guys from Lazarus that completely earned this #1 spot, Toffee.
I mean, there's no other way around it. He's leading the team. He's the brainchild who sits down with the coach. Like, literally, Gunnar says, this is the timing that someone's going to be here. This is a compound that 4AM wants. And he doesn't have to, sit there and memorize it. He's able to retain that information and quantify it very comfortably for the rest of his team. On top of that, he's making the leadership in kills. And that, to me, is mind-boggling.
For me, the way he has evolved as well, he's become extremely coherent. How we saw him from phase 1 to how he is now. He was a nade god back then. Now he's both a nade god, he can frag, he IGLs, he has the whole package. It's just lovely to see.
And when we take a look at this overall with the amount of damage that was done by some of these names, I would say that some of these are a little bit unexpected as we came into the tournament, but a lot of people stepped up to the challenge for us and were very, very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Forever and CGG was not the main names that people were looking at on 4AM. It was Wayless or God V, as we knew him as before. But at the same time, this is what we're talking about. It's not just about one star player. This is a team game. It comes down to a team working together. And the damage, I mean, it doesn't mean anything if you can't make that into knocks and kills afterwards.
That's the truth. I mean, that's why you saw Purdy with the kill count, because Lazarus has made it an art form to yoink knocks. And you saw those damage totals, they're getting the knocks, but teams like Lazarus who have practiced it are stealing those at an incredible rate.
A name that was there that I think not a lot of us, a few of us were not surprised by was Iroh, actually. And we haven't even mentioned TSM yet at all at this pre-show. But they are a name that, for some people, is carrying quite a bit of weight of PEL on their backs. PL did not have the easiest of times on the road here. I think that's fair to say.
That's fair to say. But TSM did show some of tendencies what we like to see.
Yep.
And I think, again, a team game is that TSM, all of the guys enable each other to play well, and that's why we saw these numbers from Iroh.
Let's focus on 4AM here just for a moment. ZGG as well, a guy that has been standout for 4AM. I mean, the entire roster in my mind has been quite standout, to say the least. Hell, when we see how well China has performed here on the stage so far, it's no surprise that they're putting up numbers like this.
I mean, 36 kills in 18 games is a whopper of a score. I watched him in scrims and practices, and he takes 3v1s as if it doesn't matter. When I get in a fight with more than one person, it's like, oh man, I gotta watch every corner. He just is confident, like, I can win this, no issues, and he does. And that's what blows my mind, is his individual mechanics are second to none.
The individual mechanics is something that is really important when it comes to clutch moments. And that's something we see from CGG as well. Being able to take those clutch moments, not just relying on your team all the time. Sometimes you're going to be by yourself, but you're still going to need to get those points to the team itself.
Let's move on here because we have another name to talk about. And as much as FaZe did not have the best of times in the semifinals, they are still here. And you have a name like Uber, who is currently on one of the biggest win streaks in PUBG history when it comes to tournaments, Avenger.
I mean, Phase 2, GLL, PNC, Phase 3, and now here. He could potentially take 5 tournament victories back to back to back. That would be absolutely insane. But they have to step up the game. They have to roll off the momentum they did in the last game and not play like they did in the 11 previous games before that.
I think that's the reality of it, is we have Demetrius Johnson, the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world here. This guy on the screen is pound-for-pound the best digital fighter in the world. He kills everyone. He takes 1v1s with no issue, and he can carry his team to victory if they get him in place to do that, which they haven't been in the previous weeks.
What's awesome to see is also the involvement, like how Uber has evolved from kind of being sort of a solo player running around by himself to go with a team more and play with a team and be able to do that.
Let's move on to PO as well. It's not a name that really stood on the tip of our tongues when it came to talking about Genji. However, Froz, you did actually mention already there is those moments, those flashes of brilliance where you see it's an 8-kill game for PO. We saw him at PNC. He was able to shine through there, and there is always the potential on a big stage like this that could bring him out of him once again.
I feel like that will be the key to success for them during the finals here, because they need PO. Even if the other players are playing really good, PO is the key to actually get him to frag out like that Sanok game, getting 8 kills by himself more or less.
If they want to win this thing, which they obviously will, is that they need to be able to play together. And they need to enable PO to be this kind of turret, but instead of letting him kind of run off in his own and try to make these clutch plays.
You say enable PO, I think PO needs to pull it back. He's been separated from his team. He's been pushing too aggressively. He's scouting and calling at the same time, and I think it's been too much. He needs to get consolidated. He needs to work as a unit, and that's when PO will thrive.
Well, let's take a look at our predictions from all of our talent here. Not only do we have our English broadcast, but we also have our Korean and Chinese broadcasts on stage as well. Hey, it's us first. I didn't actually expect that.
Nice.
Okay, so our predictions are here. We have a varied opinion. Personally, I had absolutely no clue who is going to win this tournament. So I threw a dart, and it landed on QM, boys. What are your justifications?
Way to not stand behind your prediction. I picked Lazarus because I do genuinely, second off of the Face It Classic, I think they've shown brilliance here, and they are the kind of team that can bounce back and be consistent.
FaZe, I mean, they showed us in the last game in the semifinals, but they need to keep on doing that as well. And look at this.
We have Pansy and Sims getting ready to cast the first game. Pansy has gone with FaZe, and Sims has gone with Na'Vi. A little bit of pride there when it comes to PEL. I'm sorry, guys, I might have let the side down here slightly. What do you think, Avenger?
Well, I think Richard going with this win as well. He was right at PNC, and I think it's a bold call, but we'll see.
Wait, Richard was right at the very end. I'm just going to point that out. I know he can hear me, and I know he can't retort, so take that, Rich. Boro, Matrim, Xenox, and Paper Thin in the back. A lot of Lazarus supporters. I know that Xenox was the bearer of the curse during the semifinals.
It's the worst.
So does that kind of dissuade your opinion?
I was on a plane about to take off when we put our votes in, and I saw Xenox pick Lazarus and screamed in fury.
Here's our Korean commentators as well. Hello, guys. Annyeonghaseyo. As we have Genji, we have CJ Entus and CJ Entus predictions coming in. Any surprises there?
Well, as we saw at PNC as well, it was very biased towards the Koreans, but they're also playing well. If FaZe managed to kind of get to the PKL level over, or G managed to enable PU, then we'll see.
And we have our Chinese crew as well up there. Miss Joy as well, actually going for FaZe.
Yes.
Yeah, I like it.
Good
Breaking the trend, Miss
Let's go, Joy. Let's go.
And then, of course, 4 a.m., 4 a.m.
Right.
I mean, it's even far from a bold prediction, considering how much power they have come into the tournament with. It is a very, very strong pick.
I mean, they seem unstoppable, but for me, the big thing is that FaZe has been picked over and over again, and that speaks to the pedigree of the team and how long they've been a powerhouse, not in the region, but in the world. Because, honestly, watching them play last weekend, none of us should have picked them. But the reality is, any game, anytime, these guys can destroy.
It's missing one team, though. I picked TSM.
You picked TSM?
Yeah. But there was only so many that we could fit on it.
Couldn't fit anymore.
Thank you, I appreciate that. All right, well, we are almost ready here, ladies and gentlemen, so a huge thank you for tuning in so far. It's time for the opening ceremony.
Closer to everybody on TSM. The spray starting to come out. You can see a little bit connecting. And there we go. Na'Vi is just dusted. The hunt is on. The spray comes through. And the EU Giant.
They have returned. The impossible, the unbelievable. No other team in the world can do this.
They are your 2019 PUBG Global Champions.
my veins. Hands so sweat for battle. This is more than just a game. Breaking through the silence. It's time to stand up, face up to the fear. It's time to rise up. Now is the moment. Now is the time to win or die. To win or die. To win or die. To win or die. This is the moment you want, so stand up. Stand united. Undivided. Stand united. Undivided. No time for weakness, prove we can survive. Noise is shaking up my bones, it's when I feel alive. Got metal in my hands, we roll ya, you keep coming on. We have to school ya, rise up to the sky. The enemy is here, we win or die. We win or die. Win or die. To win or die. This is the moment you want, so stand up. Stand united. Undivided. Stand united. Undivided. Live for this. Die for this. Try for this, I'll rise to this. Live for this, die for this. Try for this, I'll rise to this. I'll live for this, die for this. Try for this, I'll rise to this. I'll live for this, die for this. Try for this. This is the moment you want, so stand up. Stand united. I live for this. Undivided. Stand united. Undivided. It's all that you got, so rise up. Stand united. Undivided.
we're not supported by an organization or anything. We're playing for ourselves under a name that we made up ourselves. So it'd be a really good feeling to prove people that even if we didn't have the support of our org, to keep fighting just as a team, as friends, and make it the top one of PGC. It'd be a great feeling.
我觉得如果想要为了冠军奋斗的话，我觉得最重要的是团队的氛围吧。
大家都是互相信任的话，我们应该有机会吧。
아직까지 세계에 오지엔투스 에이스가 많이 알려져 있지 않은데 정말 제대로 알리고 한국 돌아가도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 첫 해외대회이다 보니까 배우는 마음으로 왔을 거라고 다들 생각하시는데 무조건 1등만을 바라보고 가고 있습니다.
The hunt is on. The spray comes through, and the EU Giants, FaZe Clan walk.
As this is the biggest event of the year, we have pressure, but different teams, they're playing with us actually, as they'll feel like way more pressure than us.
우승을 했던 팀이 우승을 할 수 있다 생각하고 디펜딩이라기보다는 저희가 다시 빼앗는다라고 생각하는 게 조금 더 편한 것 같아요.
Gen.G, every single time you doubt them, they just turned it on, and a big performance coming out of that last game. You can see they're all going to line up. The sprays come through. There's one. There's a second. Purdy does go down, but Grenade's going to come out. That should easily connect up into it.
Our confidence comes from consistent play, whether it be in MPL or at Face It in London after Phase 1 where we got second as STK. It just comes from consistency, and if you're not confident, you already lost before you stepped on the stage.
다른 팀들은 어떻게 생각하는지 모르겠는데 저희는 일단 절대 안 질 생각으로 하기 때문에 올해 정말 열심히 한 만큼 꼭 1등하고 싶습니다.
Gonna be Pio going for the low angle. Nice exchange coming back from Gustav. Johnson goes for another one.
I think this event is very important for us. Not only is it our first event, but it's the biggest event, and we want to prove that we're one of the best teams in the world.
I think our biggest strength as a team is that we'll get in situations where we should win a game and we'll close the game out and win it. We're a team where when we get in those positions where we should win, we'll always win. And that's a big part of PUBG. You're always supposed to win the games that you're supposed to win.
很谢谢粉丝们的支持，然后你们的祝福我们都有收到，把每一场发挥到最厉害。对，那真的是非常谢谢你们的祝福。
Our team has been dominant for the last 4 months, and we will win this tournament as well.
진짜 젠지가 어느 정도 강한 팀인지 꼭 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
I've said it time after time after time here at the PGC, in the groups, into the semis, but now here for the grand final. It is time for that big fight feel as these 16 teams here look to become a world champion. We're back at the analysis desk, but we're not going to be here for long, ladies and gentlemen, because I am hyped, I am pumped to get into this grand final. It's 12 games, it is do or die, and it is so important for all of these teams to become a world champion.
I mean, you saw it up there, the opening ceremony. We got to see every single team sort of take the stage, FaZe in the center of it all, and I think that's what we're going to be talking about this week, is there's still a lot of eyes on them to see, can they start this thing big? Can they hoist the trophy that they didn't get a chance to last year?
The big thing is to hoist the trophy, to get that glory. And I mean, it's only down to one thing. Don't have any bad games. We're only going to do a best of 12 here. You don't want to have those 0-point games.
If that opening ceremony didn't give you a feel hype moment, then I don't know what's happening here. But this, I am extremely excited to get this started, guys. I'm lost of words after seeing this opening ceremony.
Yeah, it's big. It is big indeed here. All of these teams, again, we have an absolute world-class, world-caliber roster of teams here available. This team on screen right now, Rumblers, was originally not even meant to be here, and now they find themselves in the top 16.
Any Rumblers? I mean, that's it. They came out, they said, we got nothing to lose. They said, hey, $4,000 for playing. Like, if we lose, we lose. And now they're at the big show. I think they're going to come out and maybe surprise a lot of people by not caring in terms of just putting everything on the stage.
A devil may care attitude.
Yes,
I like it a lot.
Sometimes you need that in a 12-game series.
Yeah, maybe. Other teams that we're looking at here to try and kind of upset the balance, a team like OGN Entus Ace or CJ Entus Ace here is a team that coming in, we didn't have too many expectations for, but I think across the groups and across the semis, they kind of beat out a lot of the hype that Force was supposed to take. Is that fair to say?
If you look at the Korean teams that are still here right now, you have OGN8, you have Force, you have GNG, and you have T1.
Yep.
Ace is the team who has accumulated most points during the group stage and the semifinals together. So, I mean, that shows you how good of a team they are. And they've just been taking it easy, you know. They don't want to spare themselves everything right now. They're waiting here until now, the grand finals.
Avenger, thoughts?
Honestly, I'm excited to see if, for example, Rondos, they can fix the Sanak games. We have seen
good point.
We've seen teams be extremely good on one day. But if one team starts off great, if we have a team that starts with 2-3 good games, they could bully the rest out of the lobby. They will be that far ahead. I'm excited to see if that's going to happen, or we're going to have kind of a flat start and everybody can win it till the end.
14 of our teams do come from the major regions from around the world, the larger regions as are represented. 2 of our teams come from the smaller regions, of course. We'd already talked about GEX a little bit. We didn't really get time to talk about W-Click that much. And Avenger, I want to start with you because this is a team that really did kind of impress. I was going to start with you, but it doesn't matter because we are ready now for the first game of PGC. Ladies and gentlemen, get hyped. It's time to head to the commentary team for all of the action.
Thank you, James, and what an honor it is to be back here in this very stadium where so much began. Roll your minds back to the fact when, Ninja was still on Twitch, Break was still playing for TSM, and while Froz was still playing games. That was the building blocks of PUBG. That's where it started. You saw the potential, you saw the rise, and now it holds the keys to legacy for one of these teams.
There's nothing that can really say enough when you sit here and you watch that stage. You watch the progress of the players, where they started, where they are now. There's only a few that have been there, said it all, done it all, and still remain with us. Times have changed, but the aim of the game is still the same. Drop, loot, land, and survive. And in a best of 12 scenario, Lauren, for $3.5 million, you just can't make a single mistake.
No, but we are playing with some of the titans of the game now. We can hold them to that standard, to that caliber of not making errors, to rise and hold under such monumental pressure. And also to you guys at home, tuning in around the world, those in Europe staying up to the wee hours in the morning, to the North American fans cheering for their teams who finally have some real champions to stand by, and the rest of the world who waits to watch as to who will walk away with the not only huge lion's share of the prize pool, but the pride and the title of the best in the world. It's a lot to be fought for, and we will be here for the first 2 games, so lock yourselves in. It will be Erangel. No other way to start it off, really. The classic, of course. Rich, I don't know what to expect here.
There is no better way to say it apart from that we took the best 32 that were currently in the world. We looked across, we've had the leagues, we've had the structure, we've had the system. It's been put in place. It gave us our starting base for this tournament. It gave us the teams that we needed. We then run them through a dungeon gauntlet. There's no other way to describe it. Group stage, elimination stage, semi-finals. They've been through the ringer, they've been through the rounds, and now we're down to our very final 16. This will be the first time, in my personal opinion, where we can actually crown a real grand champion, the real best in the world.
There's no caveats anymore. There's no, well, there's some invited teams. Oh, it was third person. There's nothing. There's no excuses. It's
Same
who
rules.
turns up. Exactly. Same rules. Fair playing field. We've been waiting for this, and there's no more excuses. It's almost time now. The teams look phenomenal stepping out on that stage, but now they need the performance to match that. Who are you looking at here in game 1?
I'm looking at all 16 teams. It's as simple as that. You
Fair play.
cannot have a bad game, because if you do, you are putting yourself at the mercy of not raising that trophy by the end of it. You now have to play perfect PUBG, game for game, round for round, bullet for bullet. If you die, you are giving points away to your opponent. It's as simple as that. You're not just losing points, you're losing points to enemies. Everybody's going to be chasing your tail, chasing those points. Because there's a huge drop-off from first place to second. I know money's not all about everything, but there is a substantial difference.
Absolutely, and I look at FaZe and you think that Cinderella story through the semi-finals to make it in last place and make it to this stage, but there's no carriage waiting to take them to the ball anymore. There's not enough games for them to mess around with. TSM, for example, a team who caught my eye, came out firing in all cylinders. Rory no longer the cub. He's up in bear status with Break himself. He is playing out of his mind, and we need more of that. Gustav the same, all of them. Huge plays leading into this.
Across their 18 games following all of these teams, TSM, they're actually second place. If you do want to cut it down to fine points and finite systems as such, every single team has a lot to lose. Every single team has a lot to win. And it all begins now with game number 1.
It's time, the plane's in the air. Ladies and gents, strap yourself in for what is going to be an incredible display from southeast to the north. The plane is there, the players are dropping, and I'm seeing teams going back to original drop spots.
This is the thing now, we've lost all these, well, all of them. We've lost 16 teams. You can start to look at all the little mini players. You'll have the coaches, the analysis, the team leaders. Okay, let's take a look at the lay of the land and the map and where people have essentially opened up. FaZe Clan should be now back to home turf. We've lost a Freak of Freaks. That opens that system up. TSM, Milta for them, job done. Happy days, on the ground, bootstrapped in. We have to look at the Rumblers. Where will they drop now? Do they adjust themselves? Because, as Toffee spoke about on the desk, this is house money for them. This is big money. Every single place and advancement they go in this competition, their bank balance just gets a little bit bigger.
Yep, and eyes initially towards Entus Force, dropping down on the Millie Island themselves, going to have the first feet on the ground, boots on the ground, and going to get the loot building. Now, the circle will present, obviously, varying issues for wherever you drop, but for now, you can see everyone get to place. This looks like a little bit of a potential close fight to start with. This could be huge. Enters Ace on the other side, going to get the first glimpse, first bullets to come through, but no connections. Can they disengage? Can they find enough to find that first fight?
We'd expect them to disengage. Circle pops. We
There
are going to Sosnovka, and for a team like Na'Vi that usually goes across the bridge, well, they have just bailed and said, you know what, let's get a good foothold on here. Let's get a good stronghold and a position. That's a prime bit of territory where they will be on the edge of that bridge. That denies anyone else an entry point to come further afield. We'll pause on that and go back to this because we've got a little bit of a stalemate. Expect the passive play. Remember, with only 12 games in front of you, every single death puts you at a disadvantage. So you will expect these teams to kind of hold fire because survivability is key.
True, and it is a 3v2 in current scenario. Let's keep it as what it is. You've got Leo and Kane here for GEX up against Entus Ace, who have 3 of their players. Very light weaponry on both sides. You could argue GEX has the greater loot. But then again, these SMGs, they are potent and powerful up close and personal. So the Vector could do some damage. Reinforcements coming in. I'm pretty sure I saw Sophia potentially picking up maybe an M24 before. You can see the slant roll in, but it's been spotted. First shots come through the SLR. Handy at this point for Ace to pop off a couple of shots and try and keep things in mind here.
Comp on the front, but no real sight on the back. They're holding for now, and maybe Sophia's just looking for bait on a new angle.
That's a big angle, actually, for Sophia. So they've got a lovely little ridgeline there.
The VSS at this point will be...
24.
Remember, they shouldn't have armor, Lauren. They'll be lacking it, so initially any shot to the head is going to put them on the floor.
Yeah, you can see Sophia being a little
How's
careful.
it go 3 times?
I'm glad that there's a bit of caution to this because I only see 3 players. So where is that 4th for Entus Ace? Low ground potential flank coming through. They're going to wind up the pressure. That could be contact on Leo.
That's the Warner.
Holding for now.
That's the Warner. This pushes them downwind now. They know they can't eject from the front of the building. It's a beautiful spot to take those ridges and now hold it with the 3. Not many scenarios will we be saying this, but the VSS, Lauren, it could be absolutely pivotal in this engagement.
100%. We saw a couple of players toying with it. Those early fights, it comes through because the armor is not there. And to say, there's the final player. I was wondering where their 4th currently was residing. We've located them. Just sending it to try and get towards the rest of the squad. Find a new angle to provide maybe some alleviation from this pressure, but you can see how tense this is for both sides. The Korean team trying to put all of their players in a good place, silently rolling up. A little bit of the 4-1-6, so does have the capability. Not sure what's on the back. You got the Mini. Very capable, well looted, 2'd up. That could be a big swing point here.
It's not reloaded. Please do it, because you're going to really upset me if not, if you do have to pull that out. Initial
Wait,
grenade.
first smokes, Rich. We do have a bit of a push in. Nade comes in. They're going for this.
Second
It looks like
one's here.
GX. There's the nade up towards the stairwell. Jai Wei moving in under the cover, under the supervision of Sophia in the back lines. Entus Ace ready for the breach. You can see the clear on the window. Jai Wei, first nade. Oh my god, it's a shotgun waiting on the other side. That could be decimation. But wait, still patient. The boosts come in. They're biding their time. Joy on the stairs, holding the angle. That's the first point of contact. And now we wait. K-Mind and H-Win having issues, but that's not interesting right now.
Sees it through the door.
Oh, goodbye! Say hello to the shotgun. Wait, he holds the angle. 2 more shells ready to go, locked and loaded. Smoke still standing. Can GX recover? They can't enter anymore. They know that is a big resounding no. Shut the door, get out. This is my compound. Peeking around carefully. Another falls! GX being decimated and the flush from Joy.
The 686, he's gone for the flank while he's completely they're looking at this fight, so they're sending him after the sniper. That's amazing. If they take that out, that's their cover completely gone.
The UMP, if any time it's now, if any range, it's there.
Run,
and
Sophia,
Eptus Ace are looking so good. ZGG found an engage towards Profi. That's beyond the point, Sophia. It might be time to back out. You have just lost. Oh, one more bullet will land. That could take them out of the game.
GX have lost everything. This has been an appalling start for them. Sophia's just bailing out to try and hold on for dear life. The engagement between Genesis and 4AM. It has been a bridge camp. I was watching it in the back. The rest of them, they're just pushing this in. We need to get across from here. We've lost 1. We've lost 2. 4AM, they've been damaged on transfer.
Profi has gone down for Genesis. They need to look to that beyond. But now you have to look at the island. Who's waiting? It's Na'Vi, the CIS Giants, the European champions, if you want to look at them in that way, have certainly held their own, but they hold the cross. They are the gatekeepers here on the other side.
That's brutal for 4AM, losing 2 players so early on.
But to send it on the bridge, what do you expect?
It's always dangerous. I mean, did they actually manage to get the confirmation onto one of the players? I don't think they did. So Genesis will be all 4 members back on their feet, and they're holding the bridge. The next victim could be Gen G. They are looming and lingering. The bullets will have given away some information. We'll show you the map so you can check in where all of our teams currently are. The Rumblers, well, they're in no man's land in the water. They will make landfall shortly. FaZe Clan, they've come across. On the opposing bridge, T1, I see them stopping. So maybe we see gridlock on both bridges here, either side of the island.
Yep, I'm glad to see the Rumblers taking the wider swing. I think FaZe might have gone for the same approach or an early rotation. I'm not too sure. They've already made it to the military island themselves. Genesis, it might be time for them to move. They don't want to be here any longer. They don't want to get caught in their own trap. And this is their initial movements. Landing in Pachinki, they had it to themselves. Nice for them, but it does seem as though when they make landfall, they could be getting some attention themselves.
I really like the smart play that Profi and his teammate have done. They've taken one of the boats and gone across the bridge from underneath. So it basically stops them being bottlenecked by a team on the opposing side. Covering both bases, it's really clever, it's really smart. This gives them a nice free point of entry. But they have to be aware, Gen G is setting up on the opposing side. What do they do here? Have they been too late? Are other teams in better positions for them? Or do they camp down on Gen G?
There's the first couple of bullets. Mini going to be switched to. Genesis might have just been warded away from potentially being picked up by Ragnar, who's waiting over by the yellow houses. Genesis going to stick to the coast and meet up with K-Mind and Profi and reconsolidate their roster. We do see the final couple of players making their way through. Sophia still way up in the north, but we'll touch on that later as SK Telecom T1 head over the bridge out on the east.
Uh-oh.
Lazarus.
Don't shoot. Don't give away your position.
They've already crossed. They're not going to do it. They're fine. They're safe. They're on the other side. Lazarus, I like the cautious approach. Meticulous, careful. And QM.
You know,
going for a dip.
You know it's rough times when you're just swimming. You'll always go for the little point on the opposing side of the island.
Yep.
It's the shortest route there. I'm surprised they've not got a vehicle, to be fair, and just rammed it off the cliffs. Give yourselves a bit more of a jump. There is time to do it, but... Oh, no. What? How
Pardon?
Well, that's not good.
Okay, I don't know what's happened, but what I know
Mistakes
is 4
were
AM,
made.
we're already down to 2 players here, Rich, and they're about to be crept up on by Tempo Storm, and now here comes a bridge. Lazarus made it across, or have they? First engage, they make one man through Pody Cody. Oh no!
What?
Pody Cody's gone down, that's a huge... Oh, he just dodges it at her! Swift and Lazarus! Devastation for the North Americans, going down in last after what looked like they were being cautious and meticulous, have now just gifted T1 a huge upgrade in loot.
He pre-naded. He put a landmine down and it hit him. That's insanity. Well, the home crowd won't be too happy with that one. Topping the charts from the semi-finals coming into this and going out in 16th game number 1. You now need the mental fortitude to push on. That's got to hurt. That's got to sting. And it'll be the sign of a good IGL and a good team captain to get the team back together, rolling on throughout this competition. We look onwards, 4 AM still. 2 alive. The noise from the bike will give away position. But really, when you've got 2 players on that one little motorcycle, where do you go? What do you do? What do you see in front of you?
Na'Vi got the first couple, but it's forced down the lower side of the hill, who could potentially follow it up. FaZe are on the move as well. FaZe sweeping on the... Oh, no! No! 4 AM! They pulled up. They better be ready to go! Trade on 1, but the second, forever, does not stand forever as 4 AM. Down in 15th. One of the best in the world just got slaughtered, and now FaZe are being engaged upon themselves.
The PCL Giants will drop down in 16th place.
Are they going towards Na'Vi?
Oh no!
Oh, a doozy is taking down FaZe. It looks like a slaughter. FaZe are at the door. Pokemon prepare. Mexi and 8C knocking on the door themselves. They want in, and they've made it in thus far.
He got him! He got him! That's 2! Pokemon with the nade straight down. Uber knocked. That's rather unfortunate. Now they can make the advancement. Senya across the road, watches and waits for anyone to push outside. And all Pokemon has to keep doing is just slinging nades down the stairwell, pin them in, and the rest of the team can get the job done.
It's down to 8C and Mexi to try and make something happen here. Na'Vi are split apart, sure, but FaZe don't have the numbers to create much of a situation. This is with QM up on the north side of the island with VC, and you can see a Pokemon just made a play for this as well. It looks like Na'Vi might try and disengage, play a little bit more safe, play a smart game here. If that nade goes up and over, I'd lose my mind. FaZe trying to get Uber back on his feet. You're arguable one of the star players here as Na'Vi try and gather themselves, slow down the pace, control the tempo.
You've got to be careful because third party is always a possibility. Clearly FaZe don't have the information to where Na'Vi fully are. You can see the nades being thrown up into the building. The rest of them disconnecting. Maybe they regroup, get a better position. Circle, it's rough. It puts a hell of a lot of water still in, and it splits the islands in 2. Makes this a little bit more smaller. I'm still seeing, I think it's Entus Ace, are actually on the opposing side, on the main head of Erangel. They've yet to make a crossover. The Rumbler's still outside of the blue, but down in the south is where it's about to get messy. TSM and Tempo. Ira looking to try and get a knock or a pick to save Michael's skin out here on his own, extended from the rest of the roster. I'd say you need to get on a vehicle and maybe bail it back to the team, but he could be going for the flank.
This is so risky, but TSM have played such an explosive game. Michael, phenomenal player. There's nothing to be taken away, but to be able to try and capitalize on this, he needs Rory, he needs Iroh, he needs the rest of the team to apply pressure. Otherwise, he's going to be out on this island. The circle is rough, as you can see. Oh my God, who's done this? It's gone north. Okay, we have currently 3 teams on the northern side. Hold on, GX, Entus Ace, and Gen G did not move. W-Click could have the first way across. QM can swim if they need to. But this has now put the vast majority of the lobby in no man's land. They've got to move.
In what competitive world does this ever happen? It hard shifts to the... There's no way!
We say this time and time again, maybe, but it could happen, and it never does.
That's absolutely mental. Because there's only a small amount of areas that you can enter the opposing side. The cliffs will create bottlenecks.
Here we go,
Berry Pier is open, but that bridge is not.
TSM are pushing it. They're going to have to try and get towards Tempo Storm. They can't cross without it. Here we go. Maluk is first, but what did TSM do? Iroh's out on a limb. He's going for this one. That's a good nade. That could find Maluk. Down to half HP. TSM trying to temper Tempo Storm. Not so easy as Sharky snaps down towards Michael. As Iroh now is slightly surrounded. Look at this hillside. He might be able to fight 2, but he might lose out on the others.
They've got to be careful.
Genesis have made it.
They've gone to Ferry Pier. That locks that down. They could potentially stay here and lock out any other teams. They're behind Gen G on the opposing side. A doozy goes down. Ira, second one to fall now for TSM. Tempo Storm, they're feeling this one. There is a response back. Sharky hits the deck. Ira's gone. That's a completion. And it now comes down to Gustav holding this on his own. He's got death from above and below.
Maluk creeping closer, the engage. Maluk whiffs it, but he goes back in, trying to get the peek on Gustav. He's got the damage, but has he got the kill? Gustav can only find Sharp Shot as Maluk works his way forward, and it's him to clean up. TSM not looking so sharp anymore, as Rory, last man alive, has 2 to find in the hillside, 2 on the coastline. Rock in a hard place to say the least, as now the blue comes in.
He actually hit him in the head through the smoke. He didn't go down, but now he's forced to heal. Going to be one of the furthest away from this.
Genesis just sniped one across the water. K-Mind is putting on pressure from Ferry Pier here. And why not? They have it all to play for. Teams using the Eastern Bridge.
Oh no.
QM finding VC right in the water.
Fish in a barrel, Dynamite down. A little bit more distance on that one. I think they'll be getting it. Yes, indeed. TSM is out. And VC are left in the water, being hunted. QM on the beach. What do you boys do? You are just being bombarded from the beachhead.
Yeah, QM should lock this one out. It looks like they are. There goes another as VC are drowning. As now shots come in from further east. That's the rest of VC who are still in the blue, far off here. Trying to find a way back in as, well, Sophia's finding damage on the Rumblers. Where is that?
There is a mass migration coming. Na'Vi, enters Force, FaZe, they're all together on the other side of the circle and they're approaching the bridge. Who has the vehicles? Na'Vi does not, they're all on foot. Yes, to the edge of the white. And there's time to go, but they've all got to cross the bridge. This is insanity for a game number one. This is one of the wildest circles we've seen in PUBG.
They just got turned on a doozy, went for the engage and lost it. Enters Force fighting their way out of this one, as now Na'Vi finally feel the force after dealing with FaZe. They might fall at the final hurdle. Now, nades come out, but can they find Senya? He's on the other side of this hill, staying alive, ducking down, trying to bide his time. And Enters Force, where do they engage on this? Do they fall off? Do they find a fight? Because Senya is waiting.
Tapped in the back. That's going to be Mexi. FaZe still. Now giving away their position. Hitting the beachhead, you would expect boats to not be a viable option here, which means they're swimming. Either that, you get in a car, you're hitting the bridge. Once you get across that bridge, Genesis, Gen G, everyone's going to be set up looking towards teams that are finally making it across there. The blue eventually will begin to hurt. We're in phase number 4 here. So after that, really, what can you do? Aitzi goes down. That's probably a knock and a confirmation from the blue, unless the meds were not there for him.
Mexi still holding by the bridge. You're seeing the Rumblers hold. That's on the other side of the island for now. These are the remaining teams trying to find a way in. Na'Vi losing out players as the nades come out, and you can see Enters Force step by step controlling this side of the bridge. Senya wants to avenge as Kale is just around this corner. He's going to hear the vehicle. Will he go for it, though?
For now, just holding. Tempo Storm down and out. 12th position for them. Mexi confirms it. Senya onto Kale, having a look around. Senya, can you get it done? No, you cannot. 11th place will be there. Blue begins to do damage. Xiangyang, last man standing here for Enters Force. But really, what can he do? He's at the mercy of the blue, at the mercy of the bridge. Uber is running for dear life. Maybe he goes and tries to find some frags. But honestly, really, what can you do at this stage apart from pick up individual points? Everyone else getting mopped up by the blue.
There's nothing to be done for Uber. The best he could do is run back up and run over, but this blue hurts so bad. This is going to be the death of both of these players as we now need to look across the island. Gen G are a terrifying prospect in this scenario. They were already on the bridge. They were gate camping on the other side. They were holding it down. And now they have prime position. They control the entirety of the south side of the new circle. As that's a shot and a half coming through. We see Enters Force remaining player trying to make a run, as FaZe trying to stay alive down low with Uber, both in a heal off.
Gen G had the option to camp the bridge and kill people that are going to be moving across from Sosnovka. Instead, they took the yellows on the cliffs. The Rumblers, number 9, will be on their tombstone. But Gen G, controlling this entire cliffside, denies any entry points from the water. The water would probably kill you at this stage anyway, with the blue on your back. Some teams might even opt to just say, you know what, give it up. Doesn't it even allow it? Yiz, just from the cliffside, says, no, you do not get to deny yourself there, Ragnar.
Remember, Yiz is one of those highlight players, one of the strongest players we've seen come out through those semi-finals, so don't doubt what he can achieve, but it's a swim for him now, as it looks like Pio's watching that too. This is T1, coming in from the north after that initial scrap they had. Genesis with a great play across the island. They got a boat and they made it through swiftly. FaZe lose the heal off as Enters Force in the same scenario, trying to creep their way forward with their final player. K-Mind on a swivel, looking for any pixel out of place. Genesis look good here. Look at the room they've got. We've got 6 teams here. This circle actually allows a lot of play for the remaining teams. Enters Ace gonna make a play towards Gen G.
While it might be only one player from Enters Force, we still, in theory, have all 4 PKL teams up and standing. T1, Enters Ace, Gen G, and then Enters Force with a solo player. This is an insanely good start for Korea.
It truly is. Let's see what they can make of it. Genesis hold the hillside and the fire comes out. Supreme shots land and they get the knock on one. The flush is just not going to happen from this unless Profi's got, you know, some god tier arm that he's considering. It's not going to happen. T1 now have a bit of cover. You got to look at Entus Ace. Look at the rest of T1. They're in a big 2-2 split here as well. You've got Gen G still considering what they want to do in the southeast themselves, and that is not an ideal shack to be sat in.
Genesis and Gen G can control the outer areas here. Entus Ace and T1, if they want to push that shack further, for me, you're just kind of locking yourselves into a no-win scenario. You can't eject yourself from that. You're in an open territory. You're in an open playing field. Why not play edge? Why not play this one slow? Use the trees, use the rocks. QM finally gone, denies it to anybody. That's the best scenario he could possibly ask for rather than giving it to another team. For T1 with these two players, unless you can hit the world with that 8 times through one of the little windows, you're going to be disconnected from the rest of the roster, provided that Genesis doesn't get too tunnel visioned on just those 2 players there, because other teams will hear them shooting and other teams will take advantage of them standing still.
Absolutely precision play coming out. You're seeing the SLRs, you're seeing minis, you're seeing everything with a bit of range. Going to be the paramount thing to have beside you here. Genesis, I like their position for now, but if it does move away from that rolling hillside in the forest, it could prove a problem. Everyone else banking on those shacks. T1's position is incredibly dominant in my eyes, even with the 2-2 split. If they lose out on the other 2, it doesn't fuss me that much.
You've just seen H-Win's POV. Little hold for a second because we're getting the push from T1. The last 2 players making a little bit of a play onto Gen G, but they are disconnected. That's the problem for them.
I think Gen G are sweeping and it's smart. I like what they're doing, moving around this northeast side. They still have players in the current circle, but this is just housekeeping to them. That's smart. They can disengage. This is a scary run once they drill in the sort of, I guess, adjustment on these shots. Taemin could be in a bit of trouble, but he has made it through to the yellows, back with the others. They now know that T1 has this position. I like it. If it's just an information play, that's great. And no, he's unrecoverable. Yes, Ada stays alive, but the info is now noted.
Speaking about H-Win's POV, when you look towards his armor level 1, it's going to be even worse for the players of T1 inside the little shack. Bunkering down and praying for dear life. Coming down the hillside, how much further can you go? Those smokes will only hide you for so long, fellas. Eventually they will have to run out.
They still have the circle.
That's a beautiful position. They could also, if they really wanted to come down. They've got all the woods to play off of in their location. And more importantly, they also have the gas station. The bombs, the grenades, they come flying through. Bodies had just been picked apart. The smokes and the shacks, they'll only do so much because eventually they have to move.
Absolutely, and they have to move towards one of these teams. You do have T1 in the middle, you have Genesis in the back, and Entus Force got their final player. He is over by the petrol station. Lockie again.
We hit him running.
Precision play from this man. We've seen it already. Is this just a taste of things to come? For now, though, we have to remind ourselves, a North American team really could do some big work here already. A good couple of kills for this side.
But those players in the shack, not only are they going to be lacking gear and armor, they're not healing up, Lauren. I think they're completely out of meds. They burn through them inside it. And this will cost them dearly. As soon as they come out of that shack, if you don't have the armor and you don't have the health, you're going to die. You're just pickings for any team. But who's going to be the picker? Is it going to be Gen G? Is it going to be Genesis? Don't forget, we've still got that one player from Entus Force lingering down at the petrol station on his own.
Pio's just trying to ninja this one, isn't he? Just slowly moving his way up here, going to take the car and look for a new angle. He's found an off angle on maybe Entus Ace. Once that smoke dissipates, his angle could be one of the best. If Genesis don't realize, that's his smoke wall. He wants protection from that side. Entus Ace are now everyone's, Thanksgiving dinner at this point, and there it is. Taemin, Gen G gonna find this one. Joy goes down. No more smiles, no more happiness, as Entus Ace are eliminated. We're down to 4 teams here. 8 kills for Gen G. Their positioning was paramount, but they have capitalized.
Genesis binds the time for a second. They still have this woods to play with. They can opt to go towards the gas station, but there is one player in there. They might not be keeping track of him, which could be deadly in the later stages of this one. Eyes on the prize here for North America. K-Mind and Profit. 6 times, 8 times with the minis. This is more than enough. With the 5.56 Esther on the bike, time to go. Gen G against the circle, they got to find a position.
Where's Esther going to head this to? The petrol station is not available right down on the south coast, still slightly open. You're seeing those shots coming in. That's K-Mine spotting this one out, so now they have to piece together this puzzle that Gen G is trying to build. Nice shot coming through, keeping that pressure building. And I'm sure the damage is going to be there now. Gen G's gear can't be sitting too pretty, whereas I look at Genesis, it's not too bad.
Those players from T1 are actually holding Gen G dead to rights and locked in against the circle.
I don't know how they're going to send it. It looks like a vehicle's being considered at this point. I see the car moving around. This could be a mad dash. This could be the big send. Who's going to punish? Can anyone make anything from it? They're going to move down again on the southeast side, trying to join up, but K-Mine says no. Goodbye to one of your players. PO still stands. He's made it further forward, and Gen G are clutching at straws. Genesis so far are the kings of this game.
7 kills in the bag, and the win is looking good. All 4 players up, the only team left here in Phase 7, with everybody surviving. The circle was good for them. It came their way, but they have capitalized on the position. However, eventually they will have to come down from the security of this hillside where they are. There is plenty of trees and cover to do that, but they've still got to get past these Korean teams. 3 up for Gen G. Smokes, eventually, Lauren, they're going to dissipate and they're going to be completely out of utility. And honestly, they're going to be working with very little.
But they're trying to forge a path. They're trying to find a way forward. They're trying to put anything they can to create maybe a chance, because the circle isn't too pleasant for Genesis either. They have to shift further and further forward, down the slope, more and more into the vision of Gen G. I don't see any smoke now left on Ether. That's going to be a bit of a hindrance going forward. It might be time to start fighting out once these final smokes go.
Profi just casually picking up a Brit in the back lines.
Who is this madman? He better have moves. He better be on a serpentine between these shots. And K-Mine, he can't land a shot. Somehow he's made it to the next touch of cover. And inch by inch, Gen G get closer.
I'm seeing damage coming out from T1. We did say about getting tunnel visioned here, and it might have punished them. They've taken the eyes off of T1 in that little shack. Nerf's gone down, smokes are up. Now they have to take one out of the scenario to get him back on his feet. The res will come through. That only gives eyes up for Genesis of 2 individual players. This allows Gen G to actually move. This is dangerous.
Oh my god, Ether is making the play. Moving up again under the fire. You know the suppressing fire was coming in. Seeing that knock, you know you got space. Genesis have been static. They haven't moved as much. They haven't tried to capitalize. They haven't been able to punish Gen G. And Inter's Force still stand. T1 still stand. This is not a good position. And Nerf goes down. That's going to be a flush.
They haven't kept them in check, and now they are being punished hard. T1, Profi, K-Mine, Nerf. They are dying at the hands of the 2 guys in the shack. This is just... How have you let this happen? You've taken your eyes off the ball, and now they are punishing you hard. T1's hammer is coming down.
They were on cloud 9, and now they are feeling the full force of Korea. PO is running in the open. Look how confident.
Through the door,
Oh
do it.
My
do it.
God, if that is on.
It's
oh
in.
My God, PO! We asked where he was. We wanted an answer, and we find it. T1 are out. They're eliminated. We're into the top 3. And NA still has their champions, but for how long? Enters Force. How are these? Oh my God, this is a punish. That's an execution. Locky had no idea. As Force were waiting, and Force strike. That's a one-shot.
Smokes are up, able to make a run here. Seong Yan, literally the last man standing for Force, has caused problems for Gen G. 10 kills in the bag is fantastic. Genesis have been able to get one more person back on the feet. 2-man squad, they will continue. Song Yang, just this solo ranger, is causing problems across the battlefield.
Oh my God!
Lauren.
He barely made it over the bridge. He barely made it away from FaZe, and now he stands on the precipice of being the downfall of Gen G and Genesis. K-Mine, last man alive for Genesis. He's trying to do what he can, and he falls. We're down to the top 2, a 1v2. It ain't gonna happen. Gen G!
Not the defenders, but the reclaimers. From outside on the edge of the circle, they clawed their way in. Tooth and nail, they fought back individually. And they get their first win on the board. That is impressive. Broken apart individually, but working as a team. What a win for Gen G.
They have to have their heads held high. We asked questions of performance. We wanted to see the Gen G that we knew was building. And is it the finals that call the beast to the stage? It might just be, but what a performance from Genesis. They can be proud of that. Yes, you'd have liked to see more in the final circle, but I've got to say it, they got outplayed.
From that little shack, knocking so many individuals, it broke them apart. They had all 4 players. They were their only team, I think, for 5 teams standing to have the individuals. And it kind of goes to show that if you don't keep teams in check, even solo snakes, Xiong bided his time. Let's be real here, he kept quiet for a hell of a lot of time and picked up some more points in the end. Not for placement, but for individual frags. He did well as a solo. But you have to confirm these kills. You have to put people in the grave. We said, for Genesis, if they didn't keep track and they got tunnel visioned onto other teams, they will be punished, and that's exactly what happened.
It absolutely is. I do see the interview's almost ready. We need to take a breath to bring ourselves back in. But what a first look at what to expect here in the finals, Rich. That circle was just insane. Seeing it move into the north caught us all off guard. Let's take a second to catch our breaths. Let's get Rachel with the interview.
Thank you guys so much. I'm down here with Pio, who had a crazy, incredible game. And we do have to talk about that third circle first and foremost. It looked like you guys were going for an island game, but then it yeeted on back up north. What was your team thinking about when that all happened?
이제 밀배에서 이 게임이 진행될 계획이었는데 그렇게 보였는데 이제 아일랜드 말고 이제 딴 쪽에서 진행이 되는데 어떠셨는지?
처음에는 밀배를 뜰 거라고 생각하고 건너편에 사람들이 많길래 일단 뒤부터 최대한 막고 진행하자고 생각하고 있었는데 위로 뜨길래 조금 당황했던 것 같아요.
So we thought that the circle was gonna end up in the military zone. So we were just standing back, but then we were surprised that the circle it formed in the other side.
Well, you guys were quick to respond. You set yourselves up on the eastern part of those final circles and then moved across as a line with some very good nades. So walk me through those final moments with your team.
이제 마지막 순간에서 이제 중간 쪽으로 들어오는 이 순간들이 있었는데 팀원들하고 뭐 어떠셨는지.
마지막에 T1 선수들이 제네시스 선수들을 기절시켜주는 킬로그를 보자마자 그냥 팀원들한테 해우소 봐달라고 하고 바로 폭탄을 던지러 갔던 것 같습니다.
So he trusted his team, and then after they made the attacks, he just threw the grenade, and that's what happened.
Beautiful grenades, and it's wonderful that you could trust your team to help bring you to victory because you guys nailed it in the first game of the day here. We've got a lot more PUBG to play, so I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Simply put, an unbelievable start here to the PGC Grand Finals, not only because we had a ridiculous set of circles to get our first game going. Everybody thought it was going to be a military circle. It was not a military circle, but then the team that found glory in 2018 at the World Championship at PGI has then started things out by finding glory in the first game here in 2019 in PGC. That's a big statement. They had a great spot and they were able to work it out. The final few circles, though, just madness.
I mean, PK, hell yeah, brother. 4 teams in that top 5. Mind-blowing, but yes, Gen G, 13 kills. That shift was surprising, to say the least. Yeah. So I think that this may not be this repeat of PGI, because they can't count on that kind of luck when they're taking early game fights with shotguns to start this thing. That was Ace, I'm sorry.
Yeah. It was an absolutely crazy start, but the third party and T1 really opening up. I was rooting a little bit for Genesis. They had a really good rotation. They managed to make it back up to Ferry Pier, but it turned out unlucky for them. T1 third party, then Songyang was there as well. They should have moved a little bit earlier, and they potentially could have taken that game home.
There was so much happening in this game, so many team fights, but also individual plays. You saw Helen just getting one after another from Genesis. Pio, in the right moment, going for that nade in the shack. I mean, that was a 1-2 second window to make that move, because Genesis was getting knocked out by T1 just so much all the time.
I mean, Genesis is a problem. Come on. They knew Team 1 was there. They were shooting at him for the last, what felt like 6 hours. and then they get knocked 3 in a row. Like, that's, I don't know, man.
There's so many highlight-worthy moments here from the first game. Helen, for me, from T1, though, I have to talk to you about this even further, because you brought it up, and I'm going to talk about it again. The fact that he did so much damage to Genesis that had circles going towards them constantly was massive. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from this game as a whole, as we started off with a fight north of the river with a shotgun.
A fight that was so exciting, I just had to talk about it. Who fights with shotguns? They did it, and ultimately, because of that north shift, it worked out for them. But as you see, it was just a massacre at the bridge going both ways. It's rare that we get to see bridge fights twice.
I was also surprised that Songyang managed to survive for that long and also cross the bridge. He made it that far, and they had a lot of kills from the southern side as well. So a big clutch from Songyang, in my opinion.
I mean, Uber could have spoiled it. He was underneath the bridge on the south side, but he didn't go for it. Songyang, he just ran across. I mean, no one was camping the bridge. He had a good time for himself there.
And you gotta love Gen G. The second that shift went north, they puffer fished out. They held the yellows. They held the hilltop. They made sure no one came into their terrain, and they set themselves up to win from the moment they knew it was coming back to the main island. And you can see, yeah, you know, T1 did the right thing. They crashed the most powerful shack in that area, and they held it for a long time, but ultimately it just wasn't enough to stop the domination of Gen G.
That's right, PKL shows up big to start things off here as we have Gen G getting themselves the first win of the day. Let's take a look at those points coming in, the results as they do stand. That is a big chunk of points for Gen G to start off the day. A huge chunk of points for PKL to start off the day, with the two CJ Enters teams there in second and third. Fourth place going to T1. As much as Genesis had a great spot, they weren't able to accrue as many kills as I would like to have hoped to have seen them. They were shooting for the last 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, because they were alone on the western side for a long time, and yes, they could have taken a window of opportunity a little bit earlier, maybe taking more space. They could have maybe taken the gas station as well to make sure that they got the kills there, but they focused on putting the pressure on everybody, and that kind of gave the opportunity for Gen G to get into the position they did.
I mean, Genesis were playing for a late game. They took it passive. They knew that, hey, we're in a good spot here. We don't want to spoil this. We don't want to just lose this. Take it easy. We'll grab the kills later. We want to win this game. But apparently, that didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was a unique game. I'm going to call it sort of a one-off, right? It was an extreme rarity that we probably won't see again. I won't say we won't, but it's not likely going to happen. But we got to see moments of brilliance and some indicators. Tempo Storm versus TSM, I thought was a very interesting fight. Tempo comes out with 4 and makes the best of a bad situation. Na'Vi played very cleanly until sort of that shift went back to the other side, and you can sort of see the wheels come off a little bit as everyone tried to deal with how do you get back. So we saw teams that needed to show that they could play here, I think, show us good moments despite a bad situation.
I mean, look at OG and Ace, for example. They had that early fight. After that, they went to Pachinki. Even if Pachinki was outside in the blue, they went there to loot the rest of what the Genesis didn't loot, because they only looted 1 flat top up there, so they didn't have anything to work with. And they knew, all right, we'll take our time. This is not doing a lot of damage. This is just the first circle.
Let's take a look at how that plane actually was able to traverse this map, and then obviously where the circles ended up shifting. Avenger, at the very beginning, you were like, oh, we're going to get a military circle? Because you always say that. But we actually did get that. And for one interesting dynamic there, Enter's Force, which we thought was originally going to be going into Pachinki, decided to go military. And originally they were sitting pretty, but it obviously changed a little.
I like to see this kind of flexible drop for them. That worked out real well. They were also been looking to go into Servany, so going out early, making sure that they got this spot early, really worked out for them well. And obviously Gen G dropping completely on the other side, because they came so late to the circle, kind of passive playstyle really paid off well for them.
I mean, for this circle, it worked for Force to go military island, but I'm wondering if they're going to keep on doing that, or if that was just a reactive drop because the plane started down there. It might be the case, and if that's so, we're going to see them being all over the map on the upcoming games.
When you look at that map, you can see Ace had to work the hardest to get to the late, to get to that sort of 3 position. But Gen G's movement never ceased. They were always on the go. PO was always scouting. They had the spot, right? When they got those yellow houses, a lot of teams would have been happy to just sort of hold that or hold the hill. They made sure that they were active the entire time, and they earned it from that moment.
I mean, a lot of their game plan for me, when they were over the other side of the bridge, waiting for it to, in their minds, 95% chance go to military. It felt kind of like gatekeeping, but they made the best of an amazing situation for them.
There was a big chance for it still going north. It was kind of like a 70-30 or something like that. Then with the next circle pop, it was like, oh my god, what's happening here? But what was most impressive to me was that they let the teams to be alive as long as there was a benefit to them. T1, they let them be alive. They could have killed them early. They could have chucked the nade into the shack early, but they made sure that everyone putting pressure on Genesis, they made sure that they were alive so they can kind of help them. And then when they were of no more help, they made sure to shut it down.
And that was something that we kind of looked at Avenger, and I'm going to open this up for the entire panel as a whole. Gen G, when they were choosing to go where they wanted to in those later stages, when there's so much open space in the middle, they were skirting around the edge, and we were saying maybe they should go all the way to the gas station, maybe the crates, but they decided to stop in very interesting locations to try and kind of hold those down. What do you think of that, Toffees?
I mean, I think they were aware that somebody was at the gas station. They knew that Genesis would probably collapse immediately if they didn't do a full 4-man rotation there, and it wasn't worth the risk. And I guess it worked. They basically spread out. They made sure everyone had a cover angle for each other, and they looked to get kills and then hopefully first place is I think what they were targeting.
What I really like what Gen G did in the end there was there was always one person moving, always two persons holding the other teams, making sure, all right, no one's gonna have an angle on the guy who's moving right now. And whenever that guy got into position, it was time for the next one to move. And that's what's happened throughout the whole end of the game for them.
When do I get to lobby to deport Xenox for the Lazarus vote?
I was going to ask just now,
okay.
But if you had to choose one person to blame for Lazarus going in 16th, who would it be?
He literally picked him, and he said, I'm picking them because of Luke 12, and then Luke 12 dies first, and Lazarus goes out in 16th. So
well, they
thank
have been
you for that,
fighting on the
Xenox.
Bendy Road with QM for some time,
That's
and
true.
QM decided to go with 2 guys there to make sure that it's theirs. And when you have all of Yasnaya to yourself, you can kind of question, do I want to make sure that I get another car besides the 15 that I got east of Yasnaya? So it might be a little bit greedy, but Benny Road is a kind of important place to take. So we'll see in the next game. I'm excited to see if they continue that fight. Because
it was a risky move, but at the same time, it could have paid off because they want to have that control.
These were the moments where we were seeing T1 actually putting pressure on towards Genesis, and PO decided to cause a little bit of a problem for their plans. One thing I liked from T1 though was one inside, one at the back. Not really putting all the chickens in one basket in the middle.
Well, at the same time, you can't really be 2 guys inside because you're going to be blocking each other. You're not going to be able to get the angles you want to get. And of course, this nade situation, you don't want to be put in a situation where 2 goes out in the same time.
Yeah, I think you're right. When you're looking for the chicken picnic, you don't necessarily want to put all your eggs in one basket, and that's what they did. They spread out. That grenade was absolutely perfect, but like we saw Pio, the whole time he pushed, he was watching every single spot where he knew everyone was, and the rest of his team was crossfiring. They were keeping Genesis's head down as he made that push to get rid of T1.
Big fan of chicken picnics here at the desk, and of course for Genesis, having that kind of high ground Avenger, unfortunately, during the end, during those final moments, it's not like even some of these circles, when they died, shifted that far away from them, but there was just no room.
There's no room. I mean, when you keep the high ground here, to make sure that you put so much pressure on the rest of them, they should have taken, because there are 4 guys alive, they should have taken 2 guys and then other angles so they could make sure they had multiple angles to put pressure even though the other guys kept moving. So, in my opinion, the knock in the blue and the knock in the car, there is unfortunate, the car didn't work as well, so there's multiple things that went wrong.
I think Genesis lost that game when we saw T1 push for that shack that they took. Genesis was already making a 2-man push towards it. They got the circle and they pulled back around and gave up on that push. I think they would have beaten T1 there. I think they would have been able to hold it with 2, and I think that may have given them the game with the crossfires that they would have gotten out of that.
I think it came down to pressure, honestly, on Genesis.
Okay.
They did want to make a move, but the pressure put them back there and they didn't want to risk anything because you know how important every point will be. We don't know. It might be come down to 1 point down in the last game.
Yeah, but if you're too scared to risk something, you're going to lose everything. That's what we see in a best of 12 series. You have to put it all on the line. You have to take those risks, or you're not going to take home the big prize. I mean, this is life-changing money. Take the risks.
Absolutely life-changing money.
It's 12 games, so in every single game, when you have an opportunity to do so, you have to do the game or the winning moment and the winning play. So that play would have been to make sure you try to get the win instead of try to just get the as most points and get as many kills as possible from that game.
A good example of the PO grenade push. That was a risky push. There were definitely fire lines from other teams, but he said, we have to do this. It secures the win. It's the right call. And he took the risk and it paid off. And I think that that's the big takeaway for me here in this game is take the risk.
It's also beautiful to see how Gen G was picking one team after another, knowing this is the team with the biggest threat right now. Genesis, they're down there. They're crawling around. We don't need to care about them. As soon as we're done with T1, focus on Genesis and then down to Force.
T1 was a big shifter in that game, of course, as they were able to lay down a lot of fire on Genesis up onto that high ground. Helen, Absolutely. What a stellar performance by him, being able to get as many knocks as he did in those moments. And as we look forwards into the next game, do the other regions, other teams have to be concerned a little bit about how much Korea just put on the board? Because that's a huge confidence boost.
I mean, if you're not concerned, you're crazy at this point. That said, it was an anomaly of a game.
It was.
And I think that the teams can go back to the drawing board and say, take a deep breath. It's an 11-game series now. And sort of let that one go just a little bit and start back where they planned on starting.
It's definitely the server from PKL they have here making the games. So you can see that from our 4 teams here. But again, anomaly. But if this happens again, like if Gen.G has another good game, they'll be around the 40 to 50 point mark at that point, and that's kind of halfway towards the winning 100 points.
It's true.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time for game 2. Where is our circle going to go here? We're about to find out. We're going to head over to Pansy and Sims once again, and there are other commentary teams for all of the action.
Well, game 1, that circle was a bit of a curveball to say the least. And I think Steve said it well. It was an anomaly. We say it so often. Maybe what it could, and it rarely does. I think that's the first time we've seen something like that. Good to see the fans out and about. But for me, if you're a player, you can chalk that up to bad luck, which arguably Korea seemed to handle it well. But let's leave that where it is. Game 2 is where the dust should settle, and everyone should find their footing.
Yeah, we've had us Brendan Green for the event.
Yeah, thank you. Player unknown.
The only way to do it, of course, would be game number 1. That's the weird play, but we've said it time and time again throughout, not just this year, but last year as well. The most proactive teams are the ones that come out on top, and when you're in a best of 12 scenario, you have to expect the unexpected. Every single thing that's going to be thrown at you, teams are just scenarios where they'll push a building, for instance.
Guys, what's that flag? Show me. There it is. There it is. You got Genesis playing well. You can put that up. That's fine. Crack on.
It could have been even better. I still think they could have won that.
I tend to agree.
Even DA would have moved at that point, all right? They would have moved to the gas station. They would have done something. But rather than just sitting there and letting T1 batter them from that little shack, like, they took the eye off the ball for a second, and I think that it shows exactly how teams will take advantage. You give them an inch, they will take a mile, and that's exactly what happened with Genesis.
No, you're absolutely spot on. I think for me, we've seen a glimpse of what can happen to some of these teams when they have to rise to the occasion. Some can, maybe some can't, and they'll blame it on bad luck, which you can't always do, but now it is on to round 2, match 2 of day 1 here in the grand finals. The plane is in the sky. We've got to find out where it's gonna head.
Reassess, reset, and go again. Second map of Erangel. You now need to look at what went wrong, have a quick discussion, put it behind you now, because that's your one bad game over and done with. First playing path, we're over on the west. We start in the north, we end down south. Teams will be struggling. If they like to loot on the east coast of Erangel, you're gonna have to go for a few adjustments. Even grabbing the vehicles will be late.
I'm looking a little bit towards Georgia Paul. I want to see where they split apart. I don't think teams will be right on top of each other, but I am a little curious if someone gets close. It looks like VC and Gen.G are quite close by, and I'm wondering where they head towards. I imagine one will take Georgia Paul Town itself, the other may go Hospital or the fields below, look for the vehicles. And again, we look towards a military island. That is certainly up for grabs. FaZe may be considering that, but they are not alone.
There'll be other teams that you'll see Xiongyan just jumping last so you can get a read on where FaZe exactly are, make sure no one else is with them, and by doing so, feed all that information back. As a small little update, when we came into this throughout the semi-finals, when we look towards teams' performances on Erangel, out of the top 5 teams, 4 of them are sitting on either 0 points or 1. The tables have turned when we come to map count and individual performances on this one. Nicky, get out of the dodge there, fella. SLR is just ringing a loud circle.
Okay.
It's a bit more kinder this time, Lauren.
Yeah, you're looking at center point being maybe Everest, or just where Sharp Shot may be, so just south of Everest, or the hill, the mountain, whatever you want to call it. It's around that marker, so everyone can play to that. I don't think anyone's too upset. Uh-oh.
No.
Speaking of upset, oh no. Oh no! You gotta be, Iroh! Iroh's made of steel, how's he alive? He got bumped then.
Oh no.
Michael, get in the car.
They're
Michael, get in the damn car, Michael!
Uber's here! Your rating is dropping! Run! Run, TSM, run!
Oh
Taking
no!
them up at distance.
Please, TSM, just get out of there. Just make it away. Flee for your damn lives. Michael is barely breathing. Look at the HP on him. Oh.
It's the danger of finding a home position over on the east, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to get the vehicles and go to, more than likely, Milter, maybe even Farm if they want to hurry up because Circle's over there, but you always run the risk. You want to go for a player like that, there will be teams that happily try and take advantage.
All right. All of Europe, please take a breath now. It's okay. They have made it away. You're all right. You're all right.
This is fine.
Calm it down. This is
fine.
And yeah, Lazarus, if you want to look at the NA side of the coin, they had a rough beginning. I want to see Lazarus do well. They were the slow build for me, but I couldn't ignore Purdy Curdy's performance. He was a force to be reckoned with.
There's something to be said, and I agree with what I think James brought up on the desk ever so slightly. It was minorly overshadowed by FaZe's performance. No one ever expected that. Well, I say it's FaZe Sunday. Some of us did expect it. It's one of those things that just happens. But it was a world-class stellar performance to turn up in the very final match to be here. But Lazarus absolutely killed it. They came top of the table. Purdy Curdy stepped up to the plate. They put North America on the map, and that's what I like to see. We've always thrown memes and jokes around NA, EU, LOL, all that stuff. But they did fantastic, and now they're on home turf. They need to do the same again. We need to see a zero-to-hero performance because getting nothing, absolutely nil point whatsoever, when Gen G's just picked up 23, you're already at a 23-point deficit behind the current leader. Quick math.
Crushed it. I am looking across the board here. This should be a calmer game. Again, that was just a wild one because of that ridiculous shift. It set the tone beyond what we'd imagine. We look across the board here, and this is where teams need to calm down. Take a breath themselves. That was a harsh game to play out, no matter where you ended. We are seeing a couple of the very early teams moving. That 4-minute mark does ring the bell for a couple who maybe got their boots on the ground early. The Rumblers, for example, might be getting a little action as they cross. I'm sure a couple of shots could come through if they don't scout it, but they are a team who will scout. And as much as they are a very explosive, unpredictable team, they're pretty darn smart.
One of your big factors in this game will be Everest, or the Georgia Paul Mountain, just to the south, whatever you want to call it. It gives teams a really good vantage point to get themselves not only in the center of the circle, but to be able to see what's going on onwards from you, what's in front of you, what's behind, where a team's rotating. The line of sight and the vantage points that you gain from taking control of that and being up there first is fantastic. There is a downfall to it in the fact that you can get blocked off if you want to come off of that mountain. If the circle's unfavorable, you have to make a big old run. There could be teams at the foothill. Jerry Poppins, 2 players dying like that. I'm assuming he's blown a vehicle up, potentially. Either that or they just arrived and he's banged them dead to rights on arrival. Let me have a look across the map.
He was up in the north. They were moving down from Zaki, and they just got themselves into a very nice position. They scouted correctly, but Leo's got a bit of a beat on it. Gets the glimpse, and now adjusts because Microfry and Lost HD are making their move. GEX, they've had a rough beginning to some of their games. They've been getting a lot of early engagements, and this may not be anything other than par for the course for them now. Microfry and Lost HD can provide big angles. Keep GEX very, very sullen here.
Depends what they want to do. We'll take a look at their rotation from Zaki. Start all the way up in the north, the northwest, and work their way down to the position that they're in now. Need to play it cautious and careful. If you do go down at this point, you'll be behind a window. Your teammate will come and get the revive. So GEX shouldn't be able to confirm any of the Rumblers whatsoever. If they do, it means they're completely exposed and out of position. 4 AM making a push. There is a team up here. They have to be careful. BC is lingering just on the hillside here, and Tempo Storm also chomping at the bit below them.
I'm a little scared for 4 AM. There's a lot of teams in this position. They've seemed to kind of thread the needle and make it through, I guess, the pack, you could argue. They could pick up the double graze. I don't know where they fancy heading to. It's a nice little position if they can get it, which they can. I see a couple more shots, but they're far enough away that I don't see too much of an issue. Already a couple of players. It's just getting themselves into a nice position.
It's houses and compounds like this what make BC's life a little bit harder should the circle be very unfavorable to them. Coming down from there to evacuate the scene, if you're looking for hard cover, you do tend to crash these buildings or at least go by them. And when they have full teams stacked up inside looking outside the windows, it's usually death on arrival or death flying by. Na'Vi, this is the hillside where you do have the little Harry Potter tower just to the south. Again, gives them a good amount of vantage point, but no one really will be out in the fields. It will be open and vast. T1. They'll lock down the radio tower. Again, wide open areas, wide open spaces, very hard to push this. You can look for rotations and look around. But you have to work off the sides with the vehicles once the circle does pop, but still. With the two here, where's the other two actually, perpendicular? Okay, so they're on the other side. They're over on the actual west coast. So this is good for them because that gives them a backup plan should the circle actually pop that way.
Well, we did see that nice 2-2 split towards the end for them previously, so they seem to operate well. FaZe going on the south to west rotation up that western coast. They've made it across the military island themselves. They can position up. They might run into that 2-2 if they keep heading this way. Again, enters Force a kind of similar path here, heading across the island, but I wonder if they're going to be more kind of just as the crow would fly, just straight in, or they go on that western swing themselves.
Teams late to the party. Enters Force, currently all the way down south, just coming off of the bridge on Sosnovka. TSM all the way on the east, moving up past the Potato Hillside. Tags onto Lost HD.
Do they know Microfry's that close? I don't think they've been able to spot him out.
I suppose that's the advantage of having two players to the north, right? They can distract them and let Microfry potentially get up close and personal. He'll be able to walk as the bullets do rain back. The only way he gets spotted here is either by the lower little building where he's looking now, and that's why he's creeping.
Oh, this could be
slowly
so sick.
but surely. With the 2 times, it only gives him a little bit of range, but more importantly, he can take the engagements. That's why it's gone. Iron sights.
Is Lost HD baiting for him? Hold on, this could be so sick. If Lost HD is baiting the noise, baiting everything, Microfry now on the engage is going to move forward. He's caught them with nades in their hand! That is ingenious from the Rumblers. I absolutely adore this. Now the Rumblers are at the door and they're breaching. They're scrappy and they're dangerous. They get the flush, and now one man is alive upstairs, nades in hand, cowering to try and stay alive, but he is being swarmed.
There's also a potential here that he pulls the pin and denies. As soon as he hears them on the stairs, he will either run into them. There we go, pin's gone. Where's it gonna go? He's throwing it, hoping the door's open.
Oh, he didn't get it through. He didn't get it through the door. He put down that smoke and it's not paid dividends. Jai Wei is in danger. He's safe in this room. Until then, good night, GEX. The Rumblers wanted that building, they've got it, and now they can move forward.
Microfry creeps up, Lost HD gets the vehicle, it becomes the bait, but more importantly, it hides the footsteps. He's allowed to move, kills one downstairs, then all 4 players crush onto the building and wipe them out. We've already lost 1 team. 10 minutes into the game, enters Ace. It's going to be a slow crawl up the hill, boys. I hope you're ready for the teams that will be looking onwards, because 4 angry men are very angry after the previous game and getting only 1 point. VC Gaming, they were actually up here, so they've evacuated the scenario. They have accidentally knocked one. That's a beautiful headshot at distance.
4 AM, we want to see big performances, and Helen continuing where they left off. Helen's a beast! Ragnar goes, Rebo goes. W-Click left in tatters. Helen is coming alive in these moments. Maybe a big game player is what we're seeing here. The flush is inevitable. I don't think there's even recovery or revenge allowed.
It's just not possible. They're across the road, unfortunately. To run this would be a very open gauntlet.
Oh,
they may potentially just give it up for the greater good. It's going to be... Oh, are they actually going to try and fight back for some...
No.
Surely you can't hit that head on. I mean, if they do, I respect it. You might as well get aggressive and be a have-a-go hero, but honestly, it could end your run here in 15th place, so you have to be careful. Pick your fights carefully. And when you do make the approach, make sure no one else can see you, because third party, in this kind of lobby, at this kind of level, is always a deadly possibility.
Now, keep your eyes on the circle. We've got it kind of centering up on, I guess you could say, Radio Tower Hill. You're looking around the kind of western fields that come off Gatka, south of Hospital. That sort of area is your central point. You do have play coming across the land now. TSM approaching from the east, but TSM, Rory? Do you have some sort of death wish here? Stop feeding, what is this? They roll up, they get out, TSM, there was no scouting, it was poorly scouted. I don't know which is worse.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because usually it's Gustav who'll be going off on a bike 9 times out of 10 and in the IGL to find a foothold here. This time round, they lose him instantly. Give QM a free point and a body box for some bullets and bandages should they need them. We've seen a big commitment here from Lazarus and Entus Ace, both teams going up onto the mountainside on the foothills. 4 AM, Tempo Storm. even QM as well, if they move a little bit further up onto the main road, we could.
Uncivil's getting a little restless.
Yeah, I'm glad you've seen that. We could see engagements up here. If the rest of, there'll be Luke 12 and Halo, Purdy Curdy's off by, if you want to call it, just outside of the hospital.
Yeah,
on the
he's
hillside.
kind of
So there will be a
trees.
3.
There's not much there. I mean, he's fine though. Okay, we're centering up. VC currently hold, and 4 AM. Between VC and 4 AM, I'd say is one of the very strong positions. The southern side is packed here as well. You look at Enter's Force now entering up as well. They're going to be close towards Na'Vi, Genesis, Tempo Storm. There's a lot of teams now looking their way on. Civil was restless, but he does find one. Enter's Ace tried to step to the hill, try and step a little closer, and they get punished.
See what more damage they can do. There's only 2 here, him and Luke 12 working simultaneously as a duo. The rest of them, Halo and Purdy Curdy in the distance.
Did he get that?
Didn't quite see. He wants it. Won't be surprised at this level some of these players. FaZe Clan are actually getting pulled up on. We might need to check in with them ever so soon because they've actually been...
Is this the Rumblers?
The Rumblers are rumbling up over on the west coast, and there's only 2 players from FaZe. They're in a 2-2 split. This could be dangerous. Keep an eye on the kill feed in case that comes through.
Yeah, I'm looking at Mexi over there. I'm looking at, I think it may be Fuzzface. I'm not too sure. It's Uber over on this side. Excuse me. Cherry Poppin is there, and we know the Rumblers will fight this. Oh, Uber's in so much trouble here. Arguably one of the best players in the world, you could say. He's been known for his individual play, and now one by one they come, and he just gets swept aside. The Rumblers absolutely enamored with the idea of taking on everyone in this lobby. Mexi's out.
Yeah, he just got emulsified. There was no way to even do anything. Really good clean and sweep from Rumblers, to be fair, rather than doing individual buildings one by one. They went as a team. Clear, kill, job done. Mexi's out. He's bailed on this. He will get a compound for the rest of his team to find him, but losing Uber, let's be real. Okay, we talk about team performances and we talk about individual performances. Uber is a man to be messed with. He is just such an individual performer, but it is a team game. We are at this level. You'll get these clutches in these scenarios where you can pull off the odd 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, but as you've seen from the Rumblers, you are looking for teams to clean and sweep properly as a unit.
So unknown to TSM, they've kind of walked into the exact position Lazarus was just in. They were on the hillside. Lazarus had disengaged towards the hangars across from Hospital. On the side of Hospital, if you're thinking about the crates. So they've kind of done a bit of a switcheroo here. Lazarus have gone, you know what? I don't like playing off of that hill late game. I don't blame them. So they've been proactive, and I like that. That could be a smart play for them down the line, but my mind gets a little drawn to this. The beautiful moves, but it may not save you as ZGG is drilled in, dialed in, and he's got the range on that.
You shouldn't expect them to make a wild advancement on that. You're going to put yourself in open territory, and then maybe actually TSM could get involved. They will be cautious as well after losing Rory so early on.
The Rumblers, they're not done with just testing one of the greats. They fancy a shot at one of the best. Gen G standing in the northern side, holding Hospital. You can see Microfry this time has been tamed for now. And the circle goes right towards VC. They sit center. You got 4 AM and maybe TU1 around them. Lazarus not far off either. Hospital and the building opposite that currently Gen G reside in is very strong here too.
VC's position is formidable. Behind you, you have the hills. It's going to be rough to get across there. I would expect a few teams to make a hard pull-up on that. It will be difficult. Speaking of hard pull-ups, Milu's gone. What? Tempo Storm are just feeding the giants here. There's another one as well. Tempo, what are you doing? Why are you just driving into death's embrace?
Will anyone else fall foul to a similar move? Enter's Force are looking for their home, and there isn't much here. It's time to start looking at divots and dips and anything that may give you a home. Some rest for the wicked as Enter's Force do find a bit of placement. TSM forced to move up towards Enter's Ace. Up on the hillside as TSM desperate to make a name for themselves after that first little bit of a disappointing start.
They've been there a while. How have they not scouted that? They've heard the shots. They've seen the players. Why would you go head over heels direct into that conflict?
Genesis moving up towards W-Click as well. I'm seeing pre-nades coming out. That's been lobbed. It's beautiful. It goes too far, but Profi and H-Win turn up and Harold waits through the smoke. He's trying to play it out. K-Main's tag is there, but Harold's still trying to patrol around here. But Genesis, he's surrounded on all fronts. One nade. He's trying to feed it out, but it's just too short. And now he's dropping them down. He's found H-Win. Can he hold back the entirety of Genesis?
This gives him the information that he needs as to where their potential location is, but seeing the nade come out also feeds the info back to W-Click. As a Lone Ranger, you've got to hit the deck and hold for now. Itzy onto Microfy in the kill feed. That's a DP getting the job done. It's only a knock, it's not a confirmation. That could be across the building scenario as well. They're actually at the walls. I'm surprised they've come so damn close.
It's the Rumblers. We know they're up for a fight. Harold goes down. That was Nerf's nade, I think, hitting towards it. Fuzzface unraveling, revealing the Rumblers' plan as Waldo now starts to build. Looks for a way forward as it looks like the Rumblers have been tempered with Microfry being knocked. They want that res. They want them back up. T1 is being engaged on, and it's a good nade, and they might have to push this.
It's a complete and utter mortar strike. That's two. We lose one off the back of it as well. Lost HD's gone. That's the conflict. Two different fights across this map. They are pushing. QM want to wipe T1 out.
Ado waits coiled patiently to strike. That hillside could be the downfall for QM. Once they breach, once they peek, he waits, he gets decimated. The trade comes in, but it's from forever. Way off in the distance. T1 trying to make this swift, but they can't handle the pressure. QM are on the verge of wiping them out.
They need to clean these kills up fast because 4AM is just stealing. SK Telecom T1 13th place. Job done for them in this lobby. Rather unfortunate from two different teams, but that's what you have to expect. It's always a viable option. You have to watch every single angle, and when you're cresting on a hill like that, everybody can see you. FaZe Clan still getting the job done towards the Rumblers. Now we pop on board with TSM. They've already lost one in front of Rory. Michael's down as well. Enters Ace. They wait at the bottom of the hill.
I would say, look at the map here. I love the reposition from Mexi and HC trying to surround the Rumblers. It's moving northeast. We're going to have the foot of the hill and VC Lazarus still holding a great deal of cards.
Oh, Lazarus, why did you commit that hillside? Now
Hey,
you have
they
to
could sweep down this. I don't think it's the worst thing. Yes, Genesis can find them. That's the one problem.
That was the one player they needed. Purdy Curdy to have a look around and see what was what and get them some information, because Luke 12's not exactly in a great position himself. He has all of Gen G staring at him. Lazarus, and basically Lazarus enters Ace, TSM. They are all open to VC Gaming and 4AM.
Na'Vi having nades in hand, not going to go well for themselves. Pokemolodoy is knocked. A doozy is dead in the water as Bestaloch is watching on. Senya not having the best of times either. They're just lost in the south with so many in front. QM and Genesis going to be holding them back, pushing them away, but Genesis have eyes on who's in front of them. K-Mind gets the flush, but can they get the rest of the squad just over this hillside?
Going for the flank, the creeping, they're all looking the opposing way. Fuzzface dead. Waldo, that's still the engagement with the Rumblers. Leaning on the side, it's go time now. They're moving up the hill. There's one, he strikes, there's the second! QM is gone! Genesis survive!
Huge performance, waiting patiently. Incredible discipline to not engage early. They waited for the shots as Bestaloch makes the last man alive run for Na'Vi. Heading southeast, trying to move into the foothills, trying to move towards TSM, but it's certainly not clear. Genesis now to make their run, but they're late as well. FaZe and the Rumblers mutually assured destruction out in the west side. Fuzzface fell foul to it, and it looks like they might fall altogether. The Rumblers still have two alive, and I'm seeing 8C trying to stop them.
Good work from TSM to get Michael back on his feet. They need to deal, unfortunately, with Bestaloch. PL team's fighting it out here on the outskirts of the circle. He's the one that has to make the run. FaZe Clan is eliminated. The Rumblers, they do the dirty on them. That's another poor finish, unfortunately, if you're a FaZe Clan fan. If they are in your pick'ems, you're going to be quivering now. The bullet's there, and it's time to dodge because it's time to run. Explosions in abundance. Genesis enters force. Go head-to-head for this radio tower position.
But Genesis have the blue on their back. They have to keep moving. It's step by step. They have to charge forward. Profi trying to do it. He's got the teammates beside him in the car. K-Mine's trying to send it up there, but enters way on the other side. They're dug down. They're in deep. Indigo trying to slow down the roll from the North Americans. Nerf's nade could be huge. If it finds its target, it bounces forward. It's good! The trade is there, though. Indigos did find Profi, so it's not without casualty. And the car, no, sir, he's down to nothing. Indigo absolutely taking down Genesis, just about staying alive themselves.
Back to back, we lose two North American rosters. We also saw the Rumblers gone. Meanwhile, 4AM have been back building. They've been sat here watching all these engagements unfold. Finally, Circle will force them to move. Everyone else uphill, though. That's just easy pickings and easy points for 4AM. Michael is dead. That's the confirmation from ZGG, and there's still plenty of other people who have to make the run.
8 teams stand, Rich. 4AM scare me in this. Gen G scare me in this. Enters Ace scare me in this. There's a lot to be afraid of, and Na'Vi feels the force of that from 4AM. They're controlling the southeast side, but TSM's still the next target. It's in their sights, and they're working on it. You do have Enter Ace trying to engage as well from the other side.
Ira, he's a man who can in certain scenarios like this, but honestly, I think this one might just be too much. Play for placement, play for your life. If you can pick up a frag or two on the way, then why not? But when you've got all 4 members of 4AM that will soon have eyes on your position, and then directly in front of you have Entis Ace will hear your bullets, for these 2 rosters, it's hell, who can get Ira first?
Yeah, he's just about alive. It looks like he might be running out of options. That blue's going to force him forward, and there isn't much cover to play to beyond that rock. It will be open terrain, and you can see Forever eyeing it up. He wants to punish. He wants the kill. You can see the fire. Iro, a valiant attempt to stay alive, but they will go down in 7th with TSM.
Open terrain, open season. Honestly, there may have been an option there to actually give it up to the blue and not give away the points. Remember, you are playing against all these other teams, and if it's a no-win scenario, then why bother feeding the mighty giants that are already still just fighting tooth and nail? 11, I think 10 kills on the board already now for 4AM, which is pretty good after the performance in the last round. A team, though, that is having a dead to rights. The bullet just pings him in the side of the face. Alo has now also been spotted by Entis Ace.
Oh, the taps. Precision work here. There goes Lazarus. We're down to 4 teams now, 16 players alive, so you know there's some big squads in this. Entis Ace trying to step towards Gen G, and they have a big answer for that, and it's a resounding no. Do not dare try and come towards us.
All 4 players up for Gen G, same for 4AM. BC have a phenomenal position on this map. But they do have 1 player down. They'll have to stick the res, which puts another one out, and only 2 standing to keep a track of what's going on. Gen G now focused on another Korean team uphill, looking towards Entis Ace. They have to deal with this first. Freeze up the side. They've got more room to breathe then. 4AM will creep and peep for now, but it's certainly Entis Ace who are in dire straits. Eventually, the tree line will give away their position, and they'll have to fight their way through.
Okay, the new circle hits. You do have the fact that VC have 1 building still in this, but they'll get a great deal of attention. 4AM don't have much cover, so they might have to find the engage. It's time to consider what's your best way forward. How can we fight this? How can we not give it up? Entis Ace already hitting the deck. They don't want any of it. Gen G, if they try and move forward, they know there's a lot of eyes towards them, but Gen G at least have stepped in the circle. They're currently arguably having the vast amount of their team in this. Now, 4AM are trying to put their sights on VC.
Summer's position is formidable here for 4AM to make an entry point into this one. He can look through the little letterbox windows of that building. He's claimed the shack for himself, and single-handedly just keep poking at them, keep being a nuisance and hold them back. It would take a worldie of a shot to get him through that letterbox, hit him in the head. Mickey does go down, speaking ahead, Taman finds it. He's disconnected from the rest of the team, so they would have to commit 1 player to an open run. I don't think that's going to happen. You expect him to die. There he goes. Point does go their way. And now 4AM are turning, as they are turning tails and trying to flee the scenario. Gen G in front, 4AM in the back. Entis Ace are being crushed to death.
They can't deal with the pressure that's going their way, and it looks like 4AM might mop up the final few. There's the play up from VC, trying to push themselves forward to get a better position, but under the car, there's no safety. You can't dance with the devil of 4AM and not expect to get burnt. These guys are playing a scary game. They're fighting every step forward here. Gen G still hold a great deal of territory. This hillside is huge for them.
The taps keep on coming through. Both teams just instantly trying to jump at the bit and knock each other out before they get to that central point. Everybody playing edge here. All 3 teams left. 11 individual players. Gen G maybe. He's going for the res?
He wants his teammate up, and if you feel you can, why not? I guess they can include 4AM, but I wouldn't like to be tussling with them. You've got to say Gen G's position in my eyes is still incredibly strong. It looks like Forever wants to punch VC. For this sort of play up here, going to take the tires out, limit their movement going forward. But it does mean they now have 2 players to worry about in that hill. It's finally moved away from Gen G. They can no longer use this hillside as their leapfrog point. They can't now work off it. They have to move forward. There are still trees. There is still cover. It's down to the marksman here. How good are you with those minis? How good are you with those SLRs? And how bad do you want this?
Nobody's inside the circle, and for all 3 of these teams, limited movement and limited utility eventually will become a massive factor. The tires have already been taken out from 2 of these players here. Forever's still holding the angle, hoping that one of them, I mean, he can basically stay here and stop it, them flushing from in through the smoke. That's massive, whether or not they realize the connection was there, but now their teammate Dome might be able to finish the job.
Yeah, you can see ZGG being called into action. He needs to support his teammate. Forever's in danger, and you're seeing as to why. Already, way less going to connect a few, but not without an answer themselves. This is tit for tat. This is back and forth. DJ Boy's got barely any bullets.
No helmet either.
Forever trying to get that last heal off, and it is going to be go time. Gen G working their way forward. The smokes are out. The vehicles are here. Esther's working forward, trying to use those smokes for cover. Build a fort. Build a way forward. Forever trying to work in just about unison with the others, but the blue, they're still not safe.
He's sticking this position in a hope that VC turn on Gen G and maybe expose themselves. The blue will eventually force them out here. Look at this though, he's holding angle, he's ready for it. 4 AM, Forever, he was tracking the 1 player, there is an answer back though, tries to get away with the vehicle, knocks him out of it. So it's a good trade. Pawn for pawn now, they're moving forward. But the chess pieces, there's a limited amount, we're in an open field there here. The blue is forcing these engagements and Pio's creeping. How's he on this side of the map, Lauren?
Gen G still have all 4 alive, and Pio is coming alive. The beast from the east returns again! Oh! Pio! Huge play from this man coming in as VC are down to 2, trying to hold on to do anything they can, but Gen G look nothing short from God tier.
That is absolutely insane to push on the side like that, get the flank, and murder both of them. What a time to hit the headshot. This is incredible from Gen G.
It's a 2-on-3. You've got to argue this should be Gen G's game. Let's see what angles VC can play with here. Is there an avenue? Do they have smokes? I see level 1 vests. 1 more nade for VC. They're going to be putting it down and trying to work with it. Gen G hold the line. They hold the peak. DJ not looking so good, but a good nade does come out. But it doesn't feel like VC can get a foothold here. They're desperate for a way in.
Power.
The Reaper's here. Pio's arrived. 3 kills already. He wants more. He's out for blood, and he's already got it. The taste on the lips. He knows what's in front of them. Look at the HP. They're going to be in the blue any second now. They can't do anything. I think they've realized it. I think they know. It looks like Gen G have done it again.
Back to back. GG Gen G. This is the start that you want to see from a World Championship team. 42 points in 2 games. This is just world-class PUBG. History has been written once again. We're only 2 games in and they're showing rest of the world why they are potentially #1.
First game, argue they were on the right side. In that game, they had to fight for it at the very end. They played it so well. They held their cards close to chest. And my God, did they have it all. I am absolutely in awe of how big this step up has been from Gen G. Yes, they look good during the groups. Yes, they look good during the semis, but they didn't look this good.
It's scary. If I were every other player on that stage right now, I'd be thinking, good Lord, how do we stop these? It's a rolling stone and it's only going to gather more momentum as we go through this competition if they keep putting up performances like this. I have no idea what's going on. This is formidable play. We're going to go down to Rachel once again with a player from Gen G.
Thank you guys so much. I got Taemin this time, and we're going to run through the whole Genji roster before this day is through. I'm feeling it. Because, guys, what did you even eat for breakfast? You guys are playing amazing.
이런 대단한 결과를 보이기에 아침에 뭘 먹었길래 이렇게 대단한 결과를 보이실 수 있었나요?
일단 한국 밥 먹었고요. 한식 먹었습니다.
We ate Korean food.
Nice, good choice. That'll let you win in some video games. Now, in that final circle there, you had an interesting choice. You were triangulated with VC and with 4AM. How did you choose who to move in on? And how did you call those plays in the final moments?
이제 마지막 원에서 VC하고 4AM이 있었는데 누굴부터 공격할지 어떻게 결정하셨나요?
4AM부터 정리하자고 콜이 나와가지고 그리고 일단 오더가 아 이거 우리 1등이다 라고 이미 말해줬습니다. 그 전부터.
We had ordered that we should attack 4AM first, and that's what happened.
Excellent. I got one more question for you. You are up 2 wins today to start off this tournament. We are in full of a packed house here. How does it feel to play on this stage in front of all these PUBG fans?
지금 벌써 2번 승리하셨는데 이 많은 사람 앞에서 이렇게 대단한 활동을 하시는데 지금 심정이 어떠신지?
솔직히 좀 많이 믿기지가 않습니다. 네.
His stage is still unbelievable.
Excellent. We got some time to really get used to it. Settle in, because the weekend is long. We got more PUBG. Back to you guys.
Shades of OMG. Are we seeing the prelude here to crowning a world champion for 2019? Gen G back to back on a stage like this. Not only back to back on a stage like this, back to back in a tournament where we have broken it down to the top 16 teams in the world, and then they are still dominating the circles. It is crazy to see this kind of start coming out. I'm used to seeing Koreans win video games. This one's doing it well so far.
Rachel said the weekend is long, and I think the Korean translators will be exhausted because these guys are playing incredibly well. Pio, when we came here today, we said, well, Pio's been kind of sleepy leading up to this point. That is not the case. They are leapfrogging the way that they pushed up the flank after making sure they secured the shack. This is next level PUBG.
They're playing for a long run. They're playing for end game. They don't want to engage too early. They take it very passively in the start of game. But you know what's most scary? The worst map for Gen G is Erangel.
That's true.
Yeah. So potentially we could get a chicken dinner world too. I'm just happy because I got them in my pick'ems.
Yeah, I mean, right now we get a chicken dinner sweep at this point. But I'll play a little devil's advocate here. Sure. Gen G won the last game because of a crazy shift north. Had that not happened, which was, as we said, an anomaly, I don't think they get anywhere near winning that game if it goes military. In this one, remember, they drop in South Georgia Pole about 2,000 meters from where the game ended. So it's not like they had huge transitions to make. So not to take anything away from the win, because they were big. Maybe if things change a little bit, they may not be as dominant.
Let's take a look at the highlights here from game number 2. Unfortunately for Tempo Storm, it felt like they had to just make a Hail Mary, right? You could look at that and say, oh, that wasn't very good play. But it really did feel like they understood that a lot of the places in the circle were already going to be taken, so they had to try something.
And they thought it was a team splitting with those houses, so they thought it wouldn't be a full team there. If it's only 1-2, we can crash that, we can take over that. But that was not the case this time.
And you're right, the splits have been crazy. In that game, FaZe, Lazarus, Tempo Storm, and a couple of Korean teams had these huge splits that were just taking up crazy amounts of real estate, so there wasn't a lot of options for teams as they sort of hit that mid-game. But here we go to the last 2, and honestly, can you blame them for just laying down in the blue and choosing death over facing Gen G and giving them more points?
PKL gets another win on the board. Gen G, most importantly, gets another win on the board. That is 2 in a row. Will they slow down? Will they be stopped? We've seen the snowball effect that can occur here in PUBG.
It's scary though, because once they get this kind of lead, they can start bullying a lot more, take a lot more kind of positioning here. Yes, they had a home turf kind of circle, but the other one was tough. If the next one is an Eastern Circle, they do as good or better, then they're looking unstoppable for me.
But question is, who's going to stop them? Because right now, they're playing so passive that no one's actually attacking them. They play the edge. They don't want to go too far into the center. They know that there's way too many teams going into the center. There's no reason to go in there. We'll just get stuck if we go there.
Our crucial circles also went northwest and northwest, again and again and again. It's a back-to-back. So them being there passive, it kind of paid off for them, but yeah, we'll see.
Let's take a look at the points coming in as well, as we do have up towards the top another big game-winning point number here for Gen G. But a couple of the teams that could have potentially kind of trounced them a little bit there, 4 Angry Men and VC Gaming get themselves 2nd and 3rd place. And for me, Froz, a lot of that game felt like a China game. We saw 4 Angry Men putting up big kill numbers there with 10 in the back.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing towards Everest there. They were taking it easy, basically just shooting everybody they could because they had so much vision. And you had a team like Tempest Dawn basically just dipping straight into them. Hey, here you go, 4 free points.
Yeet.
That's true. I mean, I did think some teams made the most. Genesis, who had a pretty good game last time around, gets 6 despite a tough rotation option for them. They went and took some really good fights out there. Rumblers, I want to see, you said the guys before, like, they might start bullying here, right? If you want to take that bull by the horns and control them, play like Rumblers, get aggressive.
Well, actually, Rumblers is the team that I really do want to talk about here. 4th place, they got themselves 8 kills on the board. Avenger, they really felt like they took great, strong advantage of FaZe's split throughout that game over a long period of time, actually.
They knew that. They took Upa down, so they knew if they initiated in the FaZe again, there's not going to be as many players, so they just kept on going, and that snowball effect, once you get a few kills, you just get more and more confident. Yep. Unfortunately for them, once they kind of finished that fight, the circle was already away, and they only had 2 players left.
What you want to look on when it comes to Rumblers is their macro, especially in their early rotations. We saw that how they were rotating through North George on the West Bridge there, going down because they know no one's going to be here. Same thing last game when they went on the East, outside in the blue. They're just godlike on rotatings right now.
A less flashy circle, a less, well, a potentially scary plane, but the circle did work out in its favor. And obviously with the circle centering down, Gen G played, you guys mentioned it before, a very patient game, this game, to be able to then come in on the North and eventually sweep up those 9 kills. And it is a very, very scary potential here if they're able to continue on that kind of momentum.
I mean, and you're going to see it here as they sort of make this play. P.O. played out of his mind. That left flank was genius.
Yes.
He won, I think, 2. He got an extra kill there that I don't think necessarily should have been gotten. The other guy should have been able to take him down.
Sure.
But the reality is he could only do that because the rest of his team had secured the shack in the middle. They had spread to the right side, and they knew that even if P.O. drops, we're in a position to still win.
What I like with P.O.'s flank there is that he's not going way too far out from his team, which we saw during the group, during the semis.
Yeah.
Here, he's sticking with the team. He's making sure, all right, we're playing this together. I'll do the flank when it's needed, not just anytime.
But 4AM didn't expect it, right? Because they saw the cargo, they saw everyone else running, and they're like, surely no one is on the blue to our right at this point, and that's why Bio, you saw, he came over that edge, and everyone was visible. So it's absolutely destroyed them.
Yeah, for sure. I was getting word that we do have something, but I'm not 100% sure what it was. So we'll find out in a few moments' time. There it is. We have P.O. being able to take down a few more kills. And this was with the Tobii eye tracking as well. So obviously very important.
If you listen, I think you can hear them talking this one out.
Ah.
나무디 있는 거지? 4번. 아, 나무디 말고 나무디 하나야. 나무디 하나야. 뽕칸에 하나. 여기 있다. 지금 1번 픽. 나 1번 거 볼게. 나 1번
텐션
본다.
집중. 확인. 텐션 맞춰.
나 1번 보고 있을게. 4번 봐줘봐. 내가 1번 본다고. 내가 1번 봐줄게 그럼. 나와야 된다.
자, 1번, 4번 다시 하고.
내가 1번부터 내볼게. 1번부터 1번 잡으면 돼. 나 좀 가야 돼. 1번 본다. 1번 뛰었을 거야. 1번 안 보인다. 어디 가는지.
근처에 있어.
나무디 그대로 있고 얘.
1번
어디 있어? 1번 어디 있어? 1번. 못 봤어. 연막 안에 있을 걸. 보인다. 아, 아닌가? 아니다. 분명히 뒤에 있는 거 아니야?
떡을 닫는다 승훈이 형은. 그쪽에 폭 넣어봐.
4번 쪽부터 잡으면 거기 있어. 1번 개피 3번 개피. 네트라디. 나 팀이랑? 3번에 있어. 3번 라인에.
다들.
야, 왼쪽으로 가도 될 것 같은데? 이거 왼쪽 무시하고 오른쪽부터 잡아야 할 것 같은데? 아니야, 3번부터 잡아야 왼쪽 내가 볼게. 왼쪽 내가 볼 테니까. 오른쪽 볼게. 태민아, 오른쪽 각 엄폐 잡으면 돼. 3번 더가 어디 있는 거야? 나 어디 있는 거야? 나도
That was closing moments of Gen G getting themselves the victory. It's not like I understand Korean, so I'll take it for their word. They were coordinating well and winning good games. That's what I take away from that. But overall, it was a phenomenal victory for them. We can't really take anything away from them. VC getting themselves 2nd place. They didn't quite, I can't actually remember exactly how many kills they actually did have there. But obviously, getting the 2nd place is big for VC.
They were in the compound that played so much kind of role in this game because they had so much center control to make sure to put pressure on everybody else. So managing to get the 9 kills there was good for them.
Definitely so. Froz?
Yeah, I mean, we saw how they were moving out. They had one in the shack east of the compound as well. They made sure that they had as much control as possible, but towards the end there, I feel like they didn't really take advantage of that when they needed to go further into the circle.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time for our final game of Erangel here for day number 1 of PGC. It's time to head over to our commentator teams to bring you all the action from the final map of Erangel.
equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Color Vibrance allows for more realistic and vibrant colors. It also provides the convenience to tune colors in-game, making you see the change instantly.
I'm holding back. That's it. Nice. Is it enough? How many kills? I have 8. How many kills? 4. I got 4. 14. Did we do it? Did we? Did we?
Clenched to my side, blood burning in my veins, and so sweat for battle. This is more than just a game. Breaking through the silence, it's time to stand up, face up to the fear. It's time to rise up. Now is the moment. Now is the time to win or die. To win or die. To win or die.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to sunny Oakland, California for day one of the PUBG Global Championship. I am Horsaurus. Joining me here is Xenox. We have 2 games in the book so far, dominated so far by Gen G.
Yeah, Gen G have stolen the show here already for PGC, haven't they? 2 wins in a row. And I think a large reason for that so far has been the return of Pio.
Yes, Pio. I mean, what can you say about the guy? I mean, he was a superstar at the PUBG Nations Cup, and he's been kind of a little bit slow playing in the last few rounds of, or last few weeks rather, of the PKL, and then kind of took a little bit of time for him to get going here.
Yeah, the semifinals, it was really sort of low-key, Taman leading the way for Gen G, but they were quiet. They weren't flashy. They weren't the sort of Gen G team that we've seen so far today here in Oakland. But as I said before, a big reason for that is the fact that Pio has now sort of returned, and they are firing on all cylinders. There's no doubt about it. They could very well be the first team for, so far, PGC overall for all stages to win 3 in a row.
That would be absolutely insane. We'll call them returning champions, call them reclaiming champions, call them whatever you want to right now. You can call them your first place team with 42 points in the bag after only 2 games.
Wow.
Absolutely insane. We would be remiss, though, to not talk about the teams that are also playing for that top spot. Entis Force, Entis Ace, both having great games so far. 4 AM also finding themselves
Korea,
up there.
Korea, and China.
It's a recurring theme, isn't it?
Look, Korea's dominating right now, and China's not that far behind them. That is certainly the recurring theme that we've seen over the first 2 games here on Erangel. Of course, coming up for game number 3, again, it will be on Erangel.
Yes.
Will this theme continue? That's the question that has yet to be actually answered.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of difficulty trying to figure out who's for real and who's not when that first game had such a insane circle and I mean, you saw the teams that were most able to adapt to such a rough situation play out really early there. Some of them worked out for Gen G a little bit better than it did for Genesis, but still, they still found themselves in the top 5.
You can't take too much out of that first game.
You can't. You can't really take a whole lot out of the first game. Out of the second game, obviously, you can take a lot more out of. But, you know, we've talked about the top of the leaderboard. Now let's take a look at the bottom. We've got a couple of big surprises here in really Lazarus and TSM, no kills so far.
Rough start, isn't it? 0 kills over the first 2 games between Lazarus and TSM. And for Lazarus, of course, when we had the predictions to start the day, they were a team that had 3, just like a couple of other teams as well in terms of predictions. And so no kills, a rough start for Lazarus, rough start for TSM. The team in last place, though, GEX. I mean, I don't think you could have had any sort of a rougher start than they've had over the first 2 games. Are they going to have to try and change the strategies here? Going into game 3, I know we've still got a long, long way to go. In saying that, there's also not that long to go either.
It's true. I mean, you can't really afford to have too many of these 0-point games. GEX now with 2 of them in the bag. TSM has 1 point to their name so far. So got to turn things around at some point today. If it's not going to be here in the last game on Erangel, you got to make sure you have that.
And Na'Vi as well, Pyro, they've been struggling a little bit too, haven't they? Down the sort of bottom end of that leaderboard.
Yeah, only 2 points total for them. One of those off of kills, one of those off of placement. But this is something we've kind of seen here, a recurring theme, at least with EU teams, maybe not so much Na'Vi and TSM, but starting off a little bit slow and then really kind of ramping it up. But the question is, how long is it going to take to get them to start ramping things up? Will they have time?
It's almost like also EU and NA right now are both struggling, along with obviously the minor regions being LATAM and GEX. So we're seeing, as I said before, dominance of Korea as OGN enters Ace. Not even Force. Force is the one who has been quite forceful so far today, but Ace, of course, they did a very solid job in the group stage and the semi-finals, surprising a lot of people, Poro, especially probably in the Western world, considering they were one of the teams not expected from Korea to do as well as they have been.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I can say that they're kind of a surprise for the Eastern world as well. I mean, nobody really saw Entus Ace being the team that kind of wins to get in, basically, in the 1 day 6-game tournament at the very end. And now they find themselves performing very, very well. Entus Force was the one that kind of won the split, had the Indigo as the MVP of the league. I mean, everything going their way. And right now they find themselves in second place, but still a long way away from Gen G.
And for Song Jiang, going back to sort of game one and how much that paid dividends in the end for Entus Force, they were able to carry that momentum going into game 2. And you said, obviously, they were the winners of PKL Phase 3.
Yeah.
Ace were not the winners. In fact, as you mentioned before, they came in that final elimination sort of stage. They're almost like the Rumblers of Korea.
In a way, they kind of are. They found themselves here through basically the MET play-in game from Korea there the last time. Here we got some boys from Tempo Storm.
There's
from
your
North
NA,
America.
your
North
NA
America.
boys, Poro.
NA boys, they're not performing so great so far. They had kind of a little head-scratching building crash there in last game. Not really much else they could have done. But, hey, 4 points so far. They find themselves in 10th place. As we said, everything's being kind of gobbled up by Gen G right now in terms of points. So there's still a lot of room left to climb for these guys.
It's very top-heavy right now, isn't it, at the top?
Well, when you get one team that wins 2 in a row, it's...
Exactly right. You win 2 games in a row, it's going to be top-heavy. Match 3 for day 1 of the PGC Grand Finals starting right now. It will be the final game of Erangel today. And will Gen G continue their domination, looking for now 3 chicken dinners in a row as we get our plane path just north of Primorsk.
A very southern plane path from west to east here, kind of the opposite of the plane path we just saw. Very rough plane path so far here on Erangel. So anybody wanting to loot up north, they're going to have to drop down pretty early, find some vehicles, make their way up there. It looks like Gen G, that might be what they were thinking.
And we'll see, of course, now coming into this game, a lot of eyes on teams that need to turn it around. I think we've already got an establishment of the teams that are doing well, but the teams that need to turn around, Lazarus, TSM, GEX, how are they going to play here? Because the thing is, if you have another poor performance, Poro, all of a sudden 3 out of 12 games and you're still sitting around 0 to 2 points, it's looking extremely unlikely that you'll be towards the tippity top going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. And, add into the fact that you got to look at Gen G. Who is going to stop these guys right now? They're so far ahead in terms of points as we stand. It's going to take a lot for somebody to catch up to them. And really, it's going to take more of Gen G slipping up. Uh-oh, Profi's in trouble here. He manages to duck Alpaca for a little bit. He's going to duck around the side of the rock and survive. That is good news for Genesis going forward here.
Let's see our circle for phase number 1. It's going to go up north. Yasnaya, Stalba potentially in play. We saw a similar circle in the semifinals that ended up around Yasnaya, which was a bit of a hectic finish. The warehouse on Stalba, that's where we saw Lazarus play in that position, Poro, and they were able to rack up the kills, get the win in the end as well. So maybe for Lazarus, for North America, this might be their game. We'll see how it plays out, though, of course. PO, that's a rock, buddy.
Yeah, well, it's fine.
Look at that. This is what I was saying, return of PO. First in kills, first in damage, first in time alive. Although no surprise on that last one, obviously.
We see ZGG stopping here, scouting out a little bit, maybe seeing if anybody takes a shot at him. Nobody's going to do so, so he's going to have a nice little free compound to loot up. When you look at this circle, another thing that starts to get interesting is you start considering where Yasnaya is going to fall into this. Right? I mean, we saw it happen in the it's either the group stage or the semifinals, where we had just a ton of teams crashing into Yasnaya, and then eventually everybody having to push out and move out, and it was just an absolute bloodbath. Will that happen again, or will we see people make that transition early so that they can make sure to be a little bit safer towards late game?
See how, of course, it plays out. 4 Angry Men have been a standout as well for China here today. And obviously, no surprises. They were quite dominant. In fact, in one of the days of the semi-finals, it was 77 points in 6 games played. Not quite obviously replicating that here today, but it shows you the firepower that they have in their arsenal coming into the PGC finals and why it's not a surprise to see them doing well and at the top of the leaderboard so far.
Yeah, I mean, well, right now, Genesis sitting at 42 points after 2 games. I mean, they could potentially catch up to that 4 a.m. 77-point day. And if they do, Lord help us, it's going to be a rough day 2 for all these teams. But you got to also remember, 4 a.m., they had that big day. The next day they came in, 18 points.
Yeah.
So, you know, consistency also is key, as we see QM going to take a few shots. That's going to be an easy down and a flush and a point for QM.
Great start for GYY and QM. Mickey just a little too close for comfort, and in the end had his head ripped right off as Entasace rotating up around that shooting range area now with Alpaca. They're going to be coming in from the western side, but losing Mickey early is not ideal. They'll still have 3 alive. Entasace, of course, right up there in terms of leaderboards right now, but for QM, that's a good start.
Absolutely. We take a look at Entasace continuing their rotation. They're making their way towards Severny, it looks like, so maybe slow playing a little bit more as we check on the boys from TSM. Slow looting up in Milta. They've got time. They've got FaZe just off to their east as well. They haven't started their rotation either, so be a little bit slow coming into this one.
Hey, that'll be fine though for TSM at Milta. They'll be able to push up. Really, either way, if they want to go direct, so they want to head out to the west or the east, they'll be able to do that. Of course, if they do go out to the east, they might run into FaZe. And well, FaZe has already ran over Uber. That's not the start they'd like, but of course he'll be fine. Over at Milta Power for FaZe Clan, Michael joining the rest of TSM over at Milta. We still have got Enter's Force down in the Sosnovka Island area. They've obviously got the largest distance to traverse here for game number 3. As Domu spots W-Click, Drivo going by. Although the distance is already pretty far, those shots going to be hard to land.
As you mentioned, W-Click, wheels spinning a little bit in the first couple of games here. You see Rivo has lost a tire. He's going to have to... Oh, no. DJ Boy wants this.
DJ Boy wants it, but he doesn't find it. Oh. Surely it feels like a matter of time before Ribo's going to get spotted in the field here. DJ Boy back into the Dacia. So Ribo throws out the smoke. He does have some cover from the rest of W-Click. Silson taking shots. Some are on the move for VC. In the end, they're actually just going to leave him alone for now. Move over to the compounds instead. They might not have realized that he's pulled up short in the field, and Silson's going to come give him a lift.
Yeah, really fortunately for Rybox there. But yeah, Silson, guys, he said, going to come pick him up. They're going to get in the bike. They're going to get on out of there. We were talking about, you know, having a little bit of a rough early start for W-Click as they take some passing shots here. A couple going to hit, but nothing too major. At least to knock him off there. As you see Rybox down about 50% health. They'll just heal up. But, you know, this is not a team by any means that you want to count out. I mean, these guys managed to make it to late game with 4 up so often, and they have proven themselves capable of in these 4v4 fights time and time again.
W-Click ended up finishing 7th in the semifinals. Actually, VC, who they were just engaged with, in 6th as we look at TSM's looting rotations over in Milta. You see Iroh just sort of moving from building to building. It's always nice to see sort of the way that they, and how quick they are looting as well, and then getting out of there. TSM ended up just sort of going directly north, past Shelter, onwards now towards just Mansion area.
Yeah, when you're quick and clean with your looting, then you get to transition early, and you get to hold down a place like Heaven. So that's what TSM finds for themselves. FaZe doing their normal wrap along the east coast here. They need to be careful though, because Rumblers were just ahead of them, and they've kind of been slow pushing here. Cherry Poppins all by himself here on the cliffside.
I don't think Cherry Poppins is going to be taking these shots. He's by himself for Rumblers, as you said, on the cliff. Na'Vi coming in now through out of Pachinki. You can actually see on the map over at Georgeport, GEX, that is a long rotation out to the far west. They're going to be pushing in probably around that shooting range area, but it's a better start. It's probably the best start they've had all day. Obviously, they keep getting dropped on early. They will have 4 alive at least going into the circle. Good start for GEX.
Oh, there we go.
Actually, Lost HD is going to take the shots under the rotating FaZe. They had the information from Cherry Poppins earlier. Mexi has stopped, though, at the tree. The nade from Lost HD. Mexi wants to throw one back. He's going to push forward as he throws the nade. Mexi's in trouble, and he gets knocked down. Rumblers buying the knock onto Mexi. Waldo's not going to be helped out. Uber gets him from behind and gets the trade in the end for FaZe. They'll finish him off. Waldo, though, for Rumblers finds Buzz Space.
FaZe trying to come up with a jump out, boys, to save their fallen teammate, but Rumblers not giving up the ghost so easily. 2 down for FaZe so far. They're going to try to get the res on Mexi in the smoke.
Cherry Poppin's making his way over. You can see Rumblers in the minimap surrounding FaZe. This is not good. Nade thrown in to try and finish off Buzzface, and he will certainly be finished off. Mexi's been revived by 80. Uber just a bit to the southwest. He's a bit further back. He's the man that needs to find a knock onto one of these members of Rumblers, who are quite separated, as you can see on the minimap. One to the north, one out to the east, one down to south. Uber's knocked down by Cherry Poppin. That's not good. He's by himself. Mexi and 80 are about to be collapsed upon. FaZe might go in last place here for match 3.
They are surrounded on all points right now. That's why Cherry Poppin's holding that position on the cliffside was huge. 80's gonna go down to the grenade. It's all down to just Mexi hiding in the smoke. Waldo's gonna find him. Will that be enough to kill him off? No, he stays alive for just a little bit longer. And no, that's gonna be it. Rumblers picks up 4 kills and FaZe out in 16th place.
This is what happens when it's not Sunday for FaZe. It's not looking good for them for the PGC finals. Out now with 5 points after 3 games. Of course, we saw their heroics in the semifinals in that final game. If you haven't seen it, go and watch it. But unfortunately, that platform that they had from that final game, Poro, they haven't quite been able to capitalize here at the grand finals, as we are about to get FaZe to circle shift. Oh, it's a Stalber finish, potentially.
Let's go.
It's looking that way, Poro.
And there's a lot of real estate left unclaimed right now in that area. We're going to see all the look at all the vehicles just moving. They do move in herds.
And obviously, this is where I go back to what I mentioned before, as I do get your reference there, Poro. I'll give you the nod of appreciation. Lazarus will move to the warehouse or the base of Stalber. We saw them win a game from here, although this one's a bit more north than the last time we saw it. Luke 12, they find a kill here for Lazarus, yet to get on the board. It was ironically on TSM's Gustav, the other team, yet to find a kill.
Yeah, TSM very split up here. This is probably the safest play to make, really. If you lose one, you don't manage to lose everybody else. So Lazarus going to turn their attention back towards T1.
Oh, he hits these, although Adder's going to get out of the UAZ, moving slow. Oh, wow, that could have been a bounce from that explosion. Adder's going to make a run for it. 1 or 2 more shots might get the knockdown for Lazarus. Can they find this? No. Reload for Luke 12 as a cat and Jeff Locker move up for T1. Right in the middle of the 4 members of Lazarus here on the base of Stalber. The spray, Purdy Curdy, and Lazarus might find their first kills of PGC Grand Final Day.
Caught it down. Jeff Locker manages to get just out of line of sight in the nick of time, but Purdy Curdy's not going to let that stand. And yep, there goes Alo's going to find the angle. Actually, no, it's going to be Adder that picks that one up. So maybe Lazarus can steal this one away, find themselves a second kill if they're lucky.
Adder, though, holding by himself. That's all it'll get. It'll be a revive from Luke 12 onto Alo. Helen and Adder will move forward for T1 at the top of Stalber. Although they're about to find that 2 members of 4AM are actually there already, Wayless and Forever. CGG and Xiaolu holding just to the east above Gen G.
Jeff Lock is going to get finished off by Purdy Curdy. Esther's going to try to escape. ZGG going to make sure he takes a few bullets in his back for his trouble.
Team started to make their way into this circle, realizing that real estate's not quite that open. Hyde. Watch Song Jung driving by from Enter's Force. Apparently by himself. Oh, headshot tag. The spray down from Tide onto Song Jang. And yet none of those were the ones that landed. Back over to the SLR. It did well earlier, although not quite this time. And Song Jang gets a reprieve and is able to drive away.
That was a pop. Song Jang definitely feeling a little bit lucky to get out of that one as we cut over to Entis Ace. They're right on top of Gen G. Damon has a low ground here. I'm not sure if he's been spotted out just yet.
Just north of Stalber for this one, you can see Liga's in trouble, surrounded by Genesis, who have been the best performing North American team so far. Profi
trying to find this angle here.
Well, he's the top assist leader for this team, but he might have to be the one to find the kill onto Liga because he's the closest. Oh, he does spot him. He goes for the spray, but it's a little earlier. Liga can get below that ridge line. Profi gives away his position. The Liga's not in a position to really try and fight back just yet.
He's still trying to duck out of this, but look at this. You can see on your mini-map just a second ago, Lazarus starting to make their way over here from the east.
From that warehouse, they hear the shots. They're not going to move just yet, though. They're going to hold this spot because in 5 seconds' time, we're about to go into phase number 3. Will it continue on to Stalba, or have we got a shift potentially? It will continue on to Stalba for match 3. It feels like so far here on Erangel today, we've had a bit of everything.
We really have. We've had a mixed bag, and now Lazarus, you can see opening up on Genesis as we check in on the top of Stalber. The last 2 members from T1 still alive, holding it down on the west side. They're sharing it with 4 a.m. 4 a.m. a little bit more split up here, spread out, getting more lines of sight down onto things below them. They have the rocks to really kind of play around here.
Still a lot of teams that are holding the absolute edge of the blue. They will have to make their way to Stalba at some point in time. And now I think towards the back end of phase 3, we're really going to see it pick up a little bit here in terms of the pacing. W-Click are on the move early. You don't want to be one of the last teams coming in. You want to position early. Find a spot where you can potentially gatekeep teams, making that late push to the top of Stalba. Waldo unable to be successful with the sprays onto W-Click. As they move up, they want to take this compound. They can take this fight. Waldo's by himself right now. And the other members of Rumblers potentially dealing with Entus Force down south.
Yeah, Rumbler is a little bit sandwiched right now. You can see Cherry Poppin very concerned with Entus Force right now, but he's going to take some shots from Song Jang, and that's going to be the run-up from Kale. Almost wins the 1v1, but it's not going to be enough.
Micro fight. They find the knockdown onto Rybo, and he gets one onto Kale from that high ground position. Looking for the flush to confirm the points. 5 kills for Rumblers already in match 3. It's a decent start, but they've got a lot more work to do here with W-Click, Entus Force, and now potentially TSM making their way over towards this eastern side of the phase 3 circle on Stalba. Still, 0 kills for TSM, but maybe with 4 alive going into the middle section of this game, Porro, their fortunes might be changing.
And this has been Rumbler's MO for the first 2 games. All their points coming from kills right now. No placement points yet to be found as they continue to fight and scrap their way along. We check in on Navi on the very northern end of this circle, trying to find something. Fortunately, they've managed to make it this far into the game without running into FaZe, but probably because FaZe is dead.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, hate to see it.
It's kind of easy to avoid a team when they're not in the game, but it's all right. I'll let you have that shot. Pokemolodoy just holding behind Bestalot, who's leading the charge for Na'Vi, but eventually they will have to turn their way back over towards Stalba rather than the road leading to Kameshki. Got VC that they might push into if they keep going. They keep this wrap all the way to the further east. Again, it's going to be W-Click and Rumblers from what we saw before. Na'Vi are going to have to potentially fight their way through to the top of Stalba.
That will be rough sledding all the way around. We usually see, typically see in competitive games, when you have a circle that ends on Stalber, you end up having a lot of people up and alive very late just because of the lay of the land, how much room there is to hide behind. There's not really any long-range engagements to be found. Everything's very up close and personal, so keep an eye on that as we continue forward. Right on top of it.
Oh my goodness.
4 a.m.
It's a battle to the top of the mountain, and it's quite literal. GY will be eliminated by Sophia. That's exactly what GEX need, all the points that they can muster up right now. Bestalot and Na'Vi getting involved against VC. I mentioned before, they're going to have to fight their way to the top of the mountain. They've started to fight early, the Blues right on their back, but they've got 35 seconds until it's going to start to move. Profi finds Maluk. It's North America versus North America right now. Zampa was knocked down first, as Profi just wants to move back a little bit here. Tempo Storm are going to bring the reinforcements, probably from a better position compared to the rest of Genesis.
Yeah, Profi kind of out on an island here a little bit. He doesn't want to overcommit to try to get this flush, but Nerf, you can see running in the background. He's going to find Maluk, and what a spray.
What a flank.
Clean, as you like.
From Nerf and Tempo Storm have just been completely lit up. They're down to 1 player remaining as Sharky went down. It's only Sharp Shot that remains standing. And at the very top of Stalba, Entus Ace are pushed on to T1. Ad has been knocked down, but Hallam going for the revive. 4 a.m. are going to bring all their members over now. They only had Wayless and Forever before. Now the other 2 making their way over. And Esther and Pio hearing the shots want to make their way over as well. A doozy knocked down by Rabo of W-Click. The kill feed has lit up dramatically over the last 30 seconds to a minute. As we've gone into phase 4, it's no surprise.
Yeah, like we said, everybody's on top of each other. You don't get the shot until it's right in front of you. And there's Wayless going to get the down on the Joy, but he's not going to be able to finish out the flush because Gen G has now come over the top.
They've arrived, but not all of them. Loki holding further back. The nade's going to misfire from Wayless's position. CGG And Wayless will be able to regroup with the other two members of 4AM as we're going to see Tempo Storm eliminated in 15th position, mostly at the hands of Genesis, and Ace fall as well. Luke 12 finds a double onto Profi and H-Win. Lazarus. But it's been North America carnage right now. They're just fighting each other around Stelba.
They just keep running into each other. Now we cut to Navi, who's trying to make their way in. Still, they've got W-Click right on their heels. 2 down already. Pokemon and Aduzi, they're the only ones left. Nice grenade to finish the flush on Silzen as Navi tries to regroup, coming over the top. I believe that's just Ragnar left. No, Harold.
Too.
Yeah, Harold's still alive as well, trying to get some kind of a flank here.
Harold needs to find the flank as Ragnar lands a shot to Pokemon. 1 HP. Ragnar was the one knocked down by Bestalodge. That's what they required. Indigo with the knockdown of the Pokemon. This might be the end of Navi. Oh, what a spray from Harold. But that's going to be the end of W-Click out in 12th position.
But Entis Force is right over the top of this. They have Navi dead to rights, essentially. So Navi has to turn from one fight and go right into the other. And meanwhile, Waldo is sneaking up the backside.
He's going for a stroll. He's about to stroll right into the path of Navi or potentially Entis Force. He's spotted and he's immediately flushed by Doya of Entis Force, who continue the Korean hype train for PGC finals as Pokemon can only die to the blue. Aduzi and Bestalot's making the best of what they can do here, and it's not very good. There goes Genesis as well to Luke 12, and the Australian is lighting them up right now down south.
Lazarus sitting on still 4 up and a boatload of kills. You got to assume Navi is going to get taken out by Domu there. VC Gaming going to pick up another kill, or for their first kill rather, of this game as we check in where our circle is going to go. I'll give you 3 guesses. Okay, there we go.
Oh my goodness.
Cutting south a little bit, 4 AM, everything to the top still in play.
We mentioned at the start of this game, Lazarus and TSM had 0 kills. 2 big teams that unfortunately haven't started very well over the first 2 games. They get a very good circle here. They might end up fighting each other for it. Still, on the north side of the circle is going to be the high point of Stelba, though, of course, with T1 and 4AM. Very good positions for those 2 teams as well. 8 teams remain. Placement points will be distributed, of course, for the remainder of match 3. As we're at the 19.5-minute mark, still about 10 more minutes to go or so until we get this conclusion of Stelba.
Got to keep in mind, Gen G still alive, still 4 strong. They've got 2 wins in a row. Can they manage to get 3 here on Erangel as we see them wrapping around? GEX is spread out, but they're still making their wrap. They could get sandwiched here between Lazarus and Gen G if they're not careful.
Gen G have been so much more quiet this game, 0 kills. That's why we haven't actually seen them really that much on the feed. But now, as you mentioned, with 4 alive at this late of the game, this is where they might strike. They might run straight into GEX. In fact, GEX could get pinched here completely between Gen G and Lazarus. That would be disastrous.
It would be rough, but look at this. TSM now coming down and showing a little attention towards Lazarus. So Lazarus, everybody's pinched, essentially, except for Gen G and TSM. Now GEX is turning around. They're going to go right into Gen G. They're going to trade out immediately. Pio's going to go down. Taman, the last one of GEX.
3 down for Gen G in the blink of an eye. GEX have done well, but Lazarus smell blood in the water. They're going to try and push on to GEX and G. They might be the ones to capitalize the most. Luke 12 is fragging right now. He might find himself with AK. Taman from behind the rock gets shy away very low. He can see Loki, and the other members at that rock can potentially give information. Oh, he watched the nade of Death, and it doesn't beat his death. It's the shot from Shy Way. GEX have just wiped out Gen G. No 3 wins in a row for them. 4 kills for Luke 12 of 7. Lazarus, do they continue their push onto GEX? Now that fight's over, they might prefer position instead.
Oh man, I feel like they've got to continue this push, right? They have to keep pushing. They left Alo behind to make sure that TSM didn't wrap on them.
Smart.
And he is so far serving a good purpose here, as Lazarus hasn't found the correct angle really to really get into GEX here, but GEX is going to have to move. They've got the blue right on their backs.
Over towards the northeast, this is Entis Force and VC. TSM keeping an eye on this fight. They're not pushing over towards Lazarus. Lazarus with a 3-1 split, as you mentioned. Alo stayed behind at their previous location. Purdy Curdy, the nade onto Sophia. This is where Lazarus are at their best. They have just wiped out GEX. And the North American team's up to 10 kills, but leading the way is the Australian with 5.
You had to throw that extra part in there, didn't you? 4 AM now, turning their attention towards VC. Domu is going to get knocked, and now Helen has gone down as well. SKT in trouble here as they might be going out.
Forever. seeing if he can find something as it just starts to resemble a massacre at the top of Stalber. The nade down to the hill towards DJ Boy. He wants to get out of there. Ada going for the heal, but it's getting pushed on by Wayless. 4 angry men. The Molotov, it doesn't confirm Ada, but Wayless is going to spot him trying to climb out. And 4AM have got 3 kills, and they should be able to find this revive as well, I believe.
Yeah, they have to make sure they still pay attention though, because they do have VC and Entis Force off to their northeast.
TSM watching and TSM
rapping
pushing.
on this. TSM rapping on this. They had left Michael behind to do the same thing to Lazarus that Lazarus did to them. Gustav gonna take a few shots. Nothing gonna find its home. Yep, he's gonna get the down on Adoya. Songjang is gonna try to run across the street. He's got the smokes though.
Domu's knocked down as well. DJ Boyd, last one alive for VC. 4AM hearing the shots, they spot him. That's going to be a quick wipe onto VC. 4 teams remain. But as this is happening, Lazarus is getting so much of the circle because everyone's pushing up to the northeast. 4AM spot TSM. We've got a 2-2 split right now, but Michael's been left really far behind, and he got spotted by Purdy Curdy. There goes Songjang, Entis Force out in 4th. 3 teams remain. It's 4AM, TSM, and Lazarus.
TSM has been playing this really, really well. They still have 4 up, but they just don't have a lot of kills because nothing's really been funneled down to them. This could all change, though, as 4AM has to make their way out of Stalber.
Iro spots Purdy Curdy behind the tree, but Wayless has got that high ground. He gets Iro with a couple of tags, forces him to pop that first aid kit. 2 kills for TSM. It hasn't quite been as a grand game as Lazarus, but they've got 4 alive. Potentially a win on the cards here. If they can deal with 4AM, it's a 4v4v4, and boy, this is a crucial game, because with Gen G having finally a bit of a lackluster game, you can start to catch up to that first place position.
Absolutely, we see Iro taking a few shots over towards Purdy Curdy. Lazarus, very split up now, multiple lines of sight. They have all the information they need. 4AM is just stacked right now on top of each other, trying to figure out how they're gonna come down this hill. Meanwhile, Alo keeping Michael honest.
Week 12, 3 nades still remaining. The other thing as well, Lazarus are going to have more utility remaining in terms of smokes and grenades. Their fights have been quick and clean, whereas, of course, 4AM have been scrapping. You could say the same for TSM, though. They should still have a lot. Purdy Curdy, that's not the place to be. Fortunately, gets behind the trees, and Michael loses sight of him before he could find the knock. And if he had been knocked there, he probably goes down. As Rory pushing so close now to 4AM. That circle went north. Lazarus and 4AM in the best position. TSM on the outer edge.
Yeah, 4AM getting a little bit of a reprieve here. They can still stay on their cliffside edge here on the south side of the Stalber. Play from these rocks. Doing a good job of not giving up any downs here. That's kind of what it feels like TSM's waiting for. They want to get it down and then push on it, but 4AM not over-peaking, not over-committing. So.
Got a lot of time, of course. We've only just gone into phase 7. It was so chaotic in that mid-game that, of course, coming down to 12, alive, going into phase 6, so much space still available. That's why it has slowed down temporarily. But, boy, going into phase 8 onwards, Pora, that's when it'll pick up again. If TSM make the push onto 4AM, we might see it happen now. 4AM are going to have the high ground. TSM at a disadvantage. Michael with a bit of a peek. Wayless holding close by, but it's ZGG with the overwatch as he keeps eye to make sure that Wayless doesn't get spotted. ZGG is usually the aggressive one. He's the frontline man. He'll be the one to find the knock or two. If you can take him out, 4AM can be vulnerable.
This is such a bad fight for TSM to take against 4AM. They have him pretty much dead to rights. Michael does find a few shots on him, but Gustav immediately going to get traded back.
Lazarus are watching TSM as well. They've got no interest in 4AM. Basically, it's Lazarus and 4AM watching TSM on the edge of this circle. Nate thrown towards the rock. Doesn't make it over, doesn't connect onto ZGG. TSM throwing at their utilities, smokes, nades, trying to relieve the pressure, but it's not really working. They're not moving position. They're not finding knocks. Michael down to half health from ZGG, playing this so well, so passive. And for Lazarus, they're continuing to just hold their position out west and at the center.
You can see they're starting to make their way across the street, and Luke's going to get the down on a Forever.
He's not done. He wants that 8K.
Let's see how TSM responds to this. They're going to still hold their position on this roadside. ZGG and Wayless doing a good job of preventing them from coming over the top. Looks like Xiaolu should get the res on Forever. Meanwhile, Lazarus has taken this time to send 2 above the road
Iroh
and
goes
2
down
below.
surely to Alo here. There's nothing he can do. One tag a second, but he can't find the third. The first aid kit did its job. Gets to that next tree, which was inside the previous circle. No longer, though. That circle again now for FaZe 8 shifts onto Lazarus. It's their game to win from here, you'd think, but Alo's been knocked down. Michael potentially allowing TSM now to maybe push over and fight with Lazarus. Alo is down. Uncivil going for the revive.
TSM is pushing this, though. They've got Gustav and Rory. They're sending them right on top. They're going to get the second down onto Uncivil. This is exactly what they were waiting for. They wanted to get that down so they could push on it. Purdy Curdy and Luke now, the last 2 remaining members up for Lazarus.
Has this game fallen away from the grasps of Lazarus? 4 AM up north have recovered. They've got 4 up. TSM find the double kills onto Lazarus. They now move south. And now Purdy Curdy and Luke 12 are about to be the unfortunate meat in the sandwich of TSM and 4 AM. They are in some serious trouble.
Such an unfortunate circle for Lazarus there, as things didn't go their way. Luke is actually going to get down by Forever here, and now it's just down to Purdy Curdy, and he is in the dead center, trying to stay alive here as 4 AM is swarming across the top of this hillside, and TSM has the low ground.
Luke 12 eliminated, as you said. Purdy Curdy remains. 4 up still for TSM, 4 up for 4 AM. But it's the high ground for 4 AM. Have they found a way to claim match 3, or will TSM get right back in the thick of things in terms of the overall standings? For reference, though, still it's been a massive game for Lazarus. 14 points gained from this game is huge.
And that's the minimum. Kurt could still clutch this out. Oh, nobody's really spotted him yet, and TSM and 4 AM kind of keeping each other from pushing up.
And
it's really
ZGG playing that aggressive position again. He's the one on that rock face. Michael trying to push up for TSM as the flank out to the east. He needs to be the one to spot ZGG, but it's not going to be able to because of that rock formation. ZGG is on the other side, which means the only players that Michael can spot will be the ones that are still at the top. We go into phase 9. The blue zone moves as Purdy Curdy is eliminated, spotted, found by Forever. 6 kills for 4 AM, 4v4 here for match 3. Forever finds a tag on the Gustav, but it's Michael who did the job. He got the front man. It's ZGG down for 4 AM. Michael, can he find any more? He wants to flush. He wants to end it now. Xiaolu sends Michael back behind the rock with that headshot.
great time from the flank from Michael. He found what he needed to. Iroh's going to step it up, and he's going to get the down onto Wayless. Forever looks like he might think he could try to get this res, and he should be able to. The circle still a little bit away. ZGG is going to get flushed out, though.
I think Xiaolu's been spotted. They're getting shot at now. The pressure is just mounting onto 4 AM, despite their high ground advantage.
There it is.
TSM are cutting them down one by one, and only one angry man remains. And there are about to be some angry men, because TSM surely now will claim match 3. Gustav knocked down, though. Maybe there's still a twist left in this tale for match 3. Xiaolu, 24 health. He's got all 3 members right in front of him. He'll get the knockdown onto Michael. Is there any more still to come? This would be disastrous for TSM. They get the win in the end. 8 kills for TSM. They're back in the fight.
TSM stepping it up here in game number 3. 8 kills and the win. What a phenomenal performance from that foursome.
Well, they played that so well. They were in the disadvantaged position for such a large portion of that game towards the end. At the start, they had a good spot. We mentioned that in the mid-game onwards that was fine. But at the end, on the far eastern edge, they were getting looked at by both Lazarus and 4 AM. They found the knocks. They got the double onto Lazarus. They pushed forward. They played aggressive, and in the end, rewarded for it.
High ground memes be damned. TSM takes it home from the low ground. And what a great performance as well by those lads. Luke, 12, Purdy Curdy, Uncivil, the rest of Lazarus. A phenomenal game for them after having a little bit of a slow start. 4 AM once again finding themselves, though, in the back.
4 AM played that well, though. Of course, they were part of that congestion on the top of Stalba. A lot of teams around there. Just Force, BC, they came out on top. So when you win that sort of fight, you have a couple of kills to your name already for 4 AM. So they ended up actually walking away with 7 kills, second place. Big game for 4 AM. Not only that, they've actually been doing pretty well for the first 2 games, where, of course, the other 2 teams, TSM and Lazarus, they were the talking point coming into match number 3. They had 0 kills each. But this is their redemption game now. That has come into fruition.
Absolutely. We talk about how fantastic Gen G has been doing, but now the story is about TSM. We're going to throw it down to Rachel with an interview with one of the TSM boys.
Thank you guys. Changing it up down here on the stage, and we've got TSM and Rari to talk me through this last match. That was an uphill battle, quite literally for you and your team in those final moments. So how did you convert that tough position to a victory?
Yeah, we just knew from our compound we need to play from the edge and just wheel the edge. We were really good as a team, just team fighting through the edge. So we just need to be calm and not get too hectic and just play from our compound, and it worked out really well.
Now, in moments like that, is anyone making a call for the entire team, or are you all deciding individually on your utilities?
It depends on the terrain. Like, whoever's in one place needs to tell the other person, like, can you play here or can you not? So we did really well, like, communication in that game, like, pull back, push forward, and yeah, it just helped us win that game.
Stellar communication, 4 alive to the end, but you guys are one of the first teams out in their first game of the day, so you've had a nice, steady upward trajectory over these last 3 games. Where is that going to take you?
Yeah, it's a big confidence boost. We had 2 really hard games to start with, but it didn't really phase us that bad. We only made like 1 mistake in those 2 games, but yeah, 2 hard games and 1 good game, so we're happy.
Well, you made it to the top now, so let's see if you can stay there. Thanks so much for the insights. Back to you guys.
That's right, TSM get themselves the first chicken dinner of their campaign here along the 12 games. Big win for them, and especially towards these last circles. And we're seeing it in multiple of these games now. Really, really intense final circles, be it 4v4v4, 4v4v3. For us, we're seeing very patient play. Obviously, a lot of these teams know what's on the line here.
I mean, it also comes down to the circles we're getting. The end circle is on kind of positions we're not used to getting in. So the teams, they gotta adapt pretty quick, and I mean, that's the name of the game, right? Adapting, making sure that you're ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just it's kind of a meme to say just adapt, but like the reality is so far, almost all of these circles have required that from these players.
For me also, you can see, as you said, all these players, they know how much is online. So the patient kind of waiting game is, you see players, they're moving into positions, making sure that they can kind of play instead of just being trigger happy. So especially for M here, they're sweeping, they're making sure all 4 players is live. I did not expect them. They were there for a long time. We could expect them to kind of lose a few players if it was the group stage, but here they made sure all 4 guys is alive, get into a nice position, and take some nice fights.
Let's take a look at the highlights here from this game, and once again, it's not even just a case of adapting in the fights, it's adapting to the circles, because we've been all over the place.
And circles can get dangerous. I mean, Rumblers basically set a trap here for whichever team happened to be unlucky enough to rotate past them, and they did that. Like, they literally put 3 up, they sent the Rocket Man, Cherry Poppins down to sort of below the hill to tell them when they were rotating, and they cost FaZe big time in that fight, and actually ended up pretty good for them in terms of kills.
I mean, we're seeing Rumblers playing the games of their lives right now. They've never played this good in my books before, but right now they're doing most of the stuff really good. They're doing it right. They're making sure they have the time for it as well.
What I really loved was how after FaZe stopped, Rumblers, they positioned themselves to make sure that they could have all the angles and really put the fight to their advantage. In the end here, though, TSM taking the fight home. It's super well played for them. They kept 4 guys alive, making sure they had the angles, and they won their 1v1s and made sure they clutched the moments.
I mean, that was the reality of that final circle is 4-4-4. TSM comes out on top, but we saw multiple times where a member from each of those teams was almost knocked, right? Michael's transition, we saw it happen to 4AM. We saw it happen a few times to Lazarus. And the first team to go down, it was like throwing blood in the water. The Sharks just collapsed, 8 Lazarus alive, and then it became a chess match of how to utilize, honestly, the high ground. And TSM came from the low and still won that one, which I was very impressed with.
And also Lazarus, we have to give it to them. 10 kills, 3rd place here. They managed to keep the West to themselves. Their positioning versus GX, their overall, their third party and how they kind of managed and kept the whole zone. Super well played from them. I hope to see this kind of play from them moving forward.
You got to say TSM, though, moving in from the low ground there, they played that so well. They had Michael on the flank on the east side, while all the 3 other guys, they were waiting on the west side. As soon as Michael took the shots, they got the knock, that's when the other 3 pop up, start shooting, Michael falls back.
And with a move like that, the flank is absolutely the linchpin, right? You need that kind of start to an engagement like that, surely.
If you're an amateur team or you're starting up and you want to study positioning and flanking, look at that entire Lazarus TSM face-off. From the very beginning, it was a masterclass, and Michael and Alo keeping an eye on each other when that crate came down, making sure no one pushed in the opposite direction. They always made sure their teams, as they looked for third parties, were covered from behind. It was just perfectly executed by both of those teams, and genuinely, I think it could have gone either way in the end based on where that first knock went.
Points coming in. TSM finds themselves at the top 4 this game. Lazarus in 2nd place. As you mentioned, guys, a lot of points. from kills there. 4AM is the third position in this game. For all intents and purposes, I thought 4AM was going to have an even bigger leg up on what you mentioned, Froz, with the fact that they had the high ground in a lot of that fight towards the end, but it wasn't working out for them.
So the problem was that they took kind of fights against TSM and Lazarus at the same time. They moved 2 guys up towards Starboard while 2 guys were holding TSM. And when you're picking fights against the 2 remaining teams, you're basically telling them to, hey, just end me already.
And I think you're splitting your firepower, right? They chose to go 2-2 instead of what the other 2 teams were doing, which was focus a 3 on sort of where you knew you could get an advantage. So their firepower was never focused on when Michael was trying to make a cross or something like that, and it cost them.
And also when you have 3 teams with 4 guys, it's like a 3-way chess game for the last position in the circle, because you want to position yourself the best to make sure that when the circle comes, you have the best position to take all the other guys that have to move later than you. So your chess piece, make sure you got a good position, and 4AM, they didn't do that fast enough.
And for this game, our final of Erangel for the day, there seemed like a lot of GEX fans in the crowd, and I'm going to say because they took out Genji early. Of course, we don't particularly want a team to completely run away with it straight away, but GEX really put a spanner in the works of Genji very quickly here.
They turned that fight around because they were getting pinched by both Genji from the north and Lazarus from the south, and basically they should have died straight away. But they turned in the right time. They took out Genji straight away, took the fight against Lazarus, but that didn't end too well.
This is the overall standings at the moment. Genji with 43 points up towards the stop, still blisteringly ahead with 4AM and OGN Enters Force currently in 2nd and 3rd place. For TSM, a lot of their points came from this game. There wasn't much racked up in the previous.
Just one.
Same thing for Lazarus. Like, all these teams are sort of playing catch up. For me, it's been Genesis has been very consistent. Force has been very consistent. And of course, 4 Angry Men, who is a team that we know can put up a blistering, high-scoring day. For them to be keeping a relative pace with Genji after 2 chicken dinners has to have them a little bit worried.
But looking at Rumblers, though, right now, I mean, they're sitting on 16 points. First game, they only had 2 points, but after that, that's when they started activating themselves. They're starting to do these kind of traps, and they're going for the kills. They don't care about the placements right now. They want to make sure they get at least some sort of points.
What map is next?
Oh,
yeah.
Exactly. So Rumblers, I'm counting on 2
Sorry,
tops.
boys. Sweep it under the rug.
but that's it. It's like there are teams that are still just struggling to get their heads around this. Rumblers has just outright said we're terrible at Sanhok, and we'll see what happens.
That's fair. Let's speak about Sanhok here for a moment, because it is a very different play style. For anybody maybe tuning in who's not as familiar with PUBG, this is a smaller map. It's a bit more difficult when it comes to the overall rotations into later circles. Talk to me about it, Avenger.
Well, overall, it's a map where you don't really need cars. You can maybe take a boat if you're feeling lucky, but you need to be able to engage in a fight and then disengage within 20 seconds. Otherwise, you're going to get third party, because there's so many places to hide. There's so many places to kind of third party from and reposition yourself from. So quick in, take some kills and reposition yourself and move out again.
That's fair.
It's super easy that you'll find yourself in a bad position on Sanhok, and you'll easily get third party, as Martin said. What you want to do is make sure you go super aggressive. Get whatever you can. If that is 2 points, that is 2 points better than 0.
I mean, I think the reality of it is we saw them fight with FaZe earlier, Rumblers. This is why they're so bad at Sanhok, in my opinion, is they require a lot of elbow room to fight. They spread out around FaZe, but on Sanhok, when you're sitting at a dinner table between 2 big boys and you can't really get those wings out there, it's a lot harder to throw some punches. So I think teams that are good at staying compact, using really good thrust patterns, they do well. FaZe in particular, I think, when they can catch somebody and make a good third-party push, the fact that they usually stay together, they're very good on Sanhok.
What I'm also interested to see is Temperstorm FaZe. Are they going to fight in Pinang? We've seen it for a long time. Are they going to take the fight head on, or are they going to kind of take the compounds around? They're both sitting on 5 and 4 points right now, so nobody's ahead. So we could maybe see a fight straight in Pinang from the beginning.
Let's take a look at how everything broke down on our previous game, though, here for Erangel, as we did see the playing path. A pretty unforgiving set of playing paths, to be perfectly honest here, when we were able to approach this. And then the circle shifted far away from the playing path, which is quite uncommon, and we end up in this situation.
I mean, we've definitely gotten a tour of the island. We've been pretty much everywhere. We even got a pseudo-military at the start, but TSM has worked hard to get in their position. Look how active Lazarus was being during that entire late game, and that's what they seem to do best. But at the end of the day, all of that movement was for naught. They got some kills, but they couldn't close it out.
What like from Lazarus was that early on in the game, even Circle 2, they stayed on the south side. They knew that people were going to rotate past them, and they just wanted to farm those kills, make sure, hey, we don't need to go center. Let's get as much as we can right now, and then we'll play the game out from there.
I want to take it to the beginning of the game, though, because W-Click nearly ruined this game for TSM. There are 4 guys in one car trying to get out of there. It's scary. And, yeah.
I mean, I think the big takeaway for me on that Lazarus thing is that they seem to be turning on. Erangel is not their strongest map. They call themselves the king of the jungle because they believe they play Sandhawk well. More importantly, I think they're averaging over 11 points per game when it comes to Miramar. That's where they truly shine. So the second half of the day is Lazarus's chance to sort of throw some punches and get back into that top 5. And right now, them and the Rumblers are feeling like that's the best chance for NPL to sort of make a showing today.
And at the same time, 4 Angry Men, 3rd place in Game 2, 2nd place in Game 3 here.
A win now?
Maybe. Yeah. What are you making of 4 Angry Men so far? They already impressed us by far in the semifinals. Now here on the grand finals.
So if this is kind of the best of the Angry Men we can see, I am expecting more from them. Like, I want to see a game from them where they take it home.
Sure.
But if this is their bad day, and they come tomorrow and show what they did in the previous stages, then they're looking pretty scary.
I really like how they're like working together, covering each other, making sure every move is calculated. Nothing is taken to the risk if it's not worth it. So they know, all right, we're going to do this. Is it worth it? Yes, go for it. We're going to win this.
I mean, I think that, like I said, I'm sort of looking forward to Miramar, see what 4 Angry Men bring. They average about 8.5. Genesis does about 8.5 as well when they play on that map. Most of these teams are probably looking to sort of have, when you have a bad game, walk away with 6, right? That's the idea. So if they can bring these numbers in, then I think that gap keeps closing on Gen G. The problem is Gen G has so much confidence right now. A 20-point lead is absolutely bananas, and somebody else has to figure out how to peel them away from that and make their big move.
That's fair, but how much of that was squashed by GEX in the previous game does remain to be seen here on this grand stage. As you can see, all of these teams getting ready to get into Sandhawk. And we already mentioned it presents a more difficult challenge, a different challenge to say the least. But here are your current leaders, Gen G, right now with that first place, and then eventually going out in 8th place in this game. Not the best of situations by any stretch of the imagination, but they're still on the road to a victory.
Overall, for how they played that game, though, that was perfect. They had so much zone control in Northwest. If they managed to kind of play that engagement with GX and Lazarus a bit better, they would potentially be top 3. They would have been in Lazarus' position instead. And again, we don't want to judge them by kind of the hardest circles. This was a really hard circle for them. Managed to get an 8th place, and it's one small mistake that put them in 8th compared to putting them in 3rd with 10 kills.
And I've been talking about PPR, points per round, sort of what the averages are. You bring up Gen G, and it's worth noting, in the last couple of weekends, they've averaged 3 points per round on Erangel, so it's terrifying that they're doing well here.
Sure.
On Sandhawk and Miramar, both of those maps, they are in the top 3 of everyone who showed up, the 32 who came to this thing. So if I'm everyone else, my eyes are glued to them, because such a strong start on Erangel means a very tough day for everyone else.
Doesn't bode well for anyone else at all. You're absolutely right there. Let's take a look at some of these other teams as they do present themselves. VC Gaming so far got themselves a 5th place in the last game, 2nd place in the previous game before that. Again, another one of these Chinese powerhouse teams, Avenger, that have been able to step up to the mark and really prove their worth.
And also we saw them, again, in the previous stages, how well they're able to play. This is by far not the VC Gaming that we're looking to be scared of. If this is their kind of sleeping form, then when they activate them and come online, they're going to be absolutely scary.
I mean, that's it for me, though. The problem is they go back and forth, right? First game, 0 points, 10th, I think. Second game, man, 9 kills. What an awesome game. Then we go to the next one, and they get some placement, but only 2 kills to go with it. And they're very hot and cold. I'm waiting for them. And I won't doubt them ever again, right? Because I learned my lesson during the last round. But the reality is that hot and cold's not going to take home the $1 million.
No. GEX as well put a slight roadblock in the way of Gen G for just a moment there. But thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time. We're going to Sandhawk. It's time for the jungle as we head over to the commentary team. It's game number 4 here of PGC.
So again, Erangel is done and dusted for the day. 1 through 3 games played. We're going to be coming back to Erangel for games 10, 11, and 12 to close out things. But now we are heading to the jungles of Sandhawk.
Yeah, and we're going to see who's going to be the king of the jungle. Toffee's saying potentially it might be Lazarus, and they finally showed up in match number 3. Will they continue that here into Sandhawk for match number 4? And one thing I want to point out coming into this game now, Bora, is at the end of the game, at the conclusion, we're already a third of the way through.
It goes by so fast.
It does. And
it really
means for
does.
the teams that are at the bottom end of the standings, they need to find some kills and points in this game.
And that's the thing, is you look at this lobby, every single team in this 16-team lobby is capable of having a game like Lazarus just had, or like Gen G had in the first 2 games. Every single one can have one of these big multi-kill wins. The question is, can they do it in time?
Painan?
Hello?
FaZe and Tempo Storm are going to be playing a game of cat and mouse potentially at Painan. Malouk with a nice little barrel roll onto the top of the building. M416 early for 80. I wasn't expecting this to happen so early. For both of these two teams, this is such a vital exchange as Uber gets Malouk. Tempo Storm, well, the day goes from bad to worse. They're sitting in last place right now. This is maybe not the play that they should have taken.
This is your PEL champion from Phase 3 versus your NPL champion from every phase. And right now, the PEL is 1 kill up as Tempo Storm looks to regroup and turn their attention back towards FaZe. We see the circle has popped. We are going off to the east. It's always Quarry with you, isn't it?
It
always
just happens to be. Every time I cast Senhok, I get Quarry. But FaZe, are they not done here? I feel like they've got one. They know they've got the numbers advantage against Tempo Storm. Already looting up pretty quickly as well. Maxi just trying to keep an eye out towards this north side of Painan. Is he just going to jump from building to building? Yes, he is.
Other thing to keep an eye on here is QM. They are just off to the north, within shouting distance of all this. They could at any time decide to come over here and third party into this. So Zampa, you can see they're looking every angle, making sure that they don't get pushed up on. Genesis, check in on them. They have the entirety of boot camp to themselves.
Yeah, I think it's good to note that for everyone else in this lobby, they're all looting by themselves. It's only Tempo Storm and FaZe with a potential early collision here on Sandhawk. Obviously, that's already taken place with Malouk being eliminated. Genesis getting boot camp to themselves. We've seen boot camp sort of fought over potentially in the past here so far at PGC. TSM coming in with an early rotation just to the west of boot camp. And still no exchange, though, between Tempo Storm and FaZe except for the start.
Yeah, it looks like Tempo is really kind of buckled down and hunkered down, bunkered down in that southern side, or northern side rather, of Painan. So no push coming out from FaZe. They don't really want to take the risk of losing one. They've got 1 free point off of it already. Might as well keep it at that. Genesis hopping in vehicles, making their way towards the center of the circle. We check in on GEX, and look how close they are to QM here.
The other thing as well for FaZe is you don't want to be sort of hanging around looking to try and finish off the rest of Tempo Storm. You want position on Sandhawk. It's so vital and important to get position early. 4 AM with a nice 2-2 split on either side of Quarry. I mean, that's the start you want here. W-Click, maybe it's going to be their game for the LATAM team, north side of Quarry. As you mentioned, the GEX QM close by. Genesis pushing out of boot camp are also potentially going to get involved here. You can see them off into the back distance there as Leo peeks out the window. Easy up top.
Yeah, it doesn't look like QM has any line of sight onto this. As you see Wu Fang and Easy at the top of the hillside here. Genesis just off to the south, or just off to the west rather, making their way across. This could, this could turn into a 3-way fight real quick.
Double tap from JRY onto Profi. He's going to fire back, but then goes now for the first aid kit. No nade, only 1 smoke. So utility is short there for Profi. Oh, Easy so close to Shy White, and he just pops up out of the grass. Nice spray down. Oh, return fire though from Leo. And it's 1-for-1 between GEX and QM. Profi gets Liga. So QM coming off worst best right now. GY White finds Nerf at the rock, has only 1 nade, needs to be perfect with it. Genesis pushing up, QM in a disastrous position here, getting pinched from both sides.
Nerf had a huge flank coming through. Profi's going to find GYY. H went down to about 50% health. He's going to have to stop and heal up. Is Wu Fang now the last remaining member up, and he's trying to run from the Genesis squad, but GEX is still spread out. As we see Tempo and FaZe also started to pop back off again.
Dies down a little bit here between GEX, Genesis, and QM. As you mentioned, a knockdown onto FaZe from Tempo. That seems like that will all it will be, as Tempo Storm moving to the try crossroad instead. FaZe and the rest will be fine for FaZe. Genesis, do they keep pushing up to the compound though, and now potentially take on GEX? They might want to slow things down a little bit. As we've got all 4 members of 4AM actually have now grouped up. They've given up on their 2-2 split of Quarry. They're pushing over to the compounds that W-Click currently holding. And this Ace close by the minimap as well, Poro. So this is the problem with Sanok. Any sort of fight that potentially drags out, or maybe takes too long to start, you're going to find yourselves getting third party pretty quickly.
And W-Click is actually getting run up on here, and they have no idea. As Entis Ace is coming up right behind it, ZGG is going to find Harold, and that's going to be a quick down and flush.
Harold down immediately. This is exactly what 4AM needed to push into these compounds, and W-Click have no idea what's just hit themselves, and looking out the window towards Xiaolu. Didn't find the angle though. And even a knockdown here is probably not going to convert into a kill. W-Click on the low ground. Entis Ace watching from the woods, where we saw 4AM pushing in from. Not only Entis Ace, but Entis Force pushing in as well. All happening on the eastern side of Quarry. The west side's quite congested too.
4AM has managed to move into the compound. Wayless is going to get taken out by Ragnar. Good shooting coming out from him. But can they get the res here?
Well, this is where now the third parties can take place. Joy might be the one to find the elimination onto Wayless with the frag grenade that he throws down. Kmart just found a double kill. Well, potentially, it's still only just a double knock. Joy spots forever, pushing out of the building. And into the next one is ZGG trying to help out Wayless. Joy will continue to throw these nades. Got plenty of them. 2 remaining. Oh, ZGG as he runs straight into it. Oh, he has. It's got him very low. Not enough to get the elimination. One more to follow, but he makes it inside of the hut to safety. And now for the first aid kit, they might just have to give up on Wayless.
Fights going on all over the place, but this is dead center circle. This is huge right now as 4AM.
Phase 2.
Looks like they're going to lose one player here, as I believe
Quarry
is going to bleed out. Yep, Quarry, as it centers up again. Meanwhile, VC Gaming still all the way out in the blue. They are taking their sweet, sweet time getting
They get the revive on a Wayless as 4AM are able to deal with the onslaught from Joy's nades.
Oh, they got the res.
Yeah, they got the res. And now, well, Entis Ace have sort of just backed off a little bit here. Might be able to now allow 4AM to continue their mission over to W-Click if they want to cross the road, which is always going to be quite risky. This is to the far north with Lazarus. Outside of the circle, being gate-kept by Na'Vi. Bestaloch has got them pinned down. Headshot onto Luke 12. He was able to land a tag back, and that'll be enough for Bestaloch to change position. Over to Genesis and FaZe now. First FaZe dealing with Tempo Storm. Now they're going to deal with Genesis. Mexi lands quite a few tags onto Nerf. Gets him low. Uber needs to heal up as well. FaZe actually quite injured here. But they're in an amazing position with how these circles are translating right now.
And you see the remnants of Tempo running away there. I think they still have 2 players up. Losing 2 in a engagement between FaZe and Genesis here. As we see Lazarus going to hop in the vehicle. They're trying to get around and outside of the scope of Na'Vi here. Trying to find some way to get inside this circle, but they do have T1 just off to their west. And again, yeah, VC.
Just bringing your attention to VC right now, where they're at Hart in, still deep into the blue here, which is about to start moving again right now as well. 2 minutes till phase number 3. Let's go and have a look at Lazarus's looting location at Paradise Resort.
Quick and easy as you like, as they covered pretty much the entirety of the resort. And now Luke +1 Alo trying to see if they can get around, but I don't think they know that T1's here.
Very, very dangerous with 2 in here, Alo and Luke 12. They are going to pull off actually perfect timing, but they still don't know that T1 are close by. Adder's going to open it up. Wow, that was so quick. Tried to go for the transfer onto Luke 12 rather than the flush. Now primes the frag grenade. Luke 12's in a world hurt. He's immediately knocked down. T1 clean and precise onto Lazarus. Off the back of a decent game in match 3, they're down to 2 players into match 4.
Lazarus in a really rough spot there. They had to do something to try to get away from the guns of Na'Vi, but unfortunately they over-rotate a little bit too far, run right into T1. That's going to be them down to 2, but fortunately for them, it looks like Purdy Curdy and Uncivil going to be able to make it in just fine. VC finally deciding to join the game.
Well, it is only phase 2, so it's still only 1 damage, or roughly 1 damage per second.
Well, they're sitting on a ton of health here. I mean, you can see 10 bandages, 3 health kits. They should be all right. They're coming in for, it looks like a long wrap all the way around to the east side, so smart play, realizing that the north and the west most likely going to be repacked right now.
You just wonder where they're going to decide their entry point, though. Will it be into Na'Vi? That could be disastrous, potentially. As Entis Ace will find themselves Great, at least for Joy. 24 seconds till phase 3. Will this continue on to Quarry? If it does, W-click 4AM still holding their previous positions from what we saw before. So is FaZe and Genesis as well on the other side. As we go back over to T1, who have potentially found the last 2 members of Lazarus, Purdy Curdy and Uncivil waiting. They've got the information on T1. This time, things have turned around. Never mind, it hasn't at all. Uncivil spotted immediately by Jeff Locker. Only Purdy Curdy remains for Lazarus inside of the hut. Circle goes north. Quarry still in, it's on the south side. GX actually a really decent compound on the north side of Quarry. Na'Vi are going to pull back as well, just to the west of Barn.
Also, we're noted FaZe Clan held 4 up still. They have a compound just to the west of Quarry right now. As GEX going to turn their attention to T1. Adder is going to get down and flushed by Purdy. He's going to get 1 point for Lazarus, even though they do go out in 16th place.
1 point enough, though. I don't think it is. It's not good enough for Lazarus. They won't be happy with that performance on Sandhawk. Na'Vi and Gen G. Bestalot opens it up with a knockdown onto Esther. Aduzi holding the backside as Taman just throws in a wild nade. He doesn't have the information, but he was just trying to find some. You can see how close Aduzi is to pushing on to Gen G as Loki goes for the revive onto Esther.
Actually
holding in pairs of 2 for Gen G.
It's huge for them to be able to get that res off. Na'Vi not in a position to really push the down. So you can see they've instead taken that time to spread out and kind of wrap around the entire squad here.
Nades continue to be thrown out. PO's only got 1 more remaining. Gen G started so well in the first 2 matches. Match 3 was only 1 point. Potentially, if they get wiped by Na'Vi here, it might be back-to-back 1 point. Oh, headshot from Bestalot, but it's not enough to get the knockdown. PO, 32 health, throws out the nade, but again, it's wild, it's not precise. It's not towards a Na'Vi player. And Bestalot is able to still hold his position for Na'Vi. Minute 20 seconds till phase number 4. As a lot of teams haven't actually moved that much here based off this phase 3 circle. Aduzi still holds the angle. Still has 2 smokes. And there's one, or actually a couple of smokes here in the center of this compound, but they are starting to dissipate shortly.
Yeah, no grenades left for the front man here. Aduzi has spent everything. Bestalog looks like he's still trying to throw stuff. That's going to be a smoke for right now, but Gen G is completely surrounded. Look at this. Senya's going to get that down onto Loki, and this could be the signal for Aduzi to go.
PO was making the mad dash, and he gets knocked down by Pokemolonoid. Na'Vi have turned it around here onto Gen G. Taman and Esther, all that remains still inside of the main shack. And that means Senya's being able to move up. And Na'Vi can potentially send Gen G backing out super early, potentially with 0 kills, Poro. And this is going to really widen the race for first place once again, almost resetting after the first 2 matches.
Absolutely huge. They still have these 2 kills left to get, though. Esther gets taken extremely low. You can see this is also being overseen by Entis Ace. They keep sending shots over this way, which may be preventing Na'Vi from pushing, but Senya with a great grenade onto Esther. Taman now the last one up.
Oh, he doesn't quite make it into the window. That might have actually gone to the back room and got Taman holding the window position. Na'Vi have dealt with 3. 1 remains. It's Taman. This fight has dragged out, but because they're at the compound, no one's actually pushed up to them. There's our phase 4 circle. It's good news for Na'Vi. Once they deal with Gen G, they got the compound as well. This might just be their game. Nate thrown in. No, never mind. It's a smoke. And now they're just going to push in, though. Bestalot with the QBC. He's going to stop that revive. Na'Vi send Gen G out in 15th position with 0 kills, 0 points. And again, for first place, stays at 43. The target remains the same.
Big plays coming out from Na'Vi there. They have center compound now, or as center as you're going to get here, and they take out Gen G in the process. Huge news for everybody in the entire game as we see Rumblers now trying to figure out how they're going to make their way in from the south.
Antis Force pushing up towards the buildings of W-Click and 4AM. FaZe have actually vacated. That's where Rumblers have pushed up to. Still no movement from Genesis. This is around the Quarry region. TSM out to the west. They might find themselves pinched between FaZe and potentially GEX on that compound if they don't push into the compound and take the fight early. FaZe will be pushing up from behind them, trying to cross the road first, though, without being spotted by either Rumblers or Genesis. Again, North America always just seems to find North America. Cherry popping with a knockdown onto Sharp Shot as Gustav does in fact spot Mexi.
Yeah, the south side is an absolute mess right now. Right now, TSM holding court over things from this hillside. You can see they're getting the downs on a FaZe. FaZe trying to make their way up, but TSM has such good positioning right now. Multiple lines of sight onto this.
FaZe, I know FaZe Sunday is a real thing, I believe now, but you don't want to leave it all to FaZe Sunday. You've got to get some points here today on Saturday, and right now they're not getting any. As 8C will go down, only Uber and FuzzFace remain. They need to still push into the circle. They haven't even achieved that yet, and that blue is moving. 57 seconds till phase 5. TSM in a better position, but they're still not in a grand position either. But they're in a spot where they can wipe out the rest of FaZe. Microfry pushing into Quarry. This is less than ideal. Zampa's been knocked down though. Sharp shot extremely low, and the last one standing for Tempo Storm on the bottom of the overall rankings with 4 points. And they will remain on the bottom of the rankings with 4 points.
Rumblers still have 3 up. They have the time here to get the res onto Cherry Poppins. Once they do, they have to get across the street that's being overseen by Genesis. They are not out of the woods by any means just yet here.
Uber, this is a rough spot to be in for both himself and FuzzFace. TSM still holding higher, watching, waiting for FaZe to make their move. They might just give this up and say, you know what, we don't have a play here. Side of the blue, deny points to TSM. That's not very nice, but it is a play, and probably the only play that FaZe had. South we go towards W-Click in 4 AM. 4 AM have been catching up to Gen G so far after those first 2 games. This might be the game where they might almost tie them, Poro, if it continues in this sort of direction.
This is really rough here for Rumblers as you see what they're having to push into. Entis Force has the low ground. W-Click has the compound on the west side of the street. 4 AM, meanwhile, just sending all types of shots across the way.
FaZe have moved, by the way. They're not going to die to the blue. They were just healing up, trying to wait for TSM to move, coming in extremely late. They actually might go into Genesis as Cherry Pop and Micro Fright both eliminated separately, ZGG and Kale. And just Force inside of North Quarry. FuzzFace knocked down. He does get a return from Uber. Finds the flush onto Profi. It's 1 extra point that they wouldn't have got, but they still go in 12. And it's still not enough. And TSM with 5 kills now, thanks to Rory. H-Win's close by. That might make it kill number 6.
H-Win's just going to run for it. He's going to play the cliff's edge. Try to stay alive for a little bit longer, but you can see going down there just exposes you to a whole different team.
And this is where TSM have got to be making sure they're not kill happy. They've got to go for position as well. They're still out to the far west. We've seen Gustav knocked down by Xiao Lu. 4 AM, great position as a doozy finds a double onto Domu and Summer. They're going to be cleaned up by Pokemon and Alpaca. Mickey with a nade towards Tide. Will be this potential to clean him up? Yes, it will. Mickey confirms the kill for Ace.
Na'Vi coming alive in this game, and you love to see it here as they still have a compound in on the very northern side. It's going to be a question of whether what this next circle shift cuts out. If it cuts out the south side, it's going to be crazy.
Over towards the northwest, GEX and T1.
Indigo resing Rory. Quick shots coming out from Akkad.
Able to get shot away. Kane knocked down as well. GEX down to Sophia. Sophia is inside of the circle in a compound as well. Gustav knocked down again. That's his second knock. That's from Forever. 4 AM doing a lot of work from that higher ground position in that compound south, just near Quarry. It is quite elevated compared to, say, for example, W-Click. What this is going to mean is W-Click are not going to be able to really get kills because they don't have the vision that 4 AM have got, which is why you're seeing 4 AM in the kill feed. It's why they're now only 11 points behind Gen G on the total rankings. 10 teams remain at the 19 minute mark of Sandhawk match 4. Sophia holding on for dear life as Akkad is kind of doing the same for T1. Na'Vi, this is their game so far now. Iroh's eliminated by Wufeng.
Oh, Wufeng's still alive.
Doors open, bye-bye.
Oh, good night, sir. Sophia going to be taken out quick there by Akkad. That's 7 kills now for T1, turning up now in Sandhawk. But Wufeng, as we were mentioning, the last player alive for QM from quite some time ago, has just been hanging out in this compound, or this shed, rather.
Oh, spots Michael too as well. Wufeng from a high ground position is smoked up. Inside, jumps out. Michael going for the first aid kit, 30 health. Wufeng is almost like James Bond at the moment, just running around, trying to peek and shoot from every angle. Just going to vacate the area completely, try and stay alive, get into the placement points. Senya knocked down by Mickey. The nade from Michael. He doesn't realize, though, that it's been vacated. He throws another one, still expecting, because he hasn't landed the first 2, he actually still thinks he's in there.
Wufang managing to stay alive. He's playing the rocks. Look at this Navi, though.
Oh, no.
Things have turned completely against them. They had to wrap around the north side, but they ran into...
Well, they didn't run into anyone. NTSA spotted them from the other side of the map. This is Sandhawk after all. The angles and the way that the terrain is means you could be completely eliminated from the other side of the map without even realizing it. No chance for a card. Poker Molodai stays alive for Na'Vi. 5 kills, gets them into the top 7 teams remaining. Make it 6 now because there goes Michael. Finally, stayed alive long enough though for TSM to at least get some extra points. At one point, it almost looked like he might go at 9th out of 5 teams. Oh, let's just go 1 by 1.
Wufang got picked off there as well, so Poker Molodai finding himself all alone. He does have Rang staring down at him. The new circle has popped 4 a.m. Looks like they might be trying to make a wrap here. Wayless has already made his way to the street.
Enters Ace, enters Force, 4 a.m., Na'Vi, and W-Click. Massive game potentially for W-Click here as well. 4 points gained so far. Enters Force, obviously, and along with Enters Ace and 4 a.m., they're the 3 that are catching up to Gen G here off the back of the last 2 games of Gen G's performance. Silson so low, 2 health, Wayless with a triple tap. The nade towards Doya, not enough to get the knockdown. Half health gets towards Indigo, the MVP of Enters Force. You can see the total rankings to your left of screen, and Gen G no longer holding a significant advantage. Wayless with a knockdown onto Silson. W-Click in 14th position with just 9 points, needs to try and capitalize from this game. Rybo will get Rybo will get forever. 4 angry men are down to 2 angry men with ZGG and Xiao Lu on the edge of the blue. And potentially, Enters Ace have been fed this game. They are in the prime pole position.
They just managed to steal away all those kills from W-Click as well. Rybo now the last one up. You see Songjang is hiding just on the corner here. Doya trying to get some kind of angle to give him some protection, but 4 a.m. starting to make their push here, but Enters Ace has them dead to rights.
They are gone out 4th place, and I think this one just about wrapped up. Doya's in a decent position, but Enters Ace are in the best position. 2 left for 4 a.m., although they're going to go out here. Doya picks up 1. ZGG denies himself, though, at least. 9 kills for Ace, going up against the sister team, Enters Force.
This is a huge, huge game for Enters Ace, and this is going to be really rough for Enters Force to push anything here, as Ace does have all 4 up. They have a compound, but we've seen magic happen before with these Korean teams.
The real question is, Songjang, Doya, do you have smokes? Are you able to forge a path forward towards Enters Ace? Obviously, still the downside is, the fact is, it's a 2v4. Open the shots up is from Ace. Songjang gets to the rock, needs to find a knockdown. Doya gets Joy. This is going to help out. Never mind. Mickey will be able to get Songjang, and that will be the end of it for match 4 on Sandhawk. It's OGN and Enters Ace with 11 kills.
Enters Ace not wasting any time in the end there. Once they saw that they had the advantage, they pushed it. And they come out ahead on top of their sister team, as you said, with a huge win on Sandhawk. That is everything that these 2 teams needed to keep the chase of Gen G still alive.
It is career day so far. Gen G, Enters Ace, Enters Force. But in saying that, Gen G have stumbled a little bit in the last 2 games from what we've seen now. Going into the last 2 games today, they need to redeem themselves a little bit, because that point gap that they once had, at least coming into match 3, has been evaporated.
Yeah.
At least for the teams that are close by. It's not as top heavy as it once was. It's a bit more spread, which is at least some good news for the teams down the bottom, but they've still got a lot of work to do. And for Ace, Force, Gen G, even 4 a.m., they've completely dominated so far after 4 games today.
I mean, we keep seeing 4 a.m. in this top 5. We keep seeing them with a stack of kills. They're going to catch up to Gen G here quickly.
And not only that, but the way that they're playing almost kind of suggests that at some point a big win's coming for 4 a.m. And when they get that, that might be enough to tip them into 1st place. They're only 2 points now behind Gen G.
Absolutely. Well, you see a good game coming out from Ace. You see ones coming from Force. W-Click as well, finding themselves in the top 4. Only 3 kills, but that's still a step in the right direction for the LATAM squad. But we're going to send it down to Rachel, who's got an interview with one of the members of Enters Ace.
Thank you guys so much. Down here with Mickey, and we finally got to see Ace pop off in this match. It was lovely to watch you guys. Now, tell me a little bit your thoughts about the crate that you were playing around, not picking it up.
오늘 처음에 보급 상자가 나왔었는데 그 위주로 그 안에 있는 걸 갖지 않고 어떻게 그 보급 상자를 이용해서 운영했나요?
전 솔직히 보급 상자가 있는지도 몰랐고요. 그냥 엄폐라고만 생각했어요.
I didn't even know there was a crate. I just played around it and was able to play good.
Well, it worked out great for you guys. Another thing that worked out great, switching over to this map. What about Sanhok makes you guys so comfortable?
이번 산옥 경기 아주 좋은 결과가 있었는데 산옥에서 어떻게 이제 좋은 결과를 냈는지 알려주세요.
저희가 원래 지금까지 솔직히 PKL도 그렇고 산옥이 되게 진짜 저희에게 있어서는 좀 많이 시련이고 언제나 3점만 떠도 진짜 와 이거 잘했다라고 했는데 이게 산옥이 제가 이제 좀 다들 적극적으로 싸워주고 총도 잘 맞는 것 같아서 좋은 것 같아요. 그래서 이게 이긴 것 같아요. 그래서.
Actually, in PKL, Sanok was like our hardest match. If we get 3 points, we say we did a good job. But then in this game, we fought really well. Our shots were good, so we were able to win this game.
That turned out to be excellent practice for you guys. Congratulations on an incredible victory. And you won that victory over Force in the final moment. So some thoughts on playing against a brother team like them?
이제 마지막 순간에 포스 상대로 이겼는데 소감이 어떤지 한번 말씀해 주세요.
포스가 인원이 저희가 좀 죽여놔가지고 알았기 때문에 저희가 이제 솔직히 포스보다는 더 잘해졌기 때문에 포스는 마지막 남았을 때 이길 거라고 생각했어요.
Since we were able to play better than Force, we were sure that we could win this match.
Fantastic. 감사합니다. Congratulations and thank you so much. Let's send it on back to you guys and get into more games.
That's right, Pocket Aces is able to beat out Brute Force towards the end. Great stuff there by Ace as they get themselves the chicken dinner on Sanhok. Some fantastic rotations as well towards the very final few moments, but Ace has got to feel a sense of pride across the entire tournament as to how they've stacked up against their sister team.
Absolutely, and just Ace and Entis Force are becoming the shake and bake of this tournament so far. They're just doing a great job of both performing independently and sort of meeting at the end there. And I do want to give a shout out to Ace. We're averaging like 4.3 points per game on Sanhok or something like that, and now an 11 kill plus a win. Oh my goodness.
Let's talk about Force though. They got their first points on Sanhok so far in this tournament.
In the entire tournament?
Yeah.
Nice. Now's a good time.
I mean, as he said as well, it's not they're happy. It's like Rumblers. If we get 3 points, we're happy on Sanhok, right? So then being able to walk away with this puts them in a good position as well. Both Force and Ace are both going to be in the top 4 after this, so it's going to be exciting to follow these guys moving forward.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights coming in from this game as a whole. T1 ended up in 8th position, but there was a lot of fighting going on in some of these compounds. And for Gen G, once again, they were thwarted quite early on in this tournament, in this game even, I should say, by Na'Vi.
I mean, if you look at how Gen G was playing this game compared to the other games, they didn't play the edge game spread out. They went through center, and then Na'Vi heard them into one building, and that was kind of the problem, because when you're stuck in one building, it's super easy to just surround you and pick you one by one.
I mean, a lot of people say just don't drive on this map, and Gen G got the circle and then loaded into cars and drove to a closer compound, sort of alerting everyone to where they were. And while this has been bad news for Gen G, I think this has been great news for everyone, like OGN, Entis Ace, as well as, I mean, TSM and everyone else to sort of close that gap.
Yeah.
4 Angry Men got really near them.
It opened up the whole leaderboard as well, as you said. I mean, that they come into this, they're going to be a few points behind them, and moving forward, I was expecting Gen G to, after the 2 wins back-to-back, I was expecting them to starting to show that they have got the confidence and they're just going to win these games. But in the fight with Na'Vi, they didn't spread out, didn't take like aggressive angles or anything. They went into the same house, started smoking. Like, it's very passive play compared to when you have that kind of the lead compared to all the other guys. You should be taking more aggression, like a more aggressive stance. That.
Regardless of all of that, though, it's another win for PKL here to be able to get themselves even more points on the board as a whole. But it's one of the, well, I say, lower PKL teams, but they were about 4th coming into this anyway, were Ace. So let's take a look at the points that they were being able to distribute here throughout this game as Ace takes themselves to the top spots. And we do have just behind them, it will be 4 Angry Men. With the amount of kills they were able to accrue during this game, once again, big points for them. So, as much as Gen G did take the first 2 chicken dinners, that gap is being evened up very swiftly by quite a few teams now.
I mean, it felt like holiday season, right? Gen G just feasted and got these 2 massive chicken dinners and then went on a crash diet and can't seem to keep up with everybody else at this point. I mean, 2 games back-to-back of 0 after such an incredible start has to be tough for them in terms of mental space.
I mean, I wouldn't think so because you have the advantage to do that. Because you won the 2 first games, you have all that lead. Of course, you don't want to drop the lead, but at the same time, you had the cushion. Now you used it up. It's time to step it up again.
You'd also kind of feel that the other teams, they're thinking, okay, this is Gen G. Once they get the knock, they're making sure that they kind of finish them off because otherwise they're not going to have a chance to win the whole thing. You can also hear the crowd. They're going wild because you kind of open up everything and there's a chance for everyone to win.
Here is the overall leaderboard as it does currently stand. Gen G is still at the top. However, these last 2 games have not been that successful for them when it comes to points accrued. 41 points now for 4 Angry Men, 39 points, 38 points. Gentlemen, everything is super on the table still. PKL is doing very well at the top, but anyone has a great chance to get to the top.
I mean, that's the reality. What Martin just brought up, this idea that you're the front runner, everyone's looking at you. Teams like both of OG and Entis, Force and Ace, TSM, Genesis has been under the radar. We haven't really talked about them very much, but every game they're putting consistent points on the board, and they're going to start to catch up to that front runner when no one's looking.
I mean, talking about them, you have some other teams just below there as well. T1, VC, Rumblers, Lazarus, QM, Navi. All of them within shooting distance to actually put yourself up there towards a top position in just 1 game.
Let's take a look at how the plane was able to take over when it comes to Sandhawk and then that circle. Guys, Quarry Circle to get things started. We have 2 games of Sandhawk. Will it happen again?
I'm very happy that Sandhawk's managed to also cast the Quarry ending here, even though it was not a completely Quarry, but yeah. According to Sandhawk, though, it is a Quarry ending.
There you go.
What I liked was Entis Force, though. They played inside Quarry. They played the low ground, make sure, okay, well, it's kind of safe. People are not going to peek above us because if they do that, they're going to get shot by someone else. And they utilize that to get themselves far into the end game, and that's when they try to push on.
One thing to definitely take away from what we're witnessing here is that teams that had a pretty decent drop next to the circle didn't have to move far and were able to reap the rewards of the circle.
I agree with that, but what I really want to point out with Ace is they didn't have to move far, but they played strong. Remember when they took the top of the hill and 4AM had pushed down on W-click? Entis Ace split 2-2. They sent 2 players down to make sure that 4AM took heavy losses during that fight, and it was able to secure them an easy transition to where they ultimately ended up. So, Ace was active that entire time, and that's what won them this match.
I mean, they sent one, I think it was Circle 5, they sent one across the road, taking a little shack, make sure, okay, whatever happens, we're going to be able to cross the road. After that, we saw in Circle 7, when they sent 2 more guys to that shack, make sure this is going to be a powerhouse right there.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's Sandhawk done.
Yeah.
We only get 1 of it per day, and we will be moving on to Miramar in a few moments' time here. Speaking of Miramar, of course, you guys were kind of, how do I describe it, bigging up some of the performances, the potentials for some of these teams. I think Gen G was one that did stand out to you, actually.
Yeah, they have big numbers over there, and other things to talk about are drops. TSM and Genesis, as well as 4AM, are sort of breathing down Gen G's neck. All of them drop middle. They've got good locations and strong rotations, so Gen G is going to, I think, really struggle here.
Just for a moment here, whilst we kind of conclude everything about Sandhawk, we can listen in to the winning moments here as Ace was able to take it.
우리 먼저 둘 남았어. 1번 핑. 1번? 오케이. 1번 핑 종소리도 이겼어.
3번 다 죽었어? 3번에도 있다. 야, 그럼 3번 끝났어, 미키야. 끝났어. 3번 끝났어.
1번 핑 내가 잠글게 없다. 1번 없는 거 확인.
얘들아 4대2.
3번 연막은?
오늘 나와있다. 끝났다는데? 끝났어. 얘들아.
연막 하나 칠게.
얘들아 이거 비운다는 것 같아, 2번.
집에서 나왔다 지금. 야 얘들아 푸시 가자. 2번 집에 있다. 이거 4번 나무.
왼쪽 기절.
4번 나무.
나이스.
야 6킬 했어?
Very important moment there. The Naisu comes out. That's what we want to hear. That's what we want to hear across all of these teams. But it is fair to say, so far, the East has ran away with big top spots Avenger, and they're looking good.
But now we're going to be moving into Miramar, and we have some of our Western teams that's going to be very strong there. I'm expecting Temperstorm and FaZe to kind of turn around. They've been lacking so far, but Miramar is definitely one of their stronger maps.
Oh, definitely so. And that is going to do it here for the moment, gentlemen. A big thank you as well to Plantronics Rig, as well as HyperX for sponsoring the tournament here at the PGC. We're going to a short break. When we return, we have Miramar on the way.
Exclusive Black Equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Color Vibrance allows for more realistic and vibrant colors. It also provides the convenience to tune colors in-game, making you see the change instantly.
Gonna be a legend.
I'm holding right. That's it.
Nice.
Is it enough? How many kills? I have 8. How many kills? 4. I got 4. 14. Did we do it? Did we? Did we?
Estoy acá para hacer el media day.
주인님 언제 와야 돼? 저 촬영한다고 해서 안 아, 카메라 많으면 머리 하얘져요.
너무 많아졌다. 많이 하긴 했지만 아직 어색해.
就感觉就挺有意思的。我感觉很逗。
Feels really good at being in the finals. We didn't get the greatest first two groups. It was kind of close at the end, so the fact that we made it, despite being only 13th, it feels pretty good. I don't know, it just feels good to qualify for the last game. The last game of the semifinals was just the beginning, so yeah, we'll be even stronger. Thanks for your support, it means a lot. Praise up.
强对决的FaZe吧，我感觉乌巴很强，我们两个人玩游戏的方式也像。没有FaZe No.1。
OAM이 좀 많이 결제되는 것 같아요. 제가 잘 안 움츠려드리는데 OAM만 보면 살짝 움츠려드리는.
The team that we're going to be focused on probably 4 a.m.
I think the most exciting team that we're gonna probably get into it with the most is probably 4 a.m.
我觉得能够进决赛的队伍都是实力非常强的队伍吧，然后每个队伍都是我们很直接的对手。 Right, I swear, can we get like Google Translate so Roy can like say a Chinese quote? Ni hao? What does it mean? Hello.
Ni hao 4 a.m.
만나시면 조심하셔야 될 것 같습니다.
나 이 финале, поэтому вы не выиграете. 결승전 때만큼은 내가 너를 다 죽인다.
Two games left as we make our way over towards Miramar to finish out the day. I'm Matrim, joined by Paper Thin, and big shout to everybody whose pick'ems are doing well right now, because I know a couple of people are not so happy about their pick'ems.
Well, I tell you what, I'm not feeling too bad about mine, because I'm not going to lie, I went for a lot of Korean teams in my pick'ems, and they are absolutely killing it right now.
Who would have thought, Paper? But that being said, they've had a phenomenal turnout today. Gen G just turning it on in those first couple of games.
That was the Gen G I wanted to see. This is the Gen G that's aggressive. They're playing well. That leapfrog action they were doing in game one,
so
incredible
good.
stuff there. So good. But what I want to see from them is less of what we just saw in Sandhawk. Passive play, stuck inside a compound, not fanning out, covering angles, getting flanks. They were just completely pinned and they weren't ever able to break out of it.
Aggressive moves seem to be kind of the theme of what we're seeing today so far. If you're capable of making sure that everybody can play and react to you, make these forceful pushes, get a whole bunch of kills out of it, and then just capitalize and make something out of the next move to follow, that's where we're seeing so much success.
Well, and we're seeing a lot of this with the Eastern region teams right now. You're seeing the top three fraggers right now today, all with 10 kills. There's 4 a.m., Entis Ace, and Entis Force. So it's just like, they're just killing. I mean, they're just doing so well right now. Excuse me, T1. It was Helen, and then Genji's POS 9. So it's just east, east, east.
Let's not forget Ace and what they had to do to get here. I mean, they had to play through a gauntlet to even qualify to get to this stage. There were a lot of people that were kind of like, okay, well, what can we really expect for them? They have turned up in these last couple of weeks, and they have been in a contentious spot.
They're doing what they do best, and that's finding central circles early and just locking it down, spreading out. You saw them cover quite a bit of ground there with a big split on Sandhawk, and they were able to secure enough of the circle that they don't have to move as much as some of the other teams.
And TSM is another team that has just come out the gate quite strong. I think we find them not afraid to take fights. Even in disadvantaged positions, they somehow manage to find an angle that they so desperately need to get. Like whenever we saw them playing across some of the hills in these different positions, how they move through the map and how they can try to find that right opportunity to strike is just so amazing to watch.
Yeah, their patience and their ability to find the angles that they need fan out. Don't take too risky of plays. If you get shot at, they back off very quickly. They react very well. This is another team that reacts very well to situations, but in a very different way. They will just push you.
I love to watch this team. This is by far one of my favorite teams to watch at this event. They are never afraid. They will make aggressive pushes all over the place, but there's so much control that happens with it. Like whenever we see them getting caught in some of these fights, you know that they can make a push off to the side of it, but instead they'll wait, see if somebody else chooses the third party, and then pounce in back behind that, and it's just the perfect time to strike almost every time for 4 Angry Men.
Their positioning is incredible.
So
Their
good.
ability to know where and what teams are doing is top tier right now, and their
100%.
shooting on top of all of it is so accurate.
They're just so scary to watch how they move through these maps. And whenever we move over to Miramar, this is one of those points where you can make a lot of very sneaky flanks and just pop off in different angles, and that's going to be one of the teams to watch as well as Team QM.
Well, to keep things going here at the top, Korea and China have done very, very well on Miramar.
Yes.
I mean, Entis Force has a couple wins, almost got 3, but they got dusted by VC there on the last day. And, you know, Genji had that big win with Loki to secure themselves out of the elimination round. So it's been very good overall for the Korean teams on Miramar. And that's got to be real scary for a lot of these other teams that are kind of at the bottom, some teams that we haven't talked about much, Matchroom, FaZe, some others that we kind of expected to be up there.
Well, when we're talking about teams that can perform well on Miramar, Lazarus is one of those that we have got to keep an eye on as well. These guys managed to find a lot of little tricksy maneuvers. Like, this is a team, we've talked about it a lot through the qualifying rounds. They like to set up and study what everybody else is doing and then set up these traps to catch a team off guard, maybe get a kill, maybe even a full squad wipe off of it, and then rotate to another position to try to capitalize off of that and just keep stacking up kill points. And Miramar is a perfect place to do it at.
Yeah, we saw them do that the other day on Miramar with that ending that was near Los Leones. They absolutely dominated those teams, covered so many angles, were able to catch a lot of players in transition, box some other players in, and pick up some big kills and a win.
So now it just comes down to who's been doing their homework, who's been studying as we move into these last 2 rounds. We're almost at the halfway point right now. You can see back behind the scenes, we've got everybody keeping an eye on what's going on, making sure that all competitive integrity is matched at all the time. We want a fair and balanced game every single round.
Yeah, absolutely. We are very, very diligent about this kind of thing. We really want to make sure that nothing funky is happening, and our staff here does an excellent job behind the scenes.
And we gotta say, whenever you have this many players, when we're playing a battle royale, that's really hard to do sometimes. So shout out to the team making sure that everything is as clean and crystal clear as humanly possible when we're looking at rules and whatever happens inside of a round.
It's the most monumental undertaking in esports, doing competitive battle royales, especially PUBG. 64 players in each lobby. You have coaches, staff, everybody, the production room. It takes a gargantuan effort to make these events happen.
100%. So now, here's the question. We've talked about the guys that are hanging out up towards the top, the guys that have been really flashy. What's a team that's kind of standing out to you right now that you really need to keep an eye on, whether for the fact of can they step it up, or they just haven't had a chance to really shine yet?
For me, it's actually the Rumblers. Now, the Rumblers have been bumping into FaZe a lot, and part of that is because on Erangel, their drops are kind of similar, so their movement is going to be kind of similar on that map. They're winning these early game fights. If they can start winning the late game fights as well, they have a really good shot at racking up a bunch of points because they're doing it on kills. They're just not getting any placement points.
Well, the Rumblers kind of feel like they're the detriment of all EU, right? They're just crashing down on everything for EU's dreams. We've seen them actually take on FaZe twice, come out on top of that. Then there was the grenade where Los finished off Liquid in their final death while we were looking through the qualifiers. Rumblers doesn't play like anybody else. They just are on the hunt in the early game. They don't care about placements, but here we go. We've got 2 rounds left as we make our way over towards Miramar. The plane is up and in the air. Pretty easy plane path right through the center of the map, coming up from the north, down towards the south.
Here we go, the last 2 games of the day. It is time to get aggressive. This map requires a lot of sniping ability, knowing the map, and where to position yourself, knowing the terrain, where there are divots that you can hide in, and various other things.
But my eyes are on Hacienda. We saw it get a little bit spicy last week, and we know that there are several teams that like to fight for control over Hacienda right now, and you can see they're all floating above it, trying to eye out who's actually going to make the push down for it. It looks like it might be Lazarus that has the inside track, as now 4AM's going to take up towards the north. Genji's going to push off to the east.
All right, this was a really fun match we had in Hacienda on the very last day of the semifinals, so it looks like for now we will not get a repeat of that. Maybe a little bit sad for you and me, Matchroom, but for the teams, it's you know, it's the finals, so you can't be risking those kind of situations.
Wait until you need to go for that fight. Right now, you don't need to quite yet. So you can see Ace doing a stretch back down towards the south. Going to be moving around Los Leones. There's a couple of teams that are going to be up north of them, but nothing too hazardous. We talk about the size of Los Leones very regularly. Plenty of space to work with. Really, it's going to be hunting down vehicles. WClick's going to get control over Los Leones itself. Circle is going to pop. It is back up towards the northwest.
All right, this is pretty interesting. Gen G has got it booted out of a bunch of their loot spots that they really like normally. They're a Monte Nuevo. They went up to El Pozo during the semis. Now they're over to El Azahar because of the situations they're running into. I find that really interesting that Gen G hasn't been able to really find a home on this map.
Not a lot of people made the push over towards El Pozo, so that is open. We've got the crater that's just north of that. And then Navi, who has this huge section of the map that's carved out for them, they really can control about a quarter of the circle right now if they do choose to. It's not always for the best if they do opt into doing that, but there's just nobody around them right now.
QM in a nice spot as well. They have their pick of the litter where they want to set up, maybe try to put some traps in place on those roads that kind of run north to south in the eastern part of this circle. 4 a.m. is up in there. A lot of teams are actually already up in that area, about half, so not many teams are going to have to make a huge rotation. I really find it interesting what Tempo Storm is doing here. You've got Zampa that went way to the south. The rest are in Impala, probably for vehicles and just loot separation.
Looks like a little bit of safety play coming in there, making sure that nobody was going to hot drop any locations. We do see that every once in a while in these starting rounds, but right now it just feels like it's all going to be about rotations and how people do in this initial rotation, because we do have a lot of teams that are playing back over towards the east, Navi, with all that control up towards the north, and then we've got all these teams that are back down towards the south that are not inside the safe zone, and they're going to have to figure out what is their clear path to move in. El Pozo is the easiest path to make it in, but if you opt into playing over towards the east, it's going to be a lot of teams over there very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a couple teams for sure that are going to think about that road on the western part of the map that runs along the backside of El Pozo. That's usually vacant. Will someone decide to set up a trap or something like that? It's going to be a little more difficult because you're not getting as many scrims in before this, so you don't know the team's tendencies quite as well because a few teams are changing up loot locations and various other things.
So we do have BC that's already on the move. No surprise whenever you're looking at a circle like this, a lot of these teams are going to opt very early rotations. You just land, loot, get control over a vehicle, start making your way in, do a little bit of scouting, or you can just kind of run as an armada toward a building complex. Whenever you have a circle like this, you have to be very cautious as there's a lot of hills that are going to block sight lines, make it very difficult. A couple of people probably going to be taking pot shots back down at rotating teams and forcing awkward rotations.
Yeah, like the central part of this circle is actually very hilly, has quite a bit of variation in the terrain that you can utilize. If it goes south towards El Pozo, it gets a little flatter once you start getting towards the city itself. If it moves up north, that's going to be really interesting. We don't get to see many circles that go way north, like north of La Cobreria.
No, that's kind of rare. We don't ever see anything around Oasis, anything like that. Every once in a while, we'll dance around that location. I'm kind of curious if we've ever even seen anything around Trailer Park. I don't even think we've gone that far northwest ever in anything that I've seen. But maybe we might be up for something a little bit more spicy inside. This feels like we've gotten a lot of our crazier circles out in the earlier parts of the day.
Yeah, you can see this is Entis Ace. The winners from the last game are making their way out of the southern part of Los Leones, heading up kind of towards the Chumacera area right now. The Rumblers were in Chumacera. They're heading in as well. FaZe is opting to take that very west road that I was talking about earlier. So the Rumblers might once again bump into FaZe. It just feels like, for whatever reason, these two teams have very similar ideas on how to move in the early game.
FaZe likes to do very long rotations, come in, no specific rush really, but then you see, that's kind of the way the Rumblers like to play. They like to sneak up back behind people and then just jump out. We got Forrest that's taking a couple of shots on rotating WClick there. Silzen should be able to make it away. Just gonna get a little bit scared, make it back behind those hills, should be fine.
Yeah, it looks like Kale isn't really able to connect with much onto the members of WClick. Herald coming down, and then Kale still there, still putting some pot shots, but there's enough of a hill here that WClick can utilize to keep themselves outside of Kale's line of sight.
Also feeding information back over about how much damage you took whenever you make one of those pushes. Like, hey, there's only one person there, so we can continue the rotation. Just be very careful off on this angle, and you can see as well the rest of the teams to make their way through. And I love this. Being able to see how people rotate and how they actually loot in these earlier stages. Look at how all of these teams make sure to keep distance from each other. They have certain buildings that they like to drop to, Everybody cleans up every building around it, regroups, and then the rotation kicks off.
Yeah, this is a really neat, interesting angle we get there. Doya's going to let some members of WClick pass. Maybe he's going to take some shots at Rival. Yes, he does. He's able to get one headshot. Is not able to get another one to land.
Doya had to be so cautious with that. Sometimes you can just take a tire to the face. Doya's trying to follow up on it, but it looks like Ribbo's going to be able to break sightline back down next to that road, so the hill's going to protect him. Rest of the teammate's going to come through, and we got WClick caught up in rotation. Yeah, don't go over towards the loop, man. I know you want to. Everybody is tempted. Just keep on going.
It seems like WClick hasn't been able to find their footing so far today, Matt. We saw them do very well with their positioning and other things in the semis, giving themselves an easy route here to the finals. I kind of want to see this team pick it up, especially for our Lat AM fans out there. We want to see WClick pop off and get some excellent moments for us.
So we see a lot of the teams opting into a do center strategy, just trying to make sure that they get that position so that way mathematically they don't have to make these later rotations, hoping the fact that numbers are just going to favor them in this. But speaking of numbers and rotations here, you can see it's going to be T1 running right back over here next to Domu. Down inside that dip, he should be able to block that out. That shouldn't be too hazardous, but VC Gaming was looking like they wanted to push up into that complex, and instead, aggression coming up from T1 is just going to go ahead and give them the spot.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what VC wants to do off of this. Domu was able to get down in there, probably unnoticed by T1, but it looks like for now, they're not really interested in a fight. They've got GEX over on the right there as well, so this is definitely a situation that VC definitely not thinking is going to be good for them.
You can see the average points off on the left side of the screen. That's very, very important as we look into Miramar. These last two games could be a very big proportion point for a lot of these teams to really make their way up the leaderboards. We've seen Force be very active, but got to be careful as GEX Kane's going to jump back behind that with one life, narrowly survive.
Yeah, H-Win was almost to put Kane down there, just shy of it with that one hit point. He's able to get his first aid off. Nerf is going to find a Murado for himself, potentially. He's just going to take some painkillers first and then maybe get in a vehicle as the circle is closing and teams are getting to ready to make their phase 2 rotations.
Right, so it's all about positioning coming up through here. Even these little side shots that these guys are taking back and forth each other, it's all about information control. As you can see, Harold looking back over towards T1. VC looks like they've already rotated away from that dip that was down over here we were talking about a second ago. But Ribbo does go down by getting run over by Silzen, and that's not good this close to another team, as shots are going to come through from T1 and take down Harold.
That is 2 knocks for WClick right now. Let's see if T1 wants to push on this. It looks like they are going to get a little bit aggressive, see if they can maybe capitalize on this. But DJ Boy's putting some nice shots. He gets the knock onto Helen. That's a bit of a disaster for T1.
That's going to stop T1 in the tracks off of that one angle, but looks like they're pushing around the side of this. They still want to make their push back over towards WClick. Going to go for that spray back over towards at least get 1 point. Goes for the peek around the other side. Nice shots back on this, so Adder's just going to retreat. Very happy with the amount of damage they got off.
Yeah, Ragnar very hurt, but he is able to back off as well. So both teams trading a little bit of damage there. T1 loses a member to VC, but they are able to pick up a point for themselves. Now you've got Lazarus moving towards 4 AM, and it is way less there. Let's see what exactly 4 AM wants to do on this. Typically, Matchroom, we've seen them be aggressive on these situations.
They really like to take control over buildings. 4 AM likes to separate out, get a lot of information, but they don't want to overcommit. Whenever they see somebody else approach on them, they want to try to separate away from this. But this is the exact points that Lazarus wants to get. They know these rotation points. They're taking the shots at everybody up on the top of the hill, but nice defense coming out from 4 AM, making sure to provide the cover fire that was necessary so their guy could get away.
All right, nice move there by Wayless to get out. Lazarus now controls that compound. Pretty fairly central for them. And ooh, careful, Nerf. You've got Gustav up there with an M4.
That was a little bit of peekaboo there. Just take a couple of shots. It's like, okay, I didn't kill you. Hop on the motorcycle. You can have the high ground now. That's going to be Ribbo getting spotted out by 4 AM, and it's just so much trouble coming out from WClick. They can't find anywhere safe to stay at.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say no matter where they go, there's somebody already set up there. There just isn't a lot of real estate available in the center of this circle. 4 AM backs off into a small shacky compound for themselves. You can see Forever's got a destroyed vehicle to hide from there, and Lazarus has actually pushed up a bit and is putting the pressure onto 4 AM.
Just continuing the hunt, trying to figure out how they're going to rotate, seeing if maybe they can find any vulnerables, any weaknesses they can try to exploit at this point. A couple of shots going to go back over towards Forever. He's trying to make it back towards cover and narrowly does so. Purdy taking the shots at this high ground position.
Yeah, Purdy just not able to connect those last couple of shots with his SLR, getting about half damage onto the member of 4 AM, and now he's going to back off, rethink the strategy. a lot of times when you take these shots, you're going to move up, shoot, back off. You want to reposition. You don't want the enemy to know where you're at because that's an easy recipe to get knocked.
So here we go. You can see a lot of these teams already going for their last-ditch rotations. Shots coming through on everybody that's already got strong positions inside the circle. Navi's running a very nice split up towards the north. A lot of control, really punishing Gen G. We are going to see FaZe rotate around a similar point to this, and it feels like Navi is still holding that strong northern control that we saw very early in this game and just making nice, subtle rotations to keep sightlines on each other, but still controlling about a good 500-600 meter area right now.
The shots from this battle definitely forced FaZe off, so they're going to be able to find potentially a different angle in, and Senya continuing to put some damage into Gen G. Taemin's going to have to abandon that Murado, but so far, Senya not able to land much damage with that SKS.
But even not getting the damage out forced him to abandon the vehicle, and that's going to be more utility that's lost for late game. Whenever we see these guys rotating through this very hilly terrain, a vehicle for another circle might be a make or break point for one of these teams.
All right, FaZe has found a successful entry into the circle by the water treatment plant. Now, they've got Tempo Storm up ahead of them. Past that will be Lazarus, depending on how they want to rotate. What's actually interesting, and they might not be too sure about this, there's actually quite a bit of room on the eastern side of this circle by Hacienda.
And here we see a lot of North American teams really like to play towards the edge. Find out a couple of shots, get some kills onto it, and that's going to be low, sliding back over towards H-Win. Dropped and instantly flushed, as now everybody from Genesis is looking back this direction. That's why we so often see North America fight North America. They love to pick up points right on the edge of the circle, and that means that these teams regularly fight each other.
Yeah, the Rumblers, I talked to them backstage. They love fighting on the edge. It is their bread and butter. It is how they get their points, and we've seen that time and again throughout this tournament, and they've been able to make it pretty successful by doing that.
Rumblers do not care about placement points. They just want to kill as many people as possible early game, survive through, and if they get placement points, cool off of it. I mean, we've seen them repeatedly get this. Shift goes back up towards the north. Not a lot of teams really still going to have to rotate. It's just the guys back down towards the south. Going to have to figure out some way to separate through. A lot of terrain really being taken up right now. I feel like really just a little bit of San Martin and maybe Hacienda might be a couple of places you could go. There's a couple of dips, but they're very hazardous to move into right now.
I really like Lazarus's current position if they can keep Navi off their backs. They have a lot of vision control up on that hill here, but here is Indigo. He has the same idea. He thinks this is a pretty nice spot. Let's see if I can get up here with my motorcycle. He backs immediately off because Luke 12 has gotten in a vehicle of his own, and some shots come through. So Indigo going to wrap around, think about trying to go through a different angle, and might just settle for this little power grid here.
He's found himself in a kind of interesting spot where he managed to sneak up between about 3 teams, goes, all right, that might be a little bit too much, so retreat back off this. GEX taking the shots back over towards Iroh, catching him in rotation. That's going to be an easy down and flush. Not a lot of support cable coming in from the other TSM members as they are across the street right now. We do have one that's in a high ground spot, but a couple of shots now coming back over towards QM from Na'Vi.
All right, Wu Fang gets down in the hill. He is going to bandage himself up. Entis Ace making their rotation in between the members of QM. QM with a 2-2 split here, but somehow Entis Ace has kind of found a way to sneak through them just a little bit. Gen G is coming in very, very late. They were tanking a lot of blue damage. That's why Esther is so hurt.
Now see how the rotations were coming through. Rumbler's been bouncing around different sections of the map. FaZe also making that rotation way around the north. We see that to be very common with FaZe. That's like how they like to rotate into this. But GEX has a lot of sight lines back on different people rotating, but it's all focused right now back over towards TSM. Gustav trying to get the high ground, does connect with a couple of shots back over towards GEX, force him into a little bit more of defensive position, apply a little bit of pressure off on the side angle to allow his teammates to get a different angle and maybe capitalize off of his movement.
The problem here for Gustav is that he is outside of the next circle, so one way or another, he's going to have to find a way down that hill and to group up with his teammates, or they're going to have to potentially reposition if they feel like they can't make this work. GEX going to have to play some defense if TSM wants to push this.
GEX just has to hold the line right now. They have to force all the pressure back over towards TSM. Michael's going for the peek on the side of this, but Shyway's not going to have the angle for it. This is aggression coming out from Rory. Just runs across, got the support of Gustav off on that high hill. You can see Shyway's trying to prep up the grenade. It's going to throw off to one side, but it's not going to connect as Rory does manage to separate off to the side of this.
Rory taking some damage and gets aggressive anyway. I like the play. I like the confidence from Rory. Almost catches the member of GEX with a grenade in his hand. Now Chaiwei's cooking another one. Will that find TSM? No, that one is just off the mark. Rory, now Gustav has finally made his way in on the buggy for the support.
This is a peak battle back and forth. It's all about angles and controlling them right now. So slowly and steadily, TSM is forcing GEX back to be more contained, and sooner or later they're going to find the angle for it. See, Michael is still caught out inside the blue right now. So Rory's also caught up on it, now starting to make their push on this. Gustav is going to walk right up next to GEX. The spray's going to come through. Nice shots coming out of that, and that's going to buy them a little bit more space to work with.
That is a big win there for TSM in this fight. They needed to get Chaiwei down to create space for themselves to get inside of here. Unfortunately for them, the circle has shifted way to the east, Matchroom.
You see all of those teams in rotation running right down next to where 4AM is at. There's so many teams stacked up in this little funnel spot, and it's just like whack-a-mole right now. Everybody's just looking at so many different vehicles. There's too many options, so it's very hard to shoot anybody directly out of this, but it looks like Jetblock is taking a lot of damage. Vehicle explosions starting to come out.
A lot of damage being done. Rang finds T1. He's going to pick up some kills for Entis Ace here. They've got 2, but they lost a member in transition. 4AM doing a lot of damage. Forever did get knocked, but I believe they're going to be able to get the res onto him.
Ace only has this shack, but they've got so much cover from all the cars that are right next to it that are just demolished that they can actually play with it.
It's a demolition derby over there as they have got themselves a shack for now. Let's see if they can make that work. It is a precarious position to be in any time that you've got 3 members of your team in one of those shacks. Meanwhile, Genesis has to make their way through San Martin with VC in here in front of them.
And this is where that information gathering becomes so important from those earlier rounds. Trying to figure out how do we creep through these buildings so that way we can kind of side skirt some of these fights. It's so nerve-wracking as you're making the push through these different angles. You have to assume that there could be somebody on any angle. Look, Summer is just waiting for somebody to walk forward, is going to spot out Profi. Doesn't have the shots to connect, so doesn't give away his position. So with this, we might see a couple of these guys kind of leapfrog each other, and it's just about information getting fed back over as Profi's finding himself in a very dangerous spot, caught up between 3 different members, but it's going to be Tide that goes down off the push from Profi.
Wow, Profi with a nice play there to get Tide. Tide had been fed the information from Summer. He knew full well Profi was coming.
He's to your left, K-Mine. He's to your left. Shots come out from Dome, who's going to take him down, and this is turning into a disaster for both teams. It's just so many different peak angles, and nobody can figure out exactly where the shots are coming from.
All right, K-Mine is still knocked. Summer is trying to find Nerf. Profi on the left there. Profi gets a little bit of damage into Summer as he crosses, isn't able to find that next shot. A nice try on that pre-fire by Profi, just a second too late. Now Silzen has gotten in on this. He's gonna get the knock, but it's going to be Domu who gets the finish.
It's so messy whenever you're playing around all these different angles right now. Domu's just kind of creeping through everything that's going on with the remnants of Genesis and all the crates around them. Na'Vi is still getting caught up into a little bit of a skirmish off the top of this with Genji. Looks like they've started to have to surrender some of their control, now firmly regrouping back up together. But there's a lot of teams that are starting to push into that northern area, instead opting for good sight lines, more controlled locations.
Yeah, this hill that Lazarus has been controlling is a very valued location. You can see why. There's 3 teams up here. Genji is on the other side of this as well. TSM is pushing up. They have found Wu Feng. That is going to be an easy flush here for Gustav. TSM on the push. There's only 2 left. They are taking a bunch of damage. They are very battered.
We still have the fight that's going on with VC and WClick back down towards the south. Everybody's just trying to separate away from San Martin, but it is so dangerous off this. You can see WClick still looking back down towards VC, and it's going to be Rory going down to the blue and going down in 13th place as TSM is eliminated.
Yeah, TSM just had so much damage done to them in their battles throughout that match. They will go down. Now VC is in the blue themselves, trying to find some way to potentially get up to the back of this hill, but WClick is up there, and Na'Vi is fighting with QM right now.
Making the push right up on top of this. You can see QM has 2 members that already have lost 1. Another is down, just throwing out the blind grenades. It's going to be easy, slowly creeping up onto this. Are we going to see an angle back over for Molodoy as it's getting very, very hazardous. 1 solid grenade could land on top of QM and just destroy them, and it's going to be exactly what happens.
That was a great grenade from Pokemolodoy. It finds the crevice that QM was stuck in. Those are really dangerous positions to be in on sometimes this map. Entis Ace making a run. Tempo Storm is right there to put a bunch of damage in them. That vehicle is on fire. Somehow Rang is able to get up there and get in that shack.
You see him slam on the brakes at the end of that. Had to be so cautious not to hit it going full speed. Doesn't want to take any extra damage. Somehow Ace managed to survive through it, and it's going to be WClick that actually comes up on the top of that fight over with VC.
Well, that's what happens when you're in these cities. You take the location that is closest to the center. If you are forced into a city, the optimal position to be is at the edge of the city because you are the ones who get to gatekeep, play that defensive position, and then you also have the information on what's going on outside of the city.
4AM's trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to leapfrog these teams to make it back in the next safe zone? They're going to opt into playing next to the wreckage of all those vehicles we saw beforehand. Cut a path on the side of this. There are going to be two teams that get sightlines down in the low ground, and then Navi is going to have a sightline up towards the north. They've got to be very careful on this rotation. They're going to run right into a trap. A lot of shots starting to come through. Somehow 4AM is managing to survive through this.
Wow, Xiao Lu able to turn on a dime there and avoid Navi. He saw them right away now. Gen G trying to get on the action as well. They have found Forever and the other members of 4AM. A grenade is coming through, but two members of 4AM are down.
Wayless is about half-life right now, just trying to survive. The grenade's going to come out. Big battle back and forth. Wayless is somehow dodging these shots and it's trying to get up into this. But now it's just one member of 4AM trying to fight back Navi, but instead it's going to be Gen G that takes him down.
Gen G's Taemin puts the nail in the coffin of 4AM. Now it is Fuzzface and the members of FaZe who are coming up on the back of this, trying to third party. They find Esther.
How do we see these reses trying to come through? I was going to say that is so brazen. Got Fuzzface, takes a couple of shots back over towards him. A lot of control really coming back over towards FaZe now as they have so much control in the north. Navi just runs right up into the middle of Gen G. They're just done with it. They're like, we don't even want to deal with you anymore.
Somehow Peel is able to survive and get behind this truck, but he is basically dead to rights. Fuzzface has stepped up over the hill and is now putting shots into Navi. They have one knock. They're going for the res. The other members are pushing up, trying to buy some time. Peel is done. Bestalach finishes Gen G off.
You know Fuzzface was sitting up there. That grenade could be big, though. I can't believe what we're watching off of this. Now Navi has to get the res back. And again, I was going to say, FaZe was just watching that guy be like, what the hell is going on? But now that's just turning into sheer chaos over there.
Look at how much of this circle FaZe controls. They control the entire ridge line west of water treatment. You've got Fuzz on the back. This is looking very good for FaZe right now.
So now we have Lazarus caught up in a little bit of a skirmish. W-click grenade's going to go through off of this. Still 4 members up for Lazarus. Now just 1 on W-click. But both of these teams need to make their way towards a safe zone. And while it's not going to be too safe, there's not a lot of cover to be had. So now we do see Lazarus capable of making that push. But where do they go?
Well, they've got a lot of room to work with inside of the circle. The bad news is it's pretty flat and there isn't a ton of cover available, and the circle is pushing them in towards Tempo Storm and the surviving member of Entis, Ace Rang, who has gone from shack to shack here and has found himself some placement points at least.
It's going to be about hay bales coming through this. Shots coming out from Forrest. Going to go ahead and finish off Rumblers there. Still being fairly contained back over towards the east. It looks like that's going to be the approach point that FaZe is going to try to go for. And you can now see Lazarus is throwing out smokes, but there's just nowhere to go. We do have FaZe that has a sightline back over towards it. How much utility does Lazarus have? Can they even get close enough to actually start taking shots towards anything? They've got, how many, that's about 6, 7 smokes down right now. How much more utility do they have left?
I was going to say they have a bit of a lift to work with, but then Uba and the members of Fuzzface have the angle on the southern side of this to put a ton of pressure on them. You can see Uba is just spraying in there, hoping to get some damage. He sees Entis Force up in that crevasse as well.
So Lazarus does manage to cut a little bit of a path into this dip, just narrowly avoiding the shots coming out from FaZe. FaZe taking shots back over Force, just narrowly, but again, gonna get drawn attention back over. Navi's gonna run up, get the down and the flush onto Fuzzface right back behind this.
Oh, Poka is having one heck of a round for himself. Good job there. That's going to make FaZe's containment a lot more difficult to maintain. Entis Force still working with this little divot they have. Goya's throwing up some grenades, but some grenades from Lazarus are coming up and over. Looks like he's able to dodge them. That grenade just a bit too far.
Got to be so cautious. Everybody from Lazarus is down inside that dip, and you can see Force looking back. They know exactly where they are, have to be so cautious on it. Meanwhile, Tempo Storm starting to separate out. They have control over the center compound and trying to make sure that they hold it. Meanwhile, Doya looking back on this angle, see the shots coming back between Lazarus and FaZe, trying to prep it up. Knows exactly which bushes they're hiding in, takes the shots on top of it, and look, that's actually going to be Luke that gets it down onto Purdy Curdy. That's some friendly fire coming through while we have FaZe off on another angle.
Oh, Kale's down to 1 hit point. He has to heal here. Doya is pretty much dead to rights, but Purdy Curdy is going to get finished off. So a couple points picked up. FaZe Clan with 7 kills for themselves, continuing this spread along the eastern ridge.
But they still have Navi back behind them that's terrorizing. It's drawing attention away. You can see FaZe is kind of split between fights right now. They know that they have Navi on one angle they have to be cautious of. Meanwhile, there's a fight that's happening with Force and Lazarus that they have to be very cautious about. And this is just kind of handing over complete control of the center towards Tempo Storm. They hear all these fights, but they don't have sightlines on them.
Yeah, this is a really challenging position for Tempo Storm in a way. Yes, they have a great position in the center of the circle. It is very favorable to them, but they're not getting a lot of kills. But this time, Sharpshot gets up on the roof. This is a heady play to pick up a kill point.
This is also so brave at this point. Standing up, everybody can see that angle and instead going, no, I'm going to get as many kills as I can out of this position and taking the shots. It's because everybody's caught up in all these fights on the edge, and that's allowing Tempo Storm just to wreak havoc back on these other side angles.
Man, Kale is a one-man wrecking crew over there for Lazarus. He gets the knock onto Luke, but is he going to get the finish? Because Uba seems to have some kind of angle. There we go. Finally, Uba is going to steal that kill.
Making their way up to 9 kills right now. Kale is just kind of caught off on this dip. Alo, I believe, the last member for his squad, so 2 solos out just hiding off next to FaZe. On the other side of that, they still have Pokemolodoy that's alive, caught up in his shack, losing all of his tires, and nowhere really that he can go as he tries to step around in that smoke. And look, everybody is just raining down death upon him. Hops on the motorcycle, trying to catch some airtime. He's going to be shot out of the air.
Great stuff here from Tempo. They did find Kale as well. Zampa's going to get him, finish off OG and Enta's force. Now FaZe making their way along this ridge once again, trying to find some way to break this compound that Tempo Storm has.
They do have an aggressive angle. It's going to be right up next to the side of this. And have to be very cautious. You can see Ubis just trying to draw a lot of attention. Sharky's caught up, trying to peek battle with him right now, and that's kind of allowing AT to sneak up right next to this. He is going to get in grenade range, throw it back over there. How good is the cook? It's going to bounce off to one side, does not connect, but look, Tempo Storm instantly reacts to that, steps back out and realizes we have got to control the low ground.
That is such a well-timed grenade. He cooked that perfectly, bounced up and over, and almost gets the knock onto Tempo Storm.
So with this, Lazarus' Halo kind of managed to creep inside the safe zone as we have this fight that's happening between Tempo Storm and FaZe for aggression, trying to fight over control of this complex, and it feels like FaZe goes, okay, let's step back, look back along this edge, see if we can find any weak points, any vulnerabilities in how Tempo Storm has this set up.
FaZe still has a chance here. They just need to get a couple knocks. You know, that grenade almost got things kicked off for them, but it was just short of getting it started. And now Tempo Storm moving back up on top of those roofs. Maluk's got that 2-story, and there is still some ground to work with for FaZe behind this ridge.
Zampa's repositioning a vehicle right now. Alo's just right now looking at this, the nice texture that is on this hay bale. Not in any position to really make any moves, but he could end up taking some shots back over towards Tempo Storm. All their angles up on top of this buildings are really just designed to protect them from FaZe's position. So if Alo does step up, he could get some shots back over towards where we see Tempo Storm holding this position and take down a very vulnerable spot and open up the doors for FaZe. Meanwhile, Tempo Storm has to be very, very cautious of this low ground approach. You can see ATC really wants to step up into this as now we're starting to move back over towards this complex being in the center of the next circle.
I mean, the real question for me is how much utility does Tempo Storm have left? There goes Alo getting found out by Sharky. They go down in 3rd place. So another decent finish here for Lazarus, but it is a 4v3 now. Uba and the members of FaZe Clan stepping up, seeing if they can just catch somebody peeking, get that initial knock, and maybe find some way to push up over. Here come the grenades from Tempo Storm.
And these were 2 teams down towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Both of these teams need to have a big game right now. Meanwhile, Tempo Storm still holding those high ground peak points, where I gotta say, FaZe knows exactly where every single one of them are, and it becomes so much more hazardous when you keep peeking from the same spots. It's really easy to start lining up that headshot and just go for the tap peek back over towards it, but Sharpshot still playing it quite well. That's why he's constantly bouncing around different points behind this roof.
Well, we've only got about 20 more seconds until this circle is done, and we get our final one, which will center up here. Mexi trying another grenade. This one bounces short of the roof. Let's see if he can potentially get another one. No, he's looking to get some smokes, as now FaZe realizing that they're going to have to start pushing. They're going to have to set up this smoke wall to make their way in past the defensive front of Tempo Storm.
Now it's all about the angles. Can FaZe get the down that they so desperately need to get so that way they can continue this push back over towards it? Will Tempo Storm find the angle? Narrowly jumps away from the grenade. Sharpshot takes a lot of damage off of that. AT's starting to be able to get a little bit more aggressive with that reposition. Now starting to creep up onto it. I'm not certain if Maluk and the rest of the boys know that he's managed to get this close to them. Starting to make his way inside that building complex. Finally gets the sidelines back over towards him. Shots are going to come out from AT. He's going to have to retreat back off of this.
A bunch of damage done, and they are just pushing in. Maluk and the others are backing off. AT takes some damage, but he's going to find Maluk there and get the first knock and kill in this battle. AT's going to heal up, and now he's looking for Zampa in the back.
So now we've turned this into a 3v3. Numbers are up and even. Sharpshot holding the inside line right now, just waiting to see if anybody's going to push up for it. Meanwhile, Sharky's looking back. where the center point could be. FaZe is trying to figure out where did the repositions come from, and it looks like Zampa might be going a little bit playing an outside point on this, trying to flank around. Does get a couple of shots out, so that's going to give away his position. Now it's all about the cat and mouse game as everybody's going to be peeking back and forth. Sharky trying to use the motorcycle to get a little bit more cover.
That was such a quick reaction by Zampa there with that MK14. Really nice stuff with that semi-auto sniper. Now he's going to push up onto this left-hand flank, try to back up Sharp Shot. As this circle will continue to close. It takes about a minute, so there's a little bit of time. Uba is now made in the house, but Mexi gets found out by Sharky and takes a bunch of damage. The flush hasn't come through. Uba seeing if he can protect him. No, he takes some damage himself.
Realizes it's a little bit too hot, just trying to get back away from this. Shot's gonna come back over towards it, and now you can see Tempo Storm starting to get a little bit more control over this. Trying to figure out exactly where ATZ is. They do manage to spot him out, and that's gonna be Tempo Storm walking away with 8 kills, a round win.
A big win here for Tempo Storm and North America, finally putting some life into the region that they desperately needed here in the finals.
With that, also a big game coming out from FaZe. That is such a hard point to push off of. We see FaZe was just trying to find that secret right angle to be able to sneak up into it. But the moment they did, it was just constant pressure coming up from Tempo Storm. That's what we talked about. Sure, okay, you may have a building that's right in the middle of the safe zone, but sometimes it's so hard to defend. There's so many different people that want that spot.
And that's a big compound with a lot of different angles that you can work with. There's some fences and some other objects that are hanging out around it as well. So it can be a little tricky to defend when your opponent can get some smokes and get up there relatively quickly, as we saw Aixie do.
Tempo Storm coming out with a nice, solid performance inside that. Zampa walking away with 4 kills, but Ubo walking around with 4 kills himself. Back behind that, it was Lazarus that came in 3rd, OGN, Intus Force coming in 4th again, and Navi in 5th. We're starting to see Force reappear in these top 5 very regularly today.
They've been very, very consistent. This is the Force that I know and that I love from the PKL. They get into those final positions. They might not always win, but gosh darn it, they're going to get there.
I mean, FaZe had so many small scraps that they went to as they were making their rotations through. We saw the fact that they almost bumped into Rumblers several times, a couple of shots going back with this. But enough talking about from the game from our perspective. Let's go ahead and hear from the players' perspective as we're going to go ahead and toss it down to Rachel with an interview.
God, they threw some good nades on the roof.
Is it us? It's us! Oh, we're just chatting about the match down here, me and Sharp Shot, but, you know, we'll bring you guys into the conversation because you guys, I thought when that final circle closed on you 4 in that compound, that it was easy peasy chicken dinner for you guys. Not really how it played out. Walk me through your thoughts in those final moments.
So we had roof control, which was very important in that situation, but FaZe was able to throw nades perfectly onto roof, forcing me and Sharky off the roof, so we just had to play inside and they got on our building.
Now, when you got that circle, did you think you had won it at that point?
Oh yeah, when we saw the circle and then we knew we were gonna get circle 9 dead center, we thought we had the win.
Now, what point did FaZe put the fear in your hearts?
When the nades, when I just saw I'm on the roof and I just see the nades flying over my head onto me.
They were well thrown, but when they started getting into the compound with you guys, communication, obviously one of your strongest suits. How did that play out in team chat?
We were just all like saying where everybody was, where we heard the footsteps, and we played our positions perfectly.
Beautiful. This is a wonderful turnaround for you guys in this tournament. Now, are we going to see a change of pace? Are you going to be stepping up in the rest of the games?
Oh yeah, we're coming back, underdogs.
That's what I thought. That's what I've been telling everybody. I said Tempo Storm comes back and they pick up the victory at the end. So we'll be seeing if you guys can do that. We'll be sending it back up to you guys for the final game.
If OGN Super Arena was the house that Tempo Storm built, it seems like Oakland Arena is the house that Tempo Storm just crashed as they were able to take themselves the first victory of Miramar here for the grand finals. That means we only have one more map remaining. Tempo Storm getting themselves the big win. They had the compound. They let FaZe get up on them a little bit, but that was more FaZe's strength than Tempo Storm's weakness. It was a good play.
I mean, FaZe, we'll talk about the way they played this in a few minutes because they were phenomenal, but it comes down to tempo. That big split that they held for a long time, sort of in the mid-game, allowed them to pick the best compound as it closed down, and then from there, they did a great job of just defending real estate.
Actually, they started the game a little bit weird as well. They had 3 guys going towards Impala while Sampa was dropping to the south, making sure that they could rotate, and if the circle would go south, they would have a good place straight away to play from.
That's what I really love seeing from Tempo. Their macro strategy is just so on point. So being able to see how they got to that compound, obviously, and then it ended there, but they played that so well. The chess play in the end, their micro is just on point in this game here.
I mean, it wouldn't be a game of PUBG or a tournament if Tempo didn't start slow. And their micro's on point. I think MicroStar, their coach, has been on point, pulling them back, getting their heads back in the game. And they've turned it on the second half of the day. So let's see if Sharp lives up to what he said and turns it on for the second.
MicroStar is British, so of course we pull it off. We get it together. Now let's take a look at the highlights here. Tempo Storm able to start racking things up at the beginning. We have TSM here having a bit of a rough moment here or there, but going up against Lazarus overall. What do you think, Avenger?
They managed to get some kills from it as well. So overall, a rough match. They had to fight from the west, and the circle kept going east. What I really love from this, though, the pushes from 4am onto Gen G and then Na'Vi. This little road, this intersection point here is so crazy.
The thing was that Gen G and Na'Vi, they were both there from a long time. They were nibbling at each other a little bit. Then 4am just dodged in straight in, crashed in with the vehicles, and I mean, they didn't do much from that. But Na'Vi almost got took out by a nade there as well when they crashed Gen G.
In the final moments here as well, we see FaZe. I was actually expecting them to push it, but this little house here, it's a very bottleneck house. You can only push one by one. Tempo Storm, they held the right angles and took down the win here.
There is a weird thing as well there, as Tempo Storm obviously did get that win, so congratulations to them for taking game number 5 of the day. Even just a motorcycle in the middle of that house is actually really irritating to kind of traverse, get over. It's a little bit of a block when it comes to moving around.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it actually worked out really well because they were able to sort of get somebody into the second room, and Uba had to sort of yield that peak position because he was getting double peaked instead of sort of a 1v1, and that sort of opened the options because when they breached that house and they pushed Sharp off the roof with, I gotta be honest, those FaZe grenades were absolutely beautiful, and they realized it. And when they pushed them off the roof, I thought it became FaZe's advantage.
Well, you phrased it very well. Whilst we were watching the game, they were almost effectively zeroing in on his position, but Sharpshot very much so was aware of that, so he was able to react nicely as well. It's those small little plays that make this game pretty beautiful, even though no death goes down.
Yeah, to his credit, he saw that last one, and he took a ton of damage, but he made it off. And for me, the hero of that game was Zampa with the full auto MK, right? He ran that 4X. He made a very smart rotation around the outside, so while FaZe was focused on the house, he got a good position. So you saw Uba tried to find another spot to peek, and Zampa was ready for him, and so that really won that for him.
Also love how he just plays the 4X full automatic MK. Like, it has the most recoil. He's confident he can control it. We saw it multiple times, and also in the end, he took down 8 with a full spray on him, so it's nice to see.
Let's take a look at the points coming in. Tempo Storm up towards the top here with the lion's share of the points. FaZe Clan will get themselves second place and Na'Vi in third. So the West is now battling back a little bit here against our Eastern teams with the 18, 16, and 9. A little bit top heavy for our top two teams.
I mean, it's needed points for both of the teams. Tempo Storm came in with 4 points coming into this game. FaZe Clan, they had 7 points. Now, this is some huge points for them, making sure that they're getting themselves back up on the leaderboards because we only got one more game for today after this.
Will it get them into first? No. Will it get them back in the hunt, in the mix where you want to end today? Absolutely. So if they even have just marginal games on the next one, they can reprogram, they can go back in tomorrow and have a shot at sort of taking or the hoist on that trophy. And that's what all these teams need to be looking at. If you are on the right side of the bracket, now's the time to make a play.
Overall leaderboard, Gen G does technically still sit at the top here. However, as we've mentioned prior, that margin has been made up significantly by a lot of those teams up towards the top. 46 points, 44 points, 42 points. And some of the teams that were able to put up points in this game a little further down the table. But of course, they are fighting back here, Avenger.
Very impressive with Force here. Being able to be that consistent in terms of placement and also getting the kills here and there. If they keep this consistency, they're literally going to be in top 2, maybe even taking the whole victory.
Maybe. I mean, I think they probably passed them on the next one. Force, over the course of this experience, has averaged just shy of, I think, 12 points per game on Miramar. So their decent showing in that last one was actually a bad showing for them in terms of sort of what their averages have been. And I look forward to seeing sort of that. I think they'll probably pass Gen G on the next.
I want to see them get a little bit more kills because we see them getting very good placements for every game so far. Their worst placement so far was game 2 with a 6th place. Except from that, it's a 4th place, 4th place, 2nd place, 2nd place. Kills is what matters though. That's where you get most of the points, and they gotta stop fragging out.
I suppose that does make a lot of sense, especially when we take a look at how the playing and the teams have been able to drop here across this map as an entirety. So a lot of kind of long transition. You see a lot of that on Miramar, though. Of course, it's a big map. These teams are going to have to try and make their way down very tricky areas.
It was a great plane for everyone. Tempo tried a weird sort of drop strat that you saw early on, but you know what? They didn't commit to it. They countered. They said that's not a good rotation for us, and they made the right choice to get them into position here. I think everybody kind of had to fight tooth and nail to make it to that final 3, and you know, Na'Vi specifically, we saw them consistently having to make hard pushes, having to make some hard decisions.
FaZe Clan, though, they went for a far rotation. We know that FaZe Clan is good on making those. They went to the northeast, and basically they held 25% of the circle themselves, using that ridge that is outside of water treatment, and they just played around that the whole time. They did a good 2-2 split, making sure we're holding the whole area there.
I'm always scared when I see a big spread like that, but in the end, FaZe is very well adept, very well versed, as are a lot of the teams here at Venture, are being able to make that kind of play work and stay alive.
They know this how strong this ridge is, and if you're able to kind of control both points, you can control so much space. They did that extremely well, and overall to the macro strategy, I think that's one of the best skills of our like top-tier Western teams. They know how to move. We did have a lot of hard shifts, like we saw a lot of Northeastern shifts away from it, but they managed to rotate into the second circle extremely well and take control from there.
I mean, I think that's the reality of their position is they held a hill that was incredibly valuable, but is very dangerous if you get pushed from behind. But remember, they left one player sort of on the hill by water to sort of keep an eye on the road, and that gave them security during that fight with Na'Vi and everyone else to maintain a powerful game-winning position.
And here we currently sit with our top 5 kills of the tournament so far. So a lot of numbers being put up from our Korean teams, from Chinese teams as well here in Forever. And then a sneaky rumbler.
Right? I mean, like, listen, I want to give a shout out to Waldo. He's not somebody that we always see on the top of the kill charts. Oftentimes we get to the end of a tournament and we're like, where is he?
Exactly.
He's showing up here big time. 9 kills for Waldo. I don't think you have to ask where he is anymore. We know he's here, he's in Oakland, and he came to play.
Out of the 21 kills as well, so him nearly taking half of the kills from is really impressive. Not something you expect. Usually the other guys, they joke around, whereas Waldo, well, right here, he's top 5.
And we did start at the top of the day saying, you know, for all intents and purposes, was Pio when it came to how much Gen G was putting up across the rest of their roster. But Pio today, he said maybe he's going to show up on a big stage like this, Frost, and he definitely has so far.
I mean, not just Pio, but also Helen, 2 IGLs for the teams. Also being able to rack up all those kills, that's actually really huge because you want to have IGL that can frag out, not just making the calls.
4 AM dominating the damage coming in.
3 angry. There's one angry man that he's not up there right now because 3 of them on top of the damage meters is actually very impressive and shows you why so many teams in those sort of opening videos we showed said we're keeping an eye on 4AM. We're terrified of them. This is exactly why. Whether or not they're getting the kills, they are destroying vests, they're taking off helmets, and we saw those last fights, everyone's coming in. I think we saw 1 helmet, we saw a couple vests missing, and that's because of teams like 4AM who are making you pay whether or not they win this thing.
We see them being super aggressive as well. Just the last game there, for example, when they jumped, crashed straight into Gen G, for example, they knew, okay, there's no other way for us to play this. Let's just crash there, see what we can make out from that.
Especially for 4 AM, I feel like on Sandhawk, for example, when they had that compound near Quarry, obviously they had really good sightlines on a lot of the teams that were coming in that direction. So maybe a lot of the damage was accrued via that kind of means.
It's very typical for 4AM. Once they get into a position where they can start shooting everything, their impact on the rest of the lobby is just, it's so fierce. And they just keep on shooting, making sure that they keep hitting shots, making sure that you have to use utilities. As you said, Matt, you lose your vest, and in the end, once they then see these teams again and see these players again, they're no vest, they have half a helmet or no helmet and barely have any meds left. So huge impact once they get into the center of the circle.
One final game coming our way for the day. Actually, it's kind of crazy that we're already to the final game, I suppose, for almost at the halfway point. What have been your estimations so far of this lobby? Obviously, Gen G started out strong, but going into the last game here, what stood out for you on Miramar? Was it the Western teams doing? What are your thoughts coming into the last one?
To me, it's the big polarization that we're seeing, and I think may continue in the next game of sort of Miramar in the West seems to be playing it really, really well, and then the way that the Eastern teams just seem to have mastered Erangel and really embraced it. Remember last time we were here, they were third person and first person. A lot of the Eastern teams are still getting comfortable with first person. I think it's very clear to me that they are comfortable, they have dominated it, and they really made Erangel sort of their first point of mastery.
again, seeing Rumblers doing such a good macro in the start of the early game, they went for a south for very long rotations, but also put themselves in very good position in terms of where they were and where they could go to. So I mean, I'm expecting more from them in the next game here.
Obviously, we have one more game in Miramar today, but we also have back to starting with 3 Miramar games tomorrow. So I think we're going to see the leaderboard even out a lot. I'm expecting it to be very open once we get into being done with Miramar tomorrow. So I'm excited to see if kind of the West can keep up. It's been very dominated by our PKL teams and also foreign men.
Indeed, so as the leaderboard shakes things up at the moment, 15th and 16th place are our kind of smaller region teams. WClick and GEX sit down there, and that's the kind of divide in this kind of lobby that I'm not entirely surprised to see, as much as obviously everybody earned their spot here. Everyone's very, very qualified.
I mean, the reality is they're here. They're at the big show. For the guys like WClick, I think a lot of people didn't expect them to even sort of make it to Oakland. They're coming from a region that I think, suffered under sort of the tyranny of Papaya and the Secret Gang for a while, and it may have slowed their development down, but they're really showing that that Latin America has come to play, that their skills are there, and guys like Sizzlin are showing us just outrageous individual levels.
Also, Ragnar, obviously, they were at PGI last year with Savage. They did amazing there as well. So them being able to consistently show up at these international tournaments and for them to make it all the way to the finals is just a really big accomplishment themselves.
We just saw Force on screen there for a moment. Will they take the #1 spot by the end of the day? They are only 1 point behind Gen G currently, and their formidable point accrual through placement has been fantastic. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time for our final game of the day here. And once again, PGC is proudly brought to you by Zowie, by BenQ. So a big thank you to them as well. Let's head to the commentary team here for all the action for game number 6.
We have seen so much violence to start this off. We're almost at that halfway point, and I feel like we're starting to see the top 4 teams starting to settle down a little bit. We're starting to constantly see them up in those top 4 positions in every single round. You expect this to be the trend, the trend that is going to continue here? I mean, I know you're the Korean guy, so you're going to hope for it. But do you think that we might see something get a little bit more spicy?
Yeah, I think so. This last game could have been the turning point. We saw FaZe and Tempo Storm, the 2 best teams from their respective regions, come into it, put on a show, and get the 1st and 2nd place, positions respectively. Is that going to continue, or will a team like Force just continue to find those top 5 finishes and some kills and just continue to rack up points that way? Can Gen G find that mojo they had in those first 2 games again?
I'm venturing to say everybody else in the lobby is hoping not. They want that chance. There's an opportunity now. Some of these teams can try to capitalize off of it. What still amazes me off of that last round that we saw in Miramar is just how good terrain use came into play. We saw Tempo Storm using all the different parts of the buildings. We saw FaZe trying to use that little bit of a lip to make the push back up. And that's what you got to do whenever you play on Miramar. But here we go. We're moving into our last round of the day. It's going to be Miramar, and we're headed up. Plane path's going to start right over Puerto Paraiso and going to end up right over there next to actually Trailer Park we were talking about beforehand.
It's time to get on it. Last game of the day. You want to carry over into tomorrow with some momentum. So a big round here for a lot of these teams. I've really got my eyes on teams like Tempo Storm and especially WClick and GEX. They are the sole survivors from their regions to make it to the finals. They're the bottom 2 teams. They really need to start turning it around here.
This is whenever some of these teams might start playing a little bit more dangerous, trying to go for early aggression. They've seen it be rewarded. Some of these teams, that's their whole style to play, and they're constantly watching this going, okay, maybe it's time to stop playing for the position. Let's just play for a fight. See if we can just win it, get a couple of points based off of that. But really, it's just about separation right now. Can some of these teams get the control points that they want? Because as the desk was alluding to, we're jumping back in, starting on Miramar tomorrow. So this can set the pace for moving into the last day of this event.
So much of this game is kind of feeling, how you feel, how your team feels.
Yeah.
If you're not clicking, if you're not working well together, if you're kind of maybe a little upset with each other or something like that, things can start to fall apart very quick. However, like you were saying, if you can pick up some early kills and maybe Sharky can land some early shots here, those are long range on those parachuters of Gen G.
Boy, that was about to make some Gen G fans real mad. Circle's going to pop, and it's making its way back over towards that crater just north of El Pozo is going to be the center point. Again, Navi with their stretch way up towards the north. Going to be very rewarded for positioning here.
Well, this circle looks a little familiar, Matt.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why. It's almost like we just saw it or something.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe we'll get that trailer park. It's a little more in there this time. So.
At least everybody has now the complete knowledge on how to play this. They're like, okay, we know how everybody's going to rotate. We know how everybody's going to move. So let's see if we can maybe use that. Now, again, a couple of these teams that do a lot of homework might go, hey, we know how people are going to rotate, might move a little bit earlier and see if they can get ahead of some of these rotations.
I mean, we're almost halfway through the finals already, Matt. So if you're one of these bottom teams that's in the bottom half, you got to start putting up points because right now these top 4 teams have situated themselves well ahead of the rest of the pack.
Yeah, it's just about can you start breaking into that position. Whenever we're looking at kind of how the leaderboard is set up right now, we've got Genji up at the top. We got Force back behind that, 4 Angry Men, then Ace, and then from 4th to 5th, there's like 12 points right now. That's starting to be our generation point gap, and a lot of these other teams are just trying to scramble to climb up into that top 4 position.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll see exactly how the teams adjust to this, despite the fact that it is a very, very familiar circle so far, but that can change pretty quickly. The last one went pretty hard to the east.
But that also kind of messes with your head sometimes, because let's say you went out a little bit early. In your head, you're like, okay, I messed up on rotation, or I saw an issue here. Or maybe we might not see 4 teams just drive right next to each other and all crash right next to a shack. You know, there's slight modifications you can make to improve your game now.
Yeah, that was a bit surprising there. I felt like a bit like that Milta Power ending the other day. So now you've got.
I love it every single time. And yes, Esther,
I want to get a thrown weapon. Yes,
I know.
You and I were on the same page on that.
All I want in this so far is I just want to, even if it's already on a down person, just to walk by and be like, pah, and hit him with it. Just give it to me. My heart needs this.
I would love to see that. It would just, I would lose my mind. All right, this is Gen G, like we were talking about last round. They are up in El Azahar now, so if you're a Gen G fan, that is an unusual position to see them in. Last game was okay. They picked up some kill points, but they weren't really able to get much done other than that.
But the benefit of this is they're off towards the east, and nobody's really towards the north of them, so they can rotate across most of Miramar from east to west right now. Fairly open, just depending on how Na'Vi repositions. Meanwhile, Tempo Storm hopping inside their vehicles, and it's always a little bit nerve-wracking when you're making this first rotation out, but it feels like Tempo Storm and probably Ace are going to be the teams that have to go the furthest to make it towards the safe zone, so it's going to be interesting to see how they handle a rotation like this.
All right, you've got T1 heading in along with Entis Force behind them. Gen G's Pio is out there way ahead of the rest of Gen G. Now, that's very typical early on. Pio's going to be your recon, your scout, trying to find some room to work with inside of the circle, and right now he is kind of repositioned. I think he caught wind of T1's rotation to the north of Minas Generales and is going in a different direction.
So, you know, make sure to play off of it. Realize, okay, last time this didn't work, so let's try to do something else. These are these last-minute modifications, because that's what PUBG's all about. It's about this decision-making process of how you play through the game. Sure, your aim, you have to have that, you have to have the teamwork, but it's just a set of decisions and then reacting to how the circle plays around it. You have to make sure that you're just always trying to make the most out of every single thing that you learn in every round.
Well, I can remember back to the FaZe Global Summit, the first Classic we played here in 2019.
Sure. Let's just give 4AM a crate. That's fine. Everything will be okay with that. Nothing,
all right.
Nothing bad's going to happen there. No.
Anyway, back to my point. We talked about this at the FaZe Global Summit, right? Adaptation is one of the key words that we talk about in competitive PUBG. Round to round, match to match, day to day, you have to be aware of what's going on and you have to change because teams are going to adjust as well. And there's a lot of teams trying to adjust all at the same time.
One of the teams I'm going to have my eye on right now is going to be QM, and oh, that's going to be Kill going down. Going over to Tempo Storm Zampa, that's going to be first blood popping off here, and Force losing one right off the get-go. That's kind of what a lot of these teams are really looking forward to. Again, we talked about these top 4 teams. If we start to see them go down early, expect people to start scrambling for points.
Yeah, Kale is going to pay for a late rotation there, and he is going to get caught in transition. The rest of Entis Force is well ahead of Tempo Storm, but Kale was down more towards Los Leones, where the rest of Entis Force was up by La Bendita, so he got caught out because Tempo Storm's coming out of Impala just ahead of him.
It feels like a tale as old as time at this point. It's going to be Lazarus looking back over towards 4AM. These guys have it out for each other, and Sybil's trying to light up back over towards a rotating 4AM, but not going to be able to connect with it. It always makes me a little bit nervous when you got a friend peek out in front of you there, but going to get off a little bit of damage back over towards the vehicle, but that looks like that's going to be about it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like many of these shots have really connected with the bodies of any of the members of these 4 angry men, and they are going to be able to rotate ahead. Here is T1 potentially going to cross paths with Entis Force, and Lazarus is up on the hill as well, putting some shots into Duya. The tires are gone. It is exploded. Duya has to prone behind this.
He narrowly makes it away from that vehicle explosion, goes down, throws down the smoke, trying to get some more cover off of this. Are they going to lose another member this early? Curdy is already in rotation off to the side of this, just trying to line up the shot, spraying back over towards the smoke. Doya is not long for this world.
We were talking about adaptations, and right now Entis Force isn't doing so hot. Now Luke is coming up. Doya did manage to get the first aid kit off, so he's trying to protect this position as well as he can, but that's a good grenade, and he does not go down though. He is very, very weak.
He's on a smidgen of life right now and just barely juking outside of these grenades, trying to get something out of it. Meanwhile, 4 angry men are taking some shots back over towards QM, trying to get away from this. It's a high ground position, watching people rotate out. Luke does finally manage to look back over towards Doya.
I don't know how this guy is still alive. He is doing such a good job avoiding critical damage. Another grenade comes in, and that finally will get the knock.
And all this work. Luke, you've had to use every single grenade that you are carrying right now to throw it back over towards Doya. What was 4 that you used inside of that? That's a lot of utility, and Doya is still just crawling out on the other side of it like, ha! You still have to continue forward off of this.
I mean, it's a heroic effort for the really crap position he was put in, and he is able to do a little bit out of it. Like you said, he forced a lot of utility out of Lazarus. Let's see if that comes into play later.
I was hoping we might see a melee weapon come out
he did it last time.
Yeah, he punched him beforehand, but I figure if any team was going to do it, it might be Lazarus, Tempo Storm, or the Rumblers. I don't know. There's something about North American teams. They're all about just like creative ways of trying to take somebody down. My personal favorite.
Oh, creative. That's a nice way to say BM, man.
Well, I like Viking funerals. You know, whenever you walk up to a down member and you just drop a Molotov on them and walk away, you know? Those are the fun ones.
Okay, that one is good. I do like that one. All right, Gen G is making that rotation that we talked about earlier, Matt, where they have so much room in the north to work with. They're able to just come way up by La Cobreria. And of course, there is Pio in the back this time because he started the rotation, tried to find a way in on the eastern edge of this circle. There wasn't much going there. He saw some other teams crossing in front. So the other members of Gen G go ahead of him, and now he follows at the rear.
So the whole premise behind these type of rotations, we don't usually get a chance to talk about. Oh, no, Tempo Storm. So stop.
This is why we don't get
Hey,
to
there we
talk.
go. There we go. There we go. But you can see the fact that Gen G's coming up way towards the north. The funnel point on this circle is going to shift back down towards the south. So you can continue to get more and more space off of a longer rotation. Sure, you eat some blue out of it, but you manage to get a little bit more control and move into a safer spot. Now, all these teams that are playing towards center, they're all going to have to vie through several different teams. Like QM, they have about 4 different paths that they can take, and all of them already have a team sitting on it.
Yeah, like half this circle is completely unoccupied. You've got FaZe. They've set up a roadblock north of El Pozo, and here you go. Genesis is going to come across it, but a good job by Genesis to find some angles wide of FaZe to avoid much damage.
So it's going to be peeking through the first part of this. He's going to be able to take a couple of shots out a little bit more out in the open, but there's going to be some trees, stuff like that, make it a little bit more difficult. At this point, you're just trying to buy space, take the shots on the side of it, and is that Genesis actually stopping back over towards this? Do they feel like they're in a good gatekeeping out position right now, or they want to go aggressive for it? I think maybe just trying to play it a little bit more safe, seeing if maybe they can just protect these other rotators as they're making their way through, because it's very hazardous making your way off the side of this. Shot coming up for the Rumblers, as it's just going to be right up next to W-Click.
Oh boy, Micro Fry is able to get one, not able to connect any more shots with that Mini 14. Flushes Rybo, immediately gets in this Bronco. He's going to try to make his way with the rest of the team. Now, W-Click did post up right in front of the Rumblers, so Los is now in the front position as the other members of the Rumblers. You can see Micro Fry on the bottom right there is making his move to back him up.
So more control going back over towards the high ground for Rumblers right now, finding themselves actually being pushed on. This is kind of a role reversal coming out from them. They're like, wait, usually we're the guys that are supposed to charge stuff back over, but TSM holding the low ground back over. GEX looking back over towards them right now. Looks like they're just retreating back over, getting the information, but not wanting to push too much yet.
Love this rotation by Entis Ace. No one is over here on this road. If they do this right, they could safely get a pretty large chunk of real estate in the north. However, the other team from Korea, Gen G, is spread out. They're covering about 1/8 of the north part of the circle themselves. Entis Force with 2 left with I think, a pretty aggressive 1-1 split with their last 2 players here.
When you got 2 people left, usually everybody's like cowering down, just trying to survive. These guys are running a split, just trying to control area and taking shots, trying to get more kills out of it.
I love the confidence. At least play with confidence here. I think that's what Entis Force needs to continue to do, and they will continue to find success because they are really strong, especially when they find themselves in the late game.
Yeah, Genesis taking a couple of shots back over towards Na'Vi. Going to go ahead and rotate through. As you can see, Genesis playing a little bit more aggression. She's trying to come out off of this, trying to find the angle for it. But looks like Na'Vi should be able to retreat away from this. Aduzi not in too big of a risk from that push coming out. But we do see that there could be a couple of people waiting to waylay him depending on the path that it takes. But he should be able to meet back over with this. BC making a rotation as we can see Lazarus holding that high ground spot, and that's a rolling vehicle off in the distance. DJ Boy has to be careful. Is he going to be able to ride it? And yes, it should be fine.
It just rolls over. A nice little bit of physics love there for DJ Boy. He's taking some blue damage though, so the rest of VC is going way, way north, up by the mountain. That's to the north of La Cobreria. Purdy Curdy trying to get some shots into them as they cross from a massively long distance.
Well, it's more about control in this style of position, because if you can see how separated out Lazarus is off of that, they have multiple points that they're holding down, high-press points. Meanwhile, you can see 4 Angry Men taking a couple of shots back over towards T1 over here, and they did have one down, but they should be able to get the res off of it. But it's all these high ground spots now that are starting to rain damage towards everybody that's being forced into dips. Another hard shift off of this. We were making a joke about Trailer Park, but it's actually still inside the circle right now.
We might have some Trailer Park boys. We've got Entis Ace over there already. FaZe on the south end of this circle, so a bunch of teams going to have to come in, especially through that southeastern corridor, potentially through the crater fields, but there's already a lot of teams in that area, 4 AM being one of them.
Map knowledge is about to become so key. You know the harder parts of the circle where you don't get a lot of love on a regular basis, and yes, this is
that's on fire.
Hazardous. This is a hazardous rotation coming through. I like jump out. It's like, okay, ZGG, you have a new job. Just drive into them and explode.
What
looks
in
like
the world is he doing? That could be a really good grenade from Helen. It just comes up to the right of ZGG. Look at this 4 AM team. No fear. That Murado was on fire. A decent amount of damage put into it, and that would have blown up. Helen now finds himself on the right-hand flank for T1. It's just him and Adder left.
This is such a dangerous peek. As he looks around the corner, he gets instantly dropped off of this. This is the way 4 Angry Men love to play. Just walk up, throw you off your game, try to react off of it, and then they just run down on you and murder you. You can see T1's Adder is just trying to get away, trying to find some cover, get away from these evil demons that are chasing him down right now.
Yeah, he even took some damage from Sungjong there, and it will be Zanpa who finds him. There's a ton of teams in that area. T1 will go down as the first team in this round.
I love to watch 4 AM and the way they play. They are just so powerful as they move through different parts of the map.
They're incredible. Their just fearlessness is something to behold. You don't see many teams that'll get in a flaming Murado and make a push onto another team.
They just have so much harassment capabilities. At any given time, they just move up, no fear, because they know they can take every single fight that's in front of them. Lazarus kind of on the flip side of that. They have a lot of aggression, but it's always controlled. It's always planned, trying to calculate that next move, trying to find that vulnerability inside of it. I think that's one of the reasons we see these two teams kind of scrap it up so much. It's just a conflux of different play styles just coming together. And oh, yeah, give me that shot again, please. Just look back over towards it. When's it going to connect with it? Look back up the hillside, and yeah, just tap it right in there. God, so good.
My goodness, back-to-back headshots. That is masterful shooting there. Wow, forever.
Rumbler's doing Rumbler things. It looks like they decided that they wanted the trailer park, and they've made a wreckage of vehicles around them as rotations are trying to come through. And it looks like QM is actually the ones that are suffering off of this, but Rumbler's sitting at 2 kills right now. Just going to go ahead and rotate back down, meet up with the rest of their teams, and kind of get a little bit more control in this angle as, oh man, QM, this is just not a good place to be, as there are 3 different teams taking pot shots back over towards you.
Yeah, GYY in a lot of trouble. Now you've got Lazarus in a duel with Tempo Storm. Sharp shot is knocked here by Luke, but they are in a compound, so we'll see if he can get that. Actually, the circle is closed in on him, so actually Luke is dead to rights here.
Right, so now where's the next circle going to take us? And it's going to go back over towards Force. A couple of shots now coming back over towards us. You can see 4 Angry Men still looking back over towards Lazarus. They're on the edge of the circle, nowhere near the next safe zone. These guys know that they're going to have to fight to get out of this position. 4 Angry Men trying to find that high ground spot. You can see Forever just trying to find the peak angle for it. But slowly and steadily, Lazarus is trying to creep up this hillside, trying to find some vulnerable point that they can push through.
All right, Lazarus is downhill from 4 AM. That is a steep one to climb, and they've got shots from the members of Tempo Storm coming into their backs as well. So a rock and a hard place here for Lazarus. Zhao Lu looking over. Some grenades coming through. Purdy Curdy is knocked here. Grenades are coming up. Uncivil trying to get something going. Luke is up here, but he is hurt. He's going to get knocked as well by Forever. The gatekeep by 4 AM is strong. Uncivil gets knocked as well.
Tempo Storm's coming up back behind this. They win a part of it, and suddenly 4M spins back around and says, no, this is just more kills coming over our direction. They do have Wayless down right now, but they have so much control over this territory.
It is just Alo left for Lazarus, trying to find some way to work along the side of his blue. He pre-fires over there. There's nobody over there for 4AM. They're going to find him. Now, Wayless does accidentally catch Forever with that Groza on accident, and he is going to go down because we're phase 4. You can't res in that blue.
They can't go for the res. It feels like the only person that can kill 4 Angry Men right now is 4 Angry Men, as that was just... There was so much happening off the side of that, and they were fighting everything that moved around it. So we got Tempo Storm and says, okay, we don't have anything to do with that. They're in rotation, but there's a lot of people coming up back behind them, as well as VC inside of vehicles. A lot of peaks coming off of it. There's so many shots coming down. They're losing tires. Vehicles exploding, rolling out, and that's going to be Tempo Storm eliminated in 12.
2 big pickups there for Nerf and Genesis. They need some points as well. Looking to see if they can have another strong finish on Miramar. We saw them do it once in this tournament where they won the final game of the day. Can they repeat that performance?
Tempo Storm getting eliminated out there is going to open up a lot of movement for VC now, as they had to contend off on that angle. So now a lot of these teams that are kind of already posted up starting to realize, okay, how do we make these pushes back over towards it? Gen G looking back down towards Rumblers right now, who already have one of their members down. Looks like Loki's thinking about pushing back over towards this. Los was kind of separated out to the side of this. I don't think he's going to have the cleanest angle back over towards where Cherry Poppins is at, but could spot him out in this rotation, and no, narrowly misses that.
Yeah, Gen G lost Pio. It looks like he might have got knocked and had a cooked grenade in his hand because he took himself out with that. So Gen G seeing if there is opportunity to catch some Rumblers out in the open. Taming does find Waldo. The nice spray from the N4. Here come the grenades up and over. Loki is your point man for Gen G. Seeing if they can find this knock and get the flush. That is going to back Cherry Poppins off, and he gets some damage, but he's going to back Esther off with some shots of his own.
Takes a lot of damage, though, when he's just trying to hide this out, trying to get a little bit more meds off. Meanwhile, the push is coming around. Los is trying to feed information while he's down. Loki's going to make the push over towards this. Is the spray going to come through? And nope, that's going to be the Rumblers going down in 10th. Gen G now up to 3 kills.
All right, this is a gut check moment for Gen G. You lost your superstar in Pio. He has showed up big here for them today. Can the surviving 3 members get it done? Taming has had a great day for himself as well. He had over 8 kills the last time I saw. We'll see if they can get some more, as Navi is putting the hurt onto 4AM and Wayless. They want to blockade this Chinese team.
We talk about all these rotations and different angles and the way people play, and then there's 4AM that's just walking into the circle and just taking every single fight that they can find. Up in front of them, it's going to have Navi. Right next to Navi is going to be TSM, but back behind this, GEX might make a push along a similar path for it. So now 4AM finding themselves on the outside of this, going to have to fight their way through several teams to make it to this next safe zone.
Yeah, this could be a hill too far to climb for 4AM. This one looks a little bit more difficult for them. VC has 2 members up there on the backside of Gen G there. Here come the shots from 4AM, putting some damage into a doozy. Grenades coming out. That is going to back off Wayless, but now it is just him left.
Walking back over towards Sydney, does get him down. Going to continue around on this, wants to go for another point, but realizes, okay, let's go ahead, show a little bit control, try to find the angle, see how Navi reacts to this, see if he maybe can step up back over towards it. He's got the tools to work with. Remember, we did see them get that crate earlier. Now, Navi's trying to figure out, okay, where's the aggression coming from? Where are we going to see the push happen at? And this is distracting them quite a bit. There's TSM on the outside of this. TSM now taking the shots back over towards GEX. See their vehicle rolling off into the distance. Leo's trying to make it away, but that's 2 members down for GEX right now. Just 1 up, I think, on the outside of this.
All right, that will be 2 down confirmed. TSM is also getting in on the fight with Navi. Gustav gets a doozy over there, so really nicely done by TSM holding down this compound. Here come the grenades. Now that one just a bit too far. A doozy is still alive for now. Another one coming up and over for Gustav. That one also bounces just a bit too far.
Meanwhile, we did see that GX does get eliminated off of it. Wayless is looking back over towards TSM now. A little bit of shots go back and forth between them. I mean, the push coming out from VC right back up behind Gen G right now. I don't think that Taman knows that this is here. He's looking back on the other side of the shot that come out from Dome. That's one that's down and flush. Taman's got to be so cautious off of this. Instead, turns it back around, goes for the shots onto it, but he's very vulnerable from the backside of this. There's another team that could have an angle for it.
Yeah, if somebody sees him, and in fact, you can see a lot of people are shooting at Taman right now. He is out in the open trying to find any cover he can. Now, VC did have to back off a little bit. They're going to start pushing up and over this hill. Taming, is he going to get that heal off? Yes, the smoke is there to block the view from members of VC.
There's just nowhere to go right now, and you can see it's starting to get really messy as Navi's finding themselves still with just 1 up right now. Wayless does go down. That's going to be 4 Angry Men going out in 8th. Grenades are raining down next to Navi's sole member up that's just trying to crawl towards safety. TSM is just holding the line up on top of him, and it's just making a mini red zone off on that angle.
And this is the TSM that we saw in the semis. A great grenade from Iroh is going to find Bestalach, and Navi is down in 7th.
TSM sitting at 7 kills now. VC looking back over towards Gen G, trying to find some type of path, some type of angle off of it. Everybody's playing back over towards the edge, except for looks like we've got Genesis posted up as well as Ace, and the circle is going to move back over, favor Genesis, so it's going to be a lot of these teams playing off on the edge. Now have to figure out, how do they make their way into the new zone? What's the safest angle? And where do we have teams hiding, as there's so many people split out hiding in just little dips right now?
An important moment for Ace. Can they gatekeep the southern part of this circle? They have a very difficult team behind them, being FaZe Clan. Gustav gets some damage taken from K-Mine there. That's going to back him off some other members. He's going to be using that first aid kit. Genesis pretty well clumped up in there, so if a good grenade could come through, you might be able to bust them up a little bit.
So Genesis has control over the complex that's inside the safe zone, but TSM is really eyeing it. If we see a grenade hit through one of those windows, maybe just a nice shot, that might be the opening where we see TSM get a little bit more aggressive with it. Meanwhile, this peak battle still going on between Gen G, and it's going to be VC on the other side of it. It looks like VC starting to find themselves in a negative position. Loki takes a lot of damage, moves back over towards the rock that everybody seems to just be hiding around right now, and VC is just trying to retreat away from this.
Oh, that grenade just bounces too far over Loki's head. Loki's going to continue to heal up. Let's keep in mind that Tide does have that AWM in his hands. I want to see if he can get anything going with that. Now Alfaka looking over to Loki and Taemin as well. So Gen G trying to find some way into this circle. There isn't a lot of space for them to work with.
Now they're walking back down along Ace's sight lines. They still have about another 150 meters to go. VC has separated out, made their way back over towards the north, overseeing what's going on with this TSM and Genesis fight right now, as it looks like TSM is starting to get more and more control over that area, turning up everything for TSM right now, as I believe there's just one member up and alive for Genesis off on this, but it's going to be FaZe that takes a shot from back behind TSM.
FaZe made a huge rotation over to the east, and now they're catching both of these teams off guard. A lot of damage being done. Fantastic movement here by FaZe to catch the backside and finish off TSM.
TSM goes down in 5th with 10 kills right now, but you can see FaZe is starting to be on the hunt. Push back down on this angle. There is a ton of utility. You can grab anything you want. There's so many crates right off in that position. Meanwhile, Gen G still alive, slowly creeping up right next to where Ace is at. You can see Joy is down. Ace is only sitting at 2 kills at this point, but somehow Gen G just keeps creeping up right next to them.
Wow, Taemin is going to get another knock, so that's 2 knocked here for Entis Ace. He doesn't have a lot of health, and a good grenade from Rang is going to back him off and sit him down. Here comes Entis Ace looking up and over. Loki now the only one standing for Gen G, but there's only 4 teams left, so at least a 4th place finish for them.
Ace is separated out. They have 2 members out in different points. Looks like they might be thinking about going for the res back over towards Joy. With this reposition, you can see that Mickey fairly close towards the center of the circle. FaZe has complete control over the eastern part. New circle's going to pop. It is going to favor FaZe's position right now. VC in their rotation does manage to have a little bit of a foothold inside the safe zone, but really, it's about how are we going to see Gen G and Ace reposition into what could be a very dangerous position for both of these teams.
Yeah, they're going to have to try to stay below this hill. You can see Mickey looked up there, saw FaZe, and knew that he doesn't have a great angle. He's already in the circle at least. He's got to be careful of VC, but it looks like for now it's going to be FaZe and VC trading some shots, while Loki just tries to wait this one out until Joy gets in a vehicle, gets some damage onto him. 8C now looking over, and some nice shooting with the mini is going to find DJ Boy.
You can see FaZe is starting to get a lot of control over their sight lines. Mickey went down inside of this. Loki is just playing in a dip right now, praying the fact that Ace doesn't push along this line. He still needs to make a way back over towards safe zone, trying to get the spray back over towards Ace. A couple of shots are going to connect, but it's going to be retaliation shots coming out from Rang on the other side. They left him behind to try to provide a little bit more cover for the teammates, so I love the position coming out. They're in a very weak position, but now nobody can protect Rang, and he doesn't need it as he manages to make his way over.
Loki is being such a thorn in the side of Entis Ace right now. Mickey is still down. The smokes are coming out as they want to get their fallen teammate back up and running for them. Loki is going to use his bandages. He only has 1 first aid kit left as well. No body armor and a beat up helmets. So somebody gets a few shots into him. He's trying to find something, but it is going to be Mexi from FaZe that finishes him off. 8 kills so far for FaZe.
FaZe has control of the sight lines right now. They can kind of dictate how everything moves inside of this, but they have to be very, very cautious as they make these pushes on the side of it. If they go down in a very awkward position, that could open the door for these other teams. You can see Ace still just trying to use that little bit of a dip, try to move through this, try to break sightline away from FaZe, but that could open the door back up behind them for either grenades or VC to take the shots. The grenades are going to end up just a little bit too short.
They're just impacting right in front, but that one is good. 8Z is going to find both members of Entis Ace.
Now up to 10 kills. FaZe is making their way down the hillside. You can see shots come back over towards VC. Tide has to drop to his belly. Uba is just running across a field without any cover. No fear in the world. He knows his teammates are going to protect him, and they want control over this game, and they know exactly where VC is at.
All right, can Tide provide a miracle here with that AWM? He's got Domu as well for support, but the grenades are raiding in. FaZe has a ton of utility. Domu is down. It is just Tide left here.
This is FaZe just running right up into the face of VC and taking this game away. 12 kills coming up for FaZe.
FaZe Clan showing up huge here in the end. They find ways to get it done. It looked dire once again for them to start, and they find some magic here at the end. Somehow, some way, these last games are just incredible from them.
Everybody was curious. Okay, FaZe, you made it in the very last second off of a huge game. Can you bring that in? There's only 2 days of play, and we're starting to see, I wouldn't say consistency yet form from them, but they're starting to have much more standout games to balance out their bad ones.
A second place and a first place finish. They're going to have a ton of momentum going into what day is tomorrow, Matchroom? Sunday.
Oh, is it FaZe Sunday?
Might
or is it gonna be Korean Final Sunday? That feels like the difference is coming up right now. I mean, we've got so many teams that are vying for those top couple of spots. To have a game like this really open up where FaZe walks away with so many points, that's really gonna shake up the positions. And I would say comfort moving in tomorrow for a lot of these teams.
I want to throw a quick shout out to Entis Ace. A great job once again by them, finding a center position, holding it down really well, picking up some kills, finding a third place. Both of the Entis teams are playing very, very solid right now.
I mean, I don't know what's going on with the OG and Entis teams, but both Force and we're seeing Ace just show up in these positions that are totally unexpected and just managing to perform and compete against everything that's just so hard in these positions. I mean, hell, even Gen G, whenever we saw them playing inside that last round, so many times we see people just being able to salvage these games and find another way to get 1 or 2 more points. And I know the analyst desk wants to break down every single bit of that last game, so please take it away.
That is right. FaZe find themselves some fantastic fights towards the end, and they get themselves the big old chicken dinner towards the end. Grenades everywhere towards the last few moments. And FaZe pick it up. They finish this day the same way they finished the semi-finals, although that one was a little bit more tense, to say the least. But FaZe get themselves a lot of points on the board, Avenger.
Them being able to finish a Saturday like this is making me very hopeful for the Sunday.
Okay,
which is going to be
FaZe Sunday.
Jeez, yeah, wow.
No, but it's great to see like how FaZe was playing the game, especially towards the end there. How they were moving, they were taking the south side, making sure, all right, we're going to control there, making sure if people rotate on the west side, we're going to take them out. And they had control on both sides of the road as well, on the west and on the east side, to make sure this is the hard spot. We need to cross that later. And then they needed to cross to the east and basically just third-party people.
I mean, as much as I love Tweedledee and Tweedledum over here, like the reality is FaZe has had a phenomenal end of the day. That is correct. They do tend to do well as tournaments go on, but don't write anybody off. TSM got 9 kills on that one, and honestly, FaZe won that because of that fight between Genesis and TSM. It was a little drawn out. Neither one secured the win very quickly, and FaZe came and cleaned it up. So their aggression is coming up, but they're sort of doing it on the back of these third parties, and you can't always count on that.
Definitely so. There's been a big spread of all the points coming in now, especially with, you guys were saying and looking at how things have developed throughout the day, the middle pack is voracious right now. I think what you guys said, it was like 4th or 5th down all the way to 14th place. Yeah. Very, very close currently after the day does conclude. But let's take a look at the highlights here from this game and starting things out once again, Froz, a very varied circle for the whole day.
Yeah, but we saw here, this is quite funny because Doya basically survived for I don't know how long against the whole of Blasters, throwing nades, going towards him, shooting him for a long time there.
It was like 4 grenades and 200 bullets.
I don't know why Maluk did this, okay? He jumped in the Murado, he drove across the road, and NA on NA violence, right? I guess we've learned to love it, but the reality is he ended up going down there and didn't have a chance to sort of make a rotation.
I think he was just going for the third party. He thought it was going to be a safe spot. Since he was going to have the high ground, he could just peek, maybe grab a kill or two, and then just leave straight away. That's why he didn't call for all 3 of them to go there, because after that, it was straight in towards the circle.
And what won FaZe this game was the third party on the Genesis and TSM fight. Like the perfect window of opportunity for them to come in there, get the kills, get the points. It's going to probably put Uber in the top 5 after today as well.
Maybe FaZe finished with the big win there on Miramar. Let's take a look at those points coming in as FaZe does sit at the top, and they also get themselves plenty of kills to boot, which when we look at the leaderboard later on is going to be able to propel them up. TSM, second place, mostly because of the kills that they were able to accrue Toffees throughout that game, which was substantial.
I mean, that's it too, is they never stopped fighting. That's the TSM that we saw on the day they happened to dominate in the last round, and that's because they played aggressive, they were sort of unscared to take fights, they had confidence that they could win the 1v1s, and that's what we finally saw in this match, and I want to see TSM continue that going forward.
Yeah, we're talking about seconds here. If TSM finished the fight with Genesis just a few seconds earlier, they would have been able to get into the compound itself, and they wouldn't get wiped by space straight away there.
But for me today, the whole theme of today, being able to have 3 PKL teams in the top 4 just shows how consistent they've been able to show up. And also, as you see in the last game here, consistency from PKL. If they continue that tomorrow, they might very well run away with like 2 million in total just to PKL alone.
I do think a little bit has to do with the PKL teams. They tend to go to the center, they have good defensive play, and I think that some of our other teams, specifically from the West, were playing a little passive to start this thing out. As the day progressed and teams like FaZe realized, uh-oh, we've only got 7 points, they gave up on that passivity and have gone very aggressive, and we're starting to see it pay off dividends.
Full leaderboard as it does stand, and Gen G does technically still sit at the top, 56 points to their name. For Angry Man, 51 points. Ace and Force sit in that 3rd and 4th position. But again, those shakeups have already come to fruition, and I feel like may continue to come to fruition when we look forward to tomorrow, as we've seen the start of dominance Gen G at the start of the day, but then that slowly got picked away at Toffees, and we're very open here.
I mean, that's it too, is like FaZe has climbed all the way up to 5th. That differentiation between 6th and 1st is a very quick strike distance, and the guys in the middle, 1 win like we saw FaZe pull off there, they're also right back into that top 3.
I mean, before this game ended, we saw that the mid-pack was very big. Now it feels like the top pack is getting much bigger, and they are kind of pulling off a little bit.
Little distance there, and also FaZe being able to get something like 38 points out of their 45 from just Miramar alone. Give me some hope for tomorrow. They're going to have 3 Miramar games starting tomorrow, so if they can kind of get in a really good start tomorrow, it's going to be looking very bright for them.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen, here. And of course, this tournament is proudly brought to you in part by NVIDIA GeForce, so a big thank you to them. But before we get things completed for the day, let's head over to an interview.
Thank you guys so much. We are wrapping up with the overall point collectors of the day, and that is, of course, Gen G. With me here is Loki, and we got a lot to talk about. You guys picked up the first 2 chicken dinners of the day, and then you managed to stay consistent throughout, picking up a ton of points through the rest of the games. How do you stay so consistent?
승리하셨고 이렇게 꾸준하게 좋은 결과를 보여주셨는데 어떻게 이렇게 꾸준하게 좋은 결과를 보여주셨는지.
일단 팀원들과의 이 친화력과 이 마음, 저희의 이 합이 맞아서 1등 2판을 했은 것 같습니다.
I think it all comes out to our teamwork and how harmonious we were able to play in the game.
Well, how did your teamwork different on maps like Erangel when you got over to Sandhawk and Miramar? You weren't quite able to pull out the same chicken dinners.
이제 에렌겔하고 이제 산호크과 미라말 할 때 어떻게 다르게 플레이를 하셨는지.
하던 대로만 하자고 했어요. 그냥 지금의 욕심 내지 말고 우리 하던 대로만 하자. 그러면은 좋은 결과 있을 거다.
We just stay consistent of how we used to play, and that's how we got to where we are.
Well, you guys seem to have an overall plan for this tournament, which makes me wonder, last weekend, you guys stayed right about the middle of the ranks. This weekend, you exploded into the tournament scene. So was that strategy, or was that you guys building momentum?
이제 지난주는 좀 젠지 팀이 좀 조용하게 있다가 오늘 이렇게 빵 터졌는데 혹시 이것도 전략이었는지.
이제 예선이랑 세미파이널 그룹 스테이지 전부 저희가 좀 힘들게 올라왔거든요. 힘들게 올라왔는데 이제 본선은 결승에서 잘하는 게 최고니까 전략이죠.
We had a hard time in the group stage and in the semifinals, but now we're gonna show our best, and I guess this calls strategy.
I'm glad to hear you guys are feeling confident. I want to know what's your overall assessment of the quality of play here at the PGC?
여기서 PGC에서 젠지란 팀은 어떤 역할을 담당하고 있는지.
저는 팀원들의 멘탈이랑 이제 전체적인 인지 정도 그리고 마스코트 정도.
Just like our whole Genji's like mascot and the image itself.
I'm glad you guys, once again, are feeling confident, but there's a lot that goes into it. You got to get good rest, you got to get a good meal, you got to do some strategy planning with the team. So what does tonight look like and tomorrow before you get back to the tournament?
오늘 또 전략 같은 것도 세워야 되고 또 쉬셔야 되는데 오늘 내일 게임을 위해서 어떻게 하실 건지.
이제 오늘과 마찬가지로 일단 욕심내지 말고 하던 대로 하고 저희 플레이만 나온다면은 좋은 기량으로 경기 마무리할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
We're not gonna try to be too selfish, and we're just gonna do as what we did today, and we're gonna be able to show good results.
Fantastic. Well, you've got a lot of fans thanks to those great results. Anything you want to say to everyone watching?
혹시 지금 팬한테 한마디 하고 싶은 거 있으신가요?
저희 팬 여러분 항상 고맙고 저희 우승하든 못하든 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. 고맙습니다.
We're always thankful for our fans, and even if we lose or win, thank you for always being by next to us.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Loki, for those insights. We wish you and the rest of the teams good luck tonight, and of course in our 6 matches tomorrow. But for now, I'm going to hand you back to the analysts and casters to close out the day.
That's right, Genji's logo does symbolize the sword, the shield, and most importantly, the heart of that team, which is very, very cool when it comes to how they've been able to fulfill the roles, especially here at the tournament as well. They came out of the gates absolutely blasting. Some of the later games were a little bit more mediocre for them, but overall, they're going to go into tomorrow as the point leaders, and they do still have the potential to go all the way, Toffees, when it comes to some of their performances.
I mean, yes, but I think you can also see sort of the fingernail marks on the wall of them trying to sort of cling to that lead desperately as the rest of the teams have really turned up, especially in Miramar. And like you brought up earlier, starting there 3 in a row, it's going to put them in a catch-up position, I think.
I mean, they showed a little bit of performance towards the last game there, getting themselves a 4th place with 5 kills. I'm not too worried, I'd say. It doesn't matter if they're just clinging on the lead, they have the lead, and that's what matters. Being in the top there, that's what's going to make you having a little bit more confident coming into tomorrow.
Sure.
Being able to just have a little bit more bully time with the others.
Also for me, though, you have to remember, if you win 2 games back-to-back, there's 15 other teams that are aware. If we see Gen.G, we have to third party. We have to make sure that they don't get too far ahead. Otherwise, it's going to be impossible to win. And that was very clear to me. But if they manage to clean up their Miramar game a little bit, and they close out Wrangle as they open it up today, they're definitely going to take everything home.
And that does it for day number 1. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you to everybody watching out there. And thank you to everybody in the audience as well for joining us here for day number 1 of PGC. We shall see you tomorrow, same time, same place, to now then crown our world champion here for 2019. See you then.
Four. 14. Did we do it? Did we? Did we?